time on the phone system this week and last week because of the inquiry. We were on here for a long time, so it chews up a lot of the funds, the money. I'll have to inject more money into it. Probably have to put another $500 in to keep that system running, and we do need it so I can stack up the calls and see who's in the queue and make it all work. We need that phone system to do the call-in portion, and you can support us in that way by donating at freedomreporters.com. Really appreciate that, and thank you to all those who have donated. You can also always donate in the the super chat thing in the YouTube as well. So some options there to support the channel. And if you can't do that, again, please just consider liking the video, liking the stream. That helps a great deal as well because it just gets the video pushed up in the algorithm. And if you share this out, that helps spread the word. And that's what we're trying to do right now is put the inquiry in front of as many people as possible. So didn't really have a chance to touch on much other news. It was all about the inquiry from front to back today, right through the call-in show and everything else, and even having Morgan Mayhem on talking about Jeremy McKenzie tonight was also it was our privilege, our honor to have her on, and we wish both of them well. And looking forward to the testimony. Looking forward to the testimony.
New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now. freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus line.
But not the lens. And that was a pretty cool, zippy little thing I had there produced. But let's take this one. And, oh, that's because we had something deleted. Okay. And then we're going to be here momentarily.
We are evidence. Listen to the truth told by the New World Order. Unite humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now. freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus line.
But not the lens. And that was a pretty cool, zippy little thing I had there produced. But let's take this one. And, oh, that's because we had something deleted. Okay. And then we're going to be here momentarily.
We are evidence. Listen to the truth told by the New World Order. And to bots. Because bots are creepy and gross. And people should not eat bots. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, and we can take, I think we've still got time to take a call here. Hello, sir. Welcome back.
Hello, how are you? Great, sir.
Hey, thank you. Before. You know what, Mike is in the back room there, so real quick, lay it on me.
I'm gonna make this up working time. Okay. So, Pat King is a decent man. I worked in the low field with him. He's a drummer. He did his job. He kept his crew safe. But yeah, okay, he's cocky. All right, we all are. All right, big deal. aren't violent. Like, you know, it's physical stuff that's violent. Words aren't violent. Sometimes we face, and Pat owns it. When he says something wrong, he owns it. Because that's the kind of man he is.
Yeah.
And these people don't realize, don't mess with a guy that works in an oil patch and was a drummer. A drummer doesn't, okay, you have to work your way up the ladder. And trust me, working in an oil patch is tough. And the little man, because even Big Stone worked in the oil patch. He was ripped off hard, okay? And it has nothing to do with the pandemic or anything like that. And it's public not went behind his back and took his kid to get Kool-Aid shot. And he was mad. He was mad as hell. This man loved trucks. He loved his bank account. But you know what? He still talks truth because he's a stand-up man. And Jeremy, never met the man, watched the show a few times, but I still have no disclosure because I was born in Halifax. And welcome to the Maverick family, Morgan.
Yeah, and there, she's with us now. Oh, she's putting her earpiece in, and she's with us. And yes, sir, I am. We're going to move on because she's on the air with us now. But thank you for the call, my friend. All right, we're going to put the phone lines, and we're out of that for now. And I'm coming back here, and Morgan, your microphone is muted, so you have to unmute your mic.
Any better?
I can't see your video. There we are. Now we have
Correct.
Well, welcome to the show, everybody.
Yeah, it's
All right, we're gonna put you in the phone line.
really low, Larry, to be honest.
Okay.
Coming back here, and
I can't really adjust my audio too much.
Morgan, your microphone is
Sure,
muted.
will be distort. I don't know. Can you hear me enough to get through this, or do you need a minute or two to boost your audio?
No, I figured it out. They're all good now.
Okay.
There.
All right.
This is my first
Well, welcome to the show. Everybody,
time in the
Oh my.
it's really low.
That's exciting.
Okay.
Wow.
I can't really adjust my audio too much.
So, again, but I guess we should start here. You do speak to Jeremy. He's still in jail. How is he doing?
Get through this, or do you
So,
need a minute or
he's
two?
doing a lot better now that he's out of isolation, out of the COVID.
Okay. All right.
This is my first.
They kind of have him protected as well, so and not in a protected kind of way. I think they're keeping an eye on him.
So again, but I guess we should start here.
So,
You
so
just
he's not,
here.
he wasn't,
He's still in jail.
like, basically isolation or solitary confinement for how long?
Oh, he did 5 in Nova Scotia, and then he was flown out. He did 5 more days in Saskatoon. They tried to get him to do some more to court, and then he was like, this is insane. And I think that he reasoned with them, and they let him out, and then and he just did another
Confinement for how long?
5 days because he refused our test.
So
So that must weigh on him psychologically and physically. What's he telling you?
They tried to get
Yeah, it's lucky because you're essentially stuck in an 8x8 room with just your thoughts for 23 and a half hours a day with very little entertainment. Like I was telling Viva the other day,
and he just did another.
they gave him all CTV.
So that must
Sounds
be
like torture.
psychologically and physically. What's he telling you?
Yeah, it's
I don't
You
think
should be laughing, but yeah.
in an 8x8 room with just your thoughts for 23 and a half
But
hours
it's like
a
Stephen
day.
Clockwork warrants where they put the things in his eyes, they force him to watch.
Watch the propaganda.
That's right.
They gave him all CTV.
That's awful.
Terrible. Okay, let's walk back a little bit further and explain to the people what for.
I don't think should be laughing.
Yeah, so he was charged with 4 counts. So there's 1 count of assault, 1 for carrying a firearm,
Things on his eyes.
or I think it was, and then another one for, pointing a firearm, careless use, just because we just throw mischief at everything now in this country.
What?
Yeah,
Okay, let's walk back a little further and explain to the people.
So come back to,
November of last year.
right,
Yeah,
but this doesn't have anything to do with the freedom protest in Ottawa or anything like that.
No, this is totally separate, and
Or I think it was, and then another one for pointing a fire.
so we were aware of the warrants, but we spoke to a lawyer, and he was kind of like, well, do you plan on?
Yeah, and so
I'm going back to Sue. To which they were like, no. And of all the other court cases, he was like, I wouldn't worry about it for right now. I can't see them extending this Canada-wide. But of course, we're talking about Jeremy McKenzie, so.
No, this is totally separate, and
they were able to extend the charges Canada-wide.
we were aware of it.
And then after which they had
spoke
6
to the lawyer, and he was kind of like, well, see if
days to collect up and transport him to Saskatoon on our tax dollars.
To which we were like, no. And of all the
So,
other court cases,
is this related at all? Was the arrest related? Or there's a, see, it seems to me the extension of that warrant,
of course, we're talking about Jeremy McKenzie, so
because it came, the video where he was on the Zoom call and he made the comments about
we're able
pulling his wife,
the charges Canada-wide.
seems to me that,
And then after which they had 6.
and I guess you can't say one way or the other, but what would you comment
To
on that?
Saskatoon on our tax.
Yeah, it looks like the warrant was actually extended 2 weeks prior to that.
You see, it seems to me the extension of that warrant,
At this point, I was actually arrested,
because it came in the video where he was on Zoom
not
call
even
and
a
made
week
comments
prior.
about his wife. Seems to
And
me.
the same time, but the police must just not have realized who he was and that there was a warrant for him as well. So at first we thought it was related, but it does appear to be unrelated.
The warrant was actually
Really
extended
weird.
2 weeks prior to that.
Mm.
So, let's fast forward.
I just
We're jumping around in the timeline that he is going to testify.
Not even a week prior.
To talk to him at the inquiry.
Yeah, so it sounds like I did
But the police
mail out a suit to him in jail, so he will not have to testify
So
from
at
his
first,
jail,
it was related,
wearing his jail attire.
unrelated.
Really weird.
But he'll be testifying on Friday, and
So,
I don't know yet if that will be publicly
jumping around
or
in the timeline,
privately.
but he is going to testify.
If I would prefer that it was private,
Talk to him at the inquiry.
I'm secretly hoping that they will deny that request, and I think that his story is very important. I understand that,
From his
you know,
jail, wearing his jail attire.
that his lawyers, he has 5 cases on the go, but I think that it's very important for Canadians
I don't
to
know yet if that will be publicly
hear
or
his
private.
thoughts. And I mean, they're talking about him. I've heard them talk about him the last couple of days in the inquiry,
I'm
so
secretly hoping that they will deny that
that
request.
it's a work to make his
I
wedding.
think that
Did you see the testimony today where Tom Marazzo spoke about Jeremy?
I ran our saving
his lawyers, he has 5 cases on the go.
the messages. It was on the phone most of the day, so if you, I don't know if you're bringing it up, but
I've got it.
yeah.
And they're talking about
Okay, let me get this
talking
queued
about
up.
the last couple of days in
There were
the inquiry,
2
so,
sections, I believe. Here's the first one.
for them to get us written.
And this was the lawyer
Did you
for
see
the government of
testimony
Canada.
today where Tom Marazzo spoke about Jeremy?
I've been receiving
Who brought this up first? So,
some messages. It was on the phone most of
Here
the
we are.
day, so if you want to bring it up, but
I've got it.
yeah.
Okay,
Council 1174 were the last four numbers. 1774. I'm done again. Excuse me.
And this was the lawyer for the government of Canada who brought this up first. So here we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's a party candidate for Peterborough Board, a member of the Veterans for Freedom Steering Committee, Captain Retired Tom Morazzo.
This is all part of the mix. People are looking at
Party candidates for Peterborough
Sir, how do you always direct Nancy?
He does, he has a podcast, and political satire and comedy. He does some serious videos sometimes. He is the creator of a fictitious meme on the internet, which I assume what you're going to ask me about, and the vice president of Diagonal being a time-traveling cocaine addict. He has a podcast. Goat. Just the internet meme that has no meaning at all. And I had spoken to Jeremy the first time when I was in Ottawa on the phone. And the second is the creator of a fictitious. Time I spoke to Jeremy was debating whether or not they should use the Emergency Act, and they were citing this fictitious Diagonal being a time-traveling cocaine goat as a domestic terrorist group and justification for invoking the Emergency Act. And I saw a video that Jeremy and his friends were doing, and they were laughing hysterically, showing clips of the government actually talking about the second Diagonal as being, everybody knew it was a joke. When I saw the video, I contacted Jeremy and I said, tell me everything there is to know about Diagonal Emergency Act, and they were citing this fictitious. He said, if you join Alaska through Alberta to Texas, it makes a diagonal line. And that's why it's called Diagonal. They're the only states and provinces that don't have massive mandates. And he used it as a joke. He made the SIM second on his cell phone because it's a joke. And it's meaningless. He did it to try to attention from people that come to a barbecue and to have a lot of fun. That were, people wanted to have a barbecue without masks on. A bunch of strangers that didn't know each other. And yet here he was watching members of Parliament and the Liberal Party actually joking about actually seriously revoking the Emergency Act was because of Diagonal. Like, it was the most outrageous, ridiculous first thing I think this commission should be investigating that as the biggest intelligence joke of, the last decade. It's a joke. Diagonal is a joke. It's not even a real thing. Thank you. That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Hang on, I've got another clip. It was just. Second part to that.
Is that Boris Johnson's brother?
Oh, that's funny. That is actually very funny. You guys should do the show together.
My child would have the courage to do my own.
Okay, so here's this one. This is the lawyer for the residents. So let's bring him out. And the way these guys are asking the questions concerns me a little bit, and I'll get to that when we come back from this.
To Mr. King,
Sorry, there's a preamble here with these people that probably will think because some of the
comments on wireless are still what's that, right?
Yeah, that was the sense I got. I knew somebody also told me those comments were like for 2 years prior to the convoy, and it was just a complete hit. By put that video out there, that it was just meant to discredit him and make us look bad. And it was there's a video.
It was discrediting himself, trying to make him catch a bullet.
From the testimony I saw here in the room the other day, the context of that would had something to do with something completely unrelated to this convoy.
What about his online comments about race and Anglo-Saxon race?
I know nothing about those comments.
Or Mr. Barber, his online racist comments, was that discrediting him?
I believe he himself yesterday.
Then finally, Diagonal said that this was a joke, and it was about creating a diagonal state of people who don't wear masks. Isn't it in fact the case it was the concept of a diagonal state where there would only be white people who would live in it, and get all non-white people out of the crowd?
All right, so
just a moment, please. Let's try and keep it quiet, please, while we hear the evidence. This is the equivalent of a court in the sense that we have sworn evidence that we'd like to keep proper evidence.
if you were to meet some of Jeremy Mackenzie's friends, and the ones that were on the video that I was describing earlier, where they were laughing at the Liberal Party's application, you'll see clearly that one of Jeremy's best friends is a black man. I can't even comment as well. Sorry?
Does he have a Jewish accountant as well?
I don't even know what that
Have you looked at Mr. Mackenzie's online rants? Do you see them? Do you find?
I've seen some of his rants, and some of them, you know, some of the things he says I don't agree with, and some of the things I think he's absolutely spot on, but that up to me to make a decision that the content is appropriate or not. And I have seen Jeremy say things I don't like, and I've seen Jeremy say things that I thought were brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, call on Leon.
So I don't know. I'll just leave it to you. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I actually
Bluetooth disconnected.
spoke to Marazzo this up, and I think that it's up to every viewer to decide whether they enjoy the content that they're watching or not. We're all adults. If you don't like it, then or a block or delete or an unfollow or it's totally up to the end user. I know a lot of people may come out with a public statement or an apology towards PP and his family. So I can't even, I don't even dare say his name. It's so I actually have a bail condition to say an elected official by name in protest. So I just try not to say any names, but
Before I get you in trouble. So we'll just say to one of those guys.
yeah.
Everybody knows what we're talking about.
Yeah, so, you're probably not going to see me commenting like that, but I do, Veterans for Freedom did an excellent, they put together a montage of videos where they had everything from comedians to, skits and, just similar content. And not to say those comedians also share with us for things that they've said, but I don't believe that what he said was a direct threat. My name had been kept out of it. I'm sure all comedians' wives and girlfriends wish that they were brought in, but yeah, at the end of the day, I know what he meant by it, and I know it wasn't malicious, and yeah, I don't think that there's anything criminal. He would ensure that he was charged for that as well.
Yes. Yeah. The thing that concerns me is watched the Inquisition Jeremy probably 4 times that I can think of. But they don't really, at this point, they haven't really leveled any charges or accused him of anything. They just keep asking people, how do you know him? And that's disconcerting to me. It's making me wonder, what's their plan? Where are they going with this? What are they going to pull tricks on? Anything you might be able to shed light on there? What am I missing?
Bluetooth connected. Yeah, and of course, when you, I think they send topics prior to your testimony, but they don't send direct questions. So that was part of our journey to go to do a private testimony because we don't know. We don't know if they're going to fabric. At this point, I wouldn't put anything past our government. I've seen so much corruption within the government and the RCMP, and to the point where, they could really come up with almost, I don't know if it's something that Jeremy would have actually said or where, so it'll be interesting out of it and what kind of questions they do ask and if they will allow him to testify privately. Or, from what I understand, this is kind of a loophole that CSIS has used in the past. I don't know. Very, very interesting. I think of all people, though, I that people look because I see the entire internet for the last however many years. Come up arguing the same debate, hundreds of times.
Yeah. So how's the? He had several legal battles still to fight, and that's a big challenge for you guys, I guess, on many levels. Talk to me about the challenges you're facing there.
Well, some of the challenges are, so there are 3 different instances where charges were made in Nova Scotia, 1 in Quebec and 1 in Saskatoon. Now, the Quebec charges we just found out were also extended Canada-wide. So now he has to make bail twice. They're all very tied together. And so who could represent Jeremy in 3 different provinces, Quebec being a little more difficult because you do need to, and really just, to have one lawyer up to speed with the people involved that have laid the charges. And so they understand, the entire scope of this. There's so many moving parts. Yeah, so I think the most difficult part was finding one lawyer who had the time and the ability, because they will have to try in court the other day. The lawyer had asked if he would be able to appear via Zoom, and they denied that request and said that he would have to fly out from Ontario during person.
Oh, so they pay, the government pays to bring them out?
Yeah, Jerry will pay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's going to be an expensive adventure. Yeah.
Wow. It's a good thing that the travel mandate is in place so we'll be able to get on a plane.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And we saw so many Zoom appearances throughout COVID, and in Nova Scotia, when I go to court, they still require that I wear at least a shield, and so you'd think that they would jump at the opportunity to have that same in that courtroom, one less person you think would be a good thing, but I guess that's not the case. There's we have the
So it is expensive. Do you have a fundraising campaign set up or anything like that? Do you need financial assistance?
Yeah, actually, Veterans for Freedom has been really good to help with. They started an account, and I believe that they're doing an update shortly, as the goal amount has unfortunately significantly due to the complexity of the charges and the fact that they're all over the country, and that there will be a lot of travel involved.
Yeah. So if people want to help out, where do they go? Or do they just go to the Veterans for Freedom website?
Yeah, I guess I would. I don't know if I can send you a link. I have it pinned on my Telegram channel as well as I have listed. Yeah, just my Twitter, Instagram. But I'll send that along to you as well.
Yeah, can you tell me? I'll put it up on the screen right now.
Yeah, I was just wondering what the, I'll send it to you in Messenger.
Well, why don't you send it in a private chat? Can you do that? Or do you need to do it with your phone?
Yeah. I might be able to, we'll do some Messenger, I'll throw it in the private chat.
Okay, then I'll just copy and paste it, put it on the screen.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Like I said, and the problem is that it's so, he has requested the money, I believe, hopefully myself didn't mess with the camera, but yeah, he's hoping to have the money by the end of November, so we don't have a lot of money, unfortunately, and if that's just given the circumstances of, again, how complex it is.
Okay, I've got it there. Perfect. All right, I'll turn that into a banner. Get it up on the screen.
Yes, I see someone mentioned to get Viva Fry. He is Canadian, but he's Florida right now, I believe.
Yeah, he sort of left the country.
I can't really say so I blame him.
So there it is, it's givesendgo.com/Jeremy McKenzie.
Yeah, thanks.
In fact, I'll bring it up here. You're all going to do, folks. There it is. Oh, that's funny, actually. Let me show you the page.
Yeah, so someone asked if lawyers have to be licensed in each province, and I don't think they do, but they do need to give permission to private province.
So there it is. And there's he's got all his kids with him. And
they're the best. They're so sweet.
So, and we've had a little bit donated so far, but a long way to go.
Yeah, I'll probably have to be increased again, as we have no idea what his bail will be set at if he is granted bail. Of course, the experts have deemed him a danger to society, so who knows if they will let him out. And normally, if this were any other, yeah, in any other instance, he would get bail. This is the part where I feel he's being politically persecuted. And actually, when I sent his suit, I sent a copy, and I sent a photo, like an Insta of this was, as well as some cufflinks. And they let him have the copy with the, the stabby. I'm gonna carry a weapon in jail. Now he won't be able to wear the copy because I've said that. But he's not permitted to have the cufflinks or the photo of us, apparently.
I can't have a photo of you guys?
I don't believe, and I made sure it was a photo that had, that stuck to they have strict criteria, like vacation even, or what else? No words, no gang signs, no. So it's just a nice, pure photo of the two of us, but it appears that that's too much. I don't know. I think I just wanted to stop her personally. But however, we did raise a lot of his isolated and just in regards to the conditions. And he said that since he has been let out back out into general population, they have dropped the COVID mandates in the jail. So I think it's due to the awareness that everyone brought to the situation. I mean, the fact that Saskatchewan has no currently states. So this is not a federal institution that he's in. He's in a provincial institution. So I think that, yeah, maybe they just weren't aware that, they can't push this narrative anymore in the testing. And actually, I was told that I shared some misinformation. So I'm trying to rectify this. I've had an ethylene oxide that the swabs, the PCR test swabs are coated in, is a carcinogen. From what I understand, as long as it's gassed off properly, it's kind of like alcohol. Like gas is often actually an issue. So, but at the end of the day, the main issue is when you look at the Genetic Non-Discrimination Act, you are penalized if you refuse a genetic test. So that was my main issue, and it's very invasive. So any invasive testing, they, in our opinion, at least should have offered a saliva test. Eventually, they did let him. I can't even remember who gave me this tip, but they said, why can't he just use a regular? Brought that up to the team leader, and she mentioned it to the nurse, and they let him use a Q-tip to test just the very inside of his nostril. It didn't have to go up to his brain, apparently.
Well, there's that. What about you? This must be difficult for you.
Yeah, it is, and I miss him terribly. I think that this will all work out in the end, and it's obviously brought more awareness and some positive changes within the correctional facility. So while it's not ideal, I just kind of, I just accepted the fact that this is part of the process, and this is unfortunately, Drew and be subjected to for speaking out and sharing very controversial opinions. Do I think it's right? Absolutely not. But we also went into this knowing that if you want to, I don't know how many times I said that you probably land in jail. So here we are.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of heavy-duty material directly at him. If you go to the anti-hate website, they've got a lot of material there. Can you address any of that for us here tonight? Because it's pretty nasty what they do.
Yeah, I speak with Kurt Phillips and Peter Smith from Canadian Anti-Hate Network, as well as Elizabeth Simon. I'm not even convinced yet that she exists. I hope I'm totally off on that, but I have not seen a photo of her. She refuses to speak to me over video, and I expressed to her that people had issues that they don't feel that they just kind of left it at that. So I guess I'm just going to continue to assume that maybe she's not a real person. But I did reach out to Larry that just the extent of his words, and I said, you've called Jeremy a racist, to which he denied, and so then I dug up the disclosure documents where he said he had written an article, Jeremy McKenzie, racist Flat Army member, like it's right there by Peter Smith. And so I was like, the inmates, all they have is a tablet, the news, some music videos. Most of them are in Saskatoon, are native. And now they're being told that Jeremy is a white supremacist. Dating a past with a white woman, but it has that BGB is one of his best friends, like Maraza stated earlier. So, yeah, it's supposed to putting him into immediate danger. Yeah. And gang activity, because they don't fight one-on-one in jail. They'll come at him, if they're going to come at him, it's going to be a group of them.
Has he had trouble like that you know of in jail?
Yeah, there have been like a few. Those definitely, for the most part, they're just, when you're new to a unit, there is somewhat of a hazing, and you will be a target to have your food stolen or your canteen item stolen. Not really sure how you prevent that, other than try to make friends and create your own little gang. I guess like for me, I'd be putting all my canteen items in my bed sheet and like carrying it over my shoulder. But even that, I'm like, I don't know if they would deem that a weapon potentially, or I don't know what you do. And there's really to get those items back once they have been stolen. They usually go in as a group, steal your things. So on camera, it's mass confusion. The guys going in and grabbing everything all at once. He did have some mail stolen. I think that has since been returned, thankfully. Yeah,
this is terrible.
It's a zoom in there. Yeah.
I mean, we're chuckling about it, but it isn't funny.
No, and I think I just have to laugh to get through it, because I do worry about them. And a lot of the inmates' complaints. And then they can affix that to, say, a pencil or whatever, turn it into a shiv. And, especially if they're in there for any length of time, they don't mind being charged, or, it's good people in there necessarily. I'm sure there are some people in there on remand who probably also don't deserve to be in there, but there are some singling there as well.
Yeah. How long is all this likely to continue, the court cases and so on?
Oof. Well, it looks like he will at least have a hearing, they'll review mine actually, potentially this month. And then it all depends from there. Like one of his court dates is not until, in Nova Scotia, I think it's November 23rd of 2023. So, yeah, and my thought was, great. Jordan law, sure, that comes into effect after 18 months, but I am starting to hear rumblings that Jordan law does, I don't know, because of COVID, extending it, I don't know what's going to happen there.
What kind of penalties is he facing potentially if they're successful and they convict him on any of this?
And some of the charges he's being charged summarily. Some of them are indictably. I believe the ones in Saskatoon are indicted in book and ignored our evidence or what have you. He could face years in jail for sure. I don't think that that's rightfully so, but I also know, especially it's too bad I can't really get into the details of the charges too much, but I certainly know people who have gone to jail for when I don't believe that they should have. So it's really hard to say what will happen. It will all depend on the judge, and if there's a judge and jury, if they'll allow a jury. I certainly hope they would. Yeah.
Are you going up to Ottawa when he's there for his testimony? Will you be there?
So he will be testifying from jail in Saskatoon.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah. So, and I'm not sure if I will try to make it out to Saskatoon for his bail review or everything. Still a little bit up in the, I'm just kind of taking it day by day at this point, and obviously I have to watch my expenses as well, and not accept this for as much as I'm sure if anyone's on Twitter. I'm a grifter apparently. I don't really think that Twitterverse knows what that means. I've never accepted money from anybody. I never will. I knew exactly what I was getting myself into I'm banking on to get through my charges. And mine are certainly a lot less severe than Jeremy's. So I'm not really at this point, and it's not really a pride thing. It's just I'm here to help the freedom community, and I just haven't. I'm not at Jeremy's level where the government has targeted me. Yeah, at the same.
So is it Friday that he's supposed to testify?
Yeah, that's what I believe. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because and this wasn't that triggered him being added to the witness list. Any idea?
That's a really good question. I thought it was interesting. The same day that they reached out to his lawyer, I had filled out like commission, you know, website where you could fill in questions, and I was adamant. I was like, Jeremy McKenzie needs to testify, putting length why I felt that he should be in the testimony, and I knew that they would end up talking about him. So it's only fair that he gets on to state his view of, especially where he was there for the entire. So yeah, I don't know if it was a timing thing. He was speaking to a lawyer from the commission prior to going to jail, and was kind of shuffled around, so it looked like he wasn't going to get to testify anymore. You know, so, and then we were concerned. We felt like maybe that was part of the pressure to incarcerate him so that he wouldn't be able to testify. And I'm so scared. I mean, I'm just glad that he gets to go on and have his say. I just hope that people do get a chance to see it.
The hearings so far, how are you feeling about it? Is this productive?
I think it is. I from what I've seen, and I do wish that I had more time to watch more of it, but from what I've seen, it doesn't for the Liberal government, in my opinion. And I think anybody who's there, it's so great that I know that this Robert Knott TV and Kyle Cardinal has worked on the website to have a lot of the live videos streamed. So you can go on and you can kind of see at any point during convoy, you can find a live footage. And that was kind of, I didn't go up for the first week. I was probably just glued to YouTube watching live videos to see what the hour I put myself in that situation. I had concerns that there would be false flag events, or, I didn't want to get caught up in the middle of, getting tear gassed, but then when I saw how amazing it was, I was just like, I needed it for over 2 years, and desperately just waiting for people to come together, and it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen.
Let's see, some people have questions for you in the chat here.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, if you have questions for Morgan, somebody just says free Jeremy McKenzie. that's going to be a trending hashtag.
It is. Yeah, I think we're working on shirts for Filthy Fashion merch website as well. We're a little slow on that, but people said there would be some merch with the hashtag. Yeah.
Or somebody's looking for a good Jewish accountant.
Please, I don't underlead.
What else do we have here? Gosh. I hope Morgan is right about immigrants and youth by the lips. Not sure what that's referring to. This is talking about Maid.
Hmm.
Come on, give me some questions from work. Is Philip ready to testify?
Philip, what are you doing? Yeah, I received a Phyllis at my Halloween party the other day.
Oh.
I'd have to grab her. She's not within reach. I think she's hiding from Phyllis, like a little screaming goat. I'll try to get her alive shortly, but yeah, I think she tries to keep her distance. I don't blame her.
Okay. Somebody wants to know how they can contact you if they need to.
Yeah, I share my list a million different ways to get a hold of me, which is also means that I'm usually up until at least 4 in the morning answering messages, and I try very hard to get back to everybody.
So there's been a lot of response, like a lot of words.
Just thankful for it. I mean, obviously there are people who, don't agree with everything Jeremy says. That's fine. You don't have to. That's great. Most of the messages I receive are in support. How could people just really want to help? And really the only way that they can help is just content, or if they can share the Give, Send, Go, if they can write their MLAs, MPs, the Premier of Saskatoon, or what have you, to apply pressure and bring awareness to this situation.
Now, you mentioned that there might be a possibility of him to be done with mainstream media, possibly CDC. Is that moving ahead, or just what's going on with the mainstream media and their treatment of him?
Yeah, I actually wanted to thank some of the mainstream media. Jeff Lee Truber, I reamed him out for a little while in regards to, I was hesitant to speak for him, that he would put a spin on my words, of course, and he was good to write an unbiased article and just state the facts, and he is looking to interview Jeremy. And again, of course, our lawyer is probably going to ask that Jeremy does not request this in, so we'll see what happens. And there are a few, I would say more mainstream media or left-leaning politically reporters who perceived Jeremy in a certain way, were influenced by Canadian Anti-Hate Network articles, and since they've actually done a deeper dive into the circumstances of these cases, there is the fact that they're, that this isn't typically how cases are treated and how prisoners are treated and how things happen in court, and they, a couple of them first bail hearing. And I think it has really opened their eyes to a lot of things that he's been subjected to.
Keep your health through all of the turmoil.
I'm not ivermectin princess, apparently. I try to get it. I am like a huge I will push vitamins. I try to get outside as much as possible. I take extra vitamin D. I stay active. I'll have jump on the massage bed. Anything, it's little short bursts in between whatever it is that I'm doing. But I do recognize that personally, I know my limits, and I was a private manager for the company. I recognize that I'm just not productive if I don't take breaks and if I don't take care of myself and if I'm not eating properly. So I do take because for 17 years I have really prioritized my health, and that has in turn helped my mental health and probably prepared me for all of this. I just love this other oil. I've taken up my whole life. I just try to stay healthy. I actually also also had an issue with alcohol, but I did recently quit drinking in hopes that when Jeremy gets out of jail, that there just won't be alcohol. I say that, I see the liquor back here. I'll have to replace the shelf with Jeremy gets out of jail. Not that, and I don't actually think Jeremy struggles with alcohol. I think that nice of the big comments. I think that was the extraordinary circumstance where he was upset that I was in jail and probably felt that he had no control over the situation. And there was just no way to contact me for 4 days because we were in the middle of a hurricane, lines were down, and so nobody actually knew where I was. And yeah, I think he just had a bad night. Yeah.
As Jeremy West disgraced you fought for your freedom. No wonder his channel is raging dissident. Did they delete his channels?
I don't believe. He's on his 5th YouTube channel at this point, and I think the plan is to just continue to make channels until Bill C11 goes through, I guess. Which hopefully one time believing the amount of support that they're getting from senators to push that through. And I encourage everyone that's watching to please push it back and reach out to senators. And yeah, I think I'm just a little bit, maybe they don't understand the full extent of, and I saw even on Twitter the other day, someone was asking his thoughts were in regards to that, and he was like, this is the first time I've heard of Bill C11.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, at the core of all of this, right at the heart of it, it's an issue of free speech.
Yes, really. And of course, when you speak out so publicly, so many hours, every hours a week, and then hop on an after party and then do as many interviews as you can in between. He is being targeted not only by the government but then by Antifa, and yes, certain people have just seen that don't go at him until they can and just attempt to lay charges and attempt to have his accounts shut down until they are. Unfortunately, we have a friend whose bank they just kept reporting her account for fraud. She was trying to raise money for Jeremy, and they successfully shut her account down. And then I feel like that's a win, and that they're really helping humanity, and that's just what they, they'll do. Die on that cross.
Jeremy's Canteen account link.
Yeah, I have. Is that the Canteen is not as easy. You do have to send money orders. I have a friend of his in Saskatoon that if I send him money, he just takes it directly to the canteen in person. That's kind of the easiest way. I did, I think I pinned that agent, but I know it's limiting, but for anyone who is on Telegram, it's my page, what is it called? Just Morgan May for Freedom. So Morgan May for Freedom. And if you go back in the pinned messages, it will tell you how you can send mail to Jeremy, what his inmate number is, and if you do send mail, you have to include, or he won't receive it until he gets out of jail. It will just stay in his personal belongings. And there's some information on how to send it. Money for the there's a tablet in jail for anyone who just would prefer to text him. That's an option. I think they only have 4 tablets for about 30 guys, so they do fight over it. But I think he gets on there just about every day.
So you get to talk to him on the telephone? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, so I've been able to talk, especially when he's out of segregation, it's a lot easier. I can talk to him on the phone when he calls me, but I can text him at any point, and I can send him photos as long as they suit the criteria and get approved. And then I can, as Energy, start you for 56 cents a text, and then 11 cents a minute that he is on the tablet. But not being able to contact him. So
People keep making reference here to the Jewish accountant comment. Lawyer, I see the humor in it, but is there something more? Is there a reason he would ask that question specifically?
yeah, I don't know. I'm sure. Well, if you, I don't know if Anti-Hate has deemed him anti-Semitic, or of course he's not. Yeah, that was a funny. I saw someone clip that video earlier.
I guess you have to just wear this stuff as a badge of honor.
Maybe they're trying to troll themselves. They're not. The left is not good at making memes, and they're not good at trolling. But they're trying.
Yeah, Susan says Give Sun Go is excellent, and yeah, I think they are too.
I think that was used a bit so far.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna have your bank account in Iowa with the what's it? Why can't I think of the other one?
GoFundMe? Yeah, GoFundMe. Go.
Yeah, basically. Someone threw on the Europa in the final battle. I did start watching that. I had shared it at one point in Germany. I was like, oh, great. Now I need to do it.
Jeremy McKenzie is a very smart gentleman. I would never take that away from him, but there's two sides to every car. Whatever, I don't know what that means. Obviously, more than one side to a story. It is what the lawyer said today at the EMA public audience referred to. As a like thinking open up multiple live streams. Yeah, somebody said that a couple of the other streams, the other channels are glitching right now. I can't run over to the other three computers. and another octopus. They're just gonna have to glitch until they see it.
What an operation you have. We're gonna have to die. I'm gonna have to hire you.
I don't actually envy him because he's got it all figured out. He's got his mixer and the multiple camera things set up.
Yeah. I know, it was Leslie. I was trying to sort out all the cameras and there's a lot going on here.
Yeah. And he's going through multiple channels. He has a very substantial subscriber base, doesn't he? Like, how wide is the audience for Raging Dissident?
It's so hard to say because as soon as I know at one point his TikTok account reached 50,000 followers. And that's still, and I don't know what the other 4 YouTube channels were at before they were taken down. I know the Telegram channel is almost at 14,000 followers. I'm doing my best just to get, my whole goal of starting a Telegram channel is just to beat BGB's Canary in the Coal Mine. And I'll catch the warning.
BGB is big.
Black guy bigot. Our black-white supremacist.
Got it. I think he phoned here yesterday on the call-in show, and I thought he was awesome. I think
he's great.
That's who he was.
Yeah. He must be Dave Chappelle when he goes on as the blind black white supremacist. I believe his name and it was driving me crazy.
Yeah, and Christiane Marie says stay strong. So you do have a lot of support and a lot of love here with the viewers here. I think that probably everybody, I've got a lot of people here, probably have watched Jeremy and they are familiar with you anyway, because we're just all an extension of one big family.
Clayton Bixby, thank you. Yeah, it's so great, and that's kind of been my role over the past 2 years, is trying to as communities and as communities together as we disagree. And I think that coming from a small island has really helped me with that because granted, I have 2,400. My class was the largest graduating class up until 2008 of 34 people. And and so if you don't get along, it's awkward and uncomfortable because it's just easier to get along with everybody.
Yeah, honk honk. The honking will continue. That's what conditions of proof and mandates are ended. That's the thing too. Like the protests, they never really did end, did it? It's still going on.
No. Yeah. Well, and I didn't even understand it's full hours still at work because of the mandates. I guess I've been so focused on other things that I thought it was only healthcare work getting their job back, and then I threw it out there on Facebook, and I had so many people responding, right down to like, oh, Reagan's is not hiring people back if they're still unvaccinated. It's not the healthcare workers, and that's really what I think we need to focus on is just like really ending those mandates so that people can. I don't want to say, I have friends who haven't gone to the hospital in 2.5 or over 2 years because they just can't wear a mask. And so I'm not sure what kind of health implications that's having on people. I was actually recently able to go. She has her own small practice where the secretary was not impressed that I was coming in unmasked. But she was like, you was willing to wear 2 masks and a visor, and she's vaccinated, so why, she mercifully lets me come into her office and
Yeah, Queen says that if she goes to Saskatoon, she'll stop by. Those are your stopping grounds. It's one of our favorite people. We have PDS just sent a super sticker for $10. Thank you, appreciate that. Very much. And what other questions do we have here?
Yeah, he's only hit 1 visitor a week at this point. I didn't realize that I could actually visit him via Skype. But unfortunately, it is 1 visit per week from my Skype with him, so. Sorry if if I would like to see him in person and I ruin it with my Skype. Someone asked me to do a pin on a Telegram page of different ways to get things from Jeremy. Yeah, I know. I know because I know that he is able to also. They told me that he can ask his team leader for permission to get books or if you wanted to send a book in. Apparently, he refused to read. I don't smell terrible. I don't want to know why they smell terrible, but he doesn't want to touch them. They're all very old and disgusting. Okay.
Jail is not a place I would want to visit.
It's not ideal from my own experience. I had to take my mattress and, they were all excited my second visits that they now had beds. But I couldn't really use my bed because I had to put my mattress in between the doors to block out to my room.
Oh my God.
And I did offer to deal with the mouse situation. I had a trap all ready to go, but they kind of treat it like Mr. Bojangles from the Green Mile, and I think that they're pets at this point. I let them out with a nice live.
So tell us about your experience in jail and explain what you were arrested for with the medical officer's health at his house.
That was the first arrest, yeah. I was in for 4 days in remand and also, isolated because I wouldn't get the PCR test. The second time was because I'm a thief.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so about Was that an accusation of a drive-off?
Yeah, Jacksonville, yeah. So I will be dealing with that. I think my next court date for that is December 6th. From what I understand, they don't have evidence of it, so I'm not too concerned about that charge. I did certainly try to get a hold of the gas. They didn't record me not paying for gas, so yeah, I didn't. I don't really know what's going on. So yeah, and apparently it was $69.10, and I don't know. I don't usually get and like it's a very set amount. Like it would be $70 or it would be $65, and I'm pretty strict about getting my air miles. And we'll see, but I don't think that happened. However, I did have this day in jail for fast.
Don't they have video cameras and things, right? They don't have any evidence anyway, right? So
yeah, I even drove back to the station. It's 25 minutes away, and I drove out there to take a peek at the footage. And apparently steps in place, so I was not permitted to watch the video, and maybe that's where it's going to court now. I'm not allowed to watch the video, but court. They did have a photo of me standing at a gas pump, and that was about it. Yeah, this doesn't really prove, did I go inside and pay with cash? I'm not really sure what went down. So I did. I was speaking with a two that said that sometimes gas attendants will get their friends to steal gas, and then kind of the next person in line will have to I'll pay, but now I'm like, was I set up, or I don't want to pay for someone else's gas, so I would like to know first if it was my gas, and then I'll have no problem paying for it. I would have preferred to pay $69 rather than $525 an hour for my look.
yes.
Who steals gas? Like you're on camera, you're on camera, and you have your license plate. I wasn't hijacked. I wasn't wearing that.
Yes. Well, Morgan, is there anything else you'd like to add, or think that I might be missing?
I think it's just really important. I really want people to continue to feel comfortable voicing their opinion, or I just hope that these experiences, people who are like, whoa, I don't want to go to jail, or I think that there will be a select few targets who have platforms and who will be targeted for being outspoken. I think it's just really continue our united non-compliance and come together to ensure that that we're acting lawfully and that the country is running in a democratic process and hold people accountable, because I think that things have gotten so out of hand because we weren't holding people to account. Now for me, I was very hyper-focused on my career, and I didn't pay attention to politics prior to COVID-19. Not at least, and I really had no idea what was happening and how much they were getting away with. So we all just need to really pay attention and make sure that the people who we have voted in can hear our voices and what we're standing for and what we don't stand for.
So I guess the overall question I kind of too, it's like, it isn't worth it.
I think it's definitely worth it, and I won't be able to come up with the quote on the spot that but we are unfortunately always going to have to fight for our freedoms, have to advocate for ourselves, and the moment we stop doing that, that's when you'll see more government overreach, and that's, I do think there's a chance for us to win unless we all throw our hands up in the air and just say that there's nothing that can be done.
Well, I wish you both best. And that's the truth right there.
Yeah, and thanks for all you're doing, all the exposure you're bringing to the inquiry. I think it's extreme fees, especially for anyone who wasn't there, didn't attend the convoy or the protests, to know what actually went on during that time.
Yeah, and are you doing any podcast or live streams absence, or just on your own? Is there stuff people should be watching?
Yeah, I've kind of just been updating social media. I've done as things that Jeremy has wanted to get out. He has been coaching me on how to use all of this crazy software. So I do hope to do like a Queen cast of sorts. I need to let go. I'm such a perfectionist. I need to let go of some things and just accept the fact that I am not the entertainer that Jeremy is. Then it's not going to, I can't get on and rant for 3 hours in a row, and I'm not going to be chugging beers. And, I'm still kind of sorting out the music and what have you. But yeah, I do plan on going virtually, and I'll keep everyone up to speed with any changes, that anything that Jeremy's experiencing and what people can do.
I know, son. I guess you'll be posting on your social media accounts to direct people. Do you already have a channel set up? Where would they find you?
You know what I should do? I should send you like my link tree as well, because it kind of shows everything, which is a bit extensive, to be honest. I need to back away slowly from some things and get back to work. Unfortunately, I have taken quite a bit of time off of work and focusing mainly on advocacy especially the past 14 months. And it's not really sustainable. Advocacy does not, fortunately, at least, I mean, in my case, yeah. And I'm not looking to get paid for it. And I have to find you again. Sorry, I have somebody, and that person with all of the tabs open.
Yeah, me too.
There you are, private chat. Okay, so this is my link tree.
Okay.
That includes some of I believe, sites as well. I should throw the gifts and go on there too.
Okay. So we'll go back over here. I need to make room. I have too many of these banners. They don't want me making. I have to delete something. Okay.
And I want to thank everybody so much. Obviously, if it was just me, it probably wouldn't feel worth it, or it wouldn't, like everybody certainly fuels my fire. Your personal stories, I do take the time to read them, and I care deeply. That's kind of why I got involved from the beginning. Of course, I had my own issues, but when I saw that people were starting to part of the isolation early in the game, I realized that I had to speak out for those who didn't have our seniors in long-term care facilities, and the children who were stuck in school being forced masked, and if they took their mask down, apparently some of them were being punished for that, and just really had to stand up for people who couldn't.
Right. Well, joining us on the program, everybody, that's your link tree. That's the Give, Send, Go to donate to the Jeremy McKenzie Legal Defense Fund, which is very, very important. And you guys have a journey ahead of you, and we're here. So anytime you need a platform, this is always available to you. We're just little guys. I'm a little guy. We're a little channel, but we have a great family here.
Yeah. I'll put a shout out to Steve Rowattai, who actually connected me with you, and he was just like, so this is great. This has been great. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Well, we're here anytime. So and thank you. People have asked for you.
Yeah, thanks.
So there you go. Okay, folks, we'll take a brief break and we'll say goodbye to Morgan for now. Or we'll say so long. How's that?
Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Folks, right after this, more to come right around the corner.
Hello, world. Are you? Uniting humankind by liberating time. Maverick News. The world is watching. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
Okay, so we're back, and I think what we'll do is we will phones for a short time. We still have, well, we have as much time as it's only to 8:22, so we'll take some more time. And how about we spend some quality time together? Okay, so let me get that set up, and I'll play the promo so you guys know what number to call if you don't have it memorized by now. Okay, here it is.
Join the conversation. Call 975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for future prisoners. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Okay, and the calls are stacked up already. And up first we have, I think is it Thomas?
It is, buddy. Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
I just want to make sure I get the buddy turned down my TV.
Okay.
We don't want no feedback. Okay, I'm listening, man. Hey, I am leading the fight for freedom in this community here. The fight, okay? No discussion. Yeah. Where are you at anyway? You're like an hour off me.
Oh yeah, we're in Ontario. We're right between a little town of Chatham.
Do you know where Inwood is?
Yep.
You do?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Do you live there?
No, I can't say I'm that intimate with it. No.
Oh, I'm thinking of you super arrogant, man. Come on, seriously.
Not big or small.
No, I understand that, but for you to not recognize that one soul is a street person and Inwood, Ontario, for you to not to know that, I don't know.
What am I missing? Who's
you
in
never heard of One Pug Life?
Who?
One Pug Life, who is?
One Pug
Chris Whitcroft.
Don't know.
one play with it?
I don't know. I guess I'm just a game.
Okay. Well, let's just get on to it. There's a man called Chris Whitcroft. He's married a girlfriend with, his girlfriend's name is Tiffany. And once upon a time, he did something so fucking stupid crazy, bro. He's back now. He goes, despite doing shit under the table and working for cash and running his business and doing things as legitimately as possible. You know, I know fuck for no freedom. Like he got railroaded somehow and got fucking tossed in jail on bogus charges. He got a call. He said, "Well, jail," and I've got a little disability because he broke his straight back. You know.
Ouch.
Same people too. Oh my God, this industry, please.
Oh, okay, well, I'll check him out. I will definitely check him out.
Well, yeah, sure. I encourage you to.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Nonetheless, well, like you can still encourage YouTubers before it. And I'm just like, you're a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber.
Okay, yeah. What's your
You know,
channel?
thank goodness for Google, really.
Yeah, what's
My channel. Dr. 42.
Dr. Doom 42?
Or DRDOOM 42, correct.
Dr. Doom.
I kind of a little clean it up. It's a little messy and sloppy right now because it's. I won't have to explain it, but nonetheless.
Give it to me one more time. It's Dr. Doom 42.
Spell this out right about later. DRDOOM 42. They make the D. The capital D.
I got that.
I'm telling you, they find the channel, the little Monte Carlo and the icon.
Okay, hang on. And that's a YouTube channel, is it?
Yep.
Okay, I gotta grab so I can bring this one up for you.
Yeah, that's the stuff that makes you
Oh my. No, I guess you, it's my own.
Yeah, I got two computers and they're complicated enough as it is, yeah.
I have 4 running right now. Dr. Doom
Well,
42.
I'm not trying to look at two together and get things to run right now.
Searching for your channel. What kind of stuff do you do?
Well, my very first lead was a demolition derby video back in 2009. I started my channel in 2007. Didn't make my first video till then. And then, like, let's get over 10,000 views on it, at least, by now.
Yeah.
And that's a label that lady picked to creep on and run a chance, an opportunity to toss somebody in the face at a convenience store for charity or something, I don't know. But anyway, I videotaped it. It was pretty funny. She got the creep light on me in the face with a creep light. Oh, and from there, I've got a bunch of car show videos that restored the 1981 Trans Am. And currently, my project is the stuff that goes on at Valley Raceway, our local dirt track here in the valley.
Well, there you go. I got your video.
I'm just trying to have improvement things up. Yeah, you see, there it is. But anyway, there we go. I got into bird watching as a hobby and set up a live bird cam, and then I threw that into the raccoon cam overnight live. Because there's at least 2 families of 5 raccoons trying to feed them every night for a couple of years, not straight.
Well, listen, my friend, I got a caller stacked up here. So we should wrap.
Well, I don't know, I didn't burn my shit there, but like, well, the thing is, the fight for freedom, that's a serious issue, because I know I've been through the system ever since I was 1 month old. I got sold as a baby.
You got sold as a baby?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how people get adopted. Yeah. Just the roots of the story, okay? One 1 month old. I got sold as a baby. He was put in the home of the guardian angels and was adopted to people that are probably not. But anyway, in the year 2015, I met my birth mother for the very first time since a month old.
Okay.
Between that and when I was born in 1969, there was a time after I was an adult moved into the house, my mother had the nerve mental health care system. That was a big mistake, let me tell you. You don't ever want to get trapped in there. Because I had a fight, and convincingly enough, we won my case to get myself. Go to this, I spent 6 months in there, explaining to the doctors and whatnot that the chemical imbalance theory is a bunch of bullshit. That was part of the thing back then. So if any psychiatrist or medical professional thinks the chemical imbalance theory is a thing, tell me he's on crack, because that's fucking bullshit. I don't need to swear, but it's just, so it's fucking frustrating. Because once you have no rights, man, they don't listen to you and nothing. They'll just do whatever the fuck they want. Like I said, I don't need to explain it.
Okay, well, listen, I gotta move on. We've been on 8 minutes. We're gonna take the next one. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate it. Take care. And we've got John on the line. Hello, John.
Sorry, man.
Okay, go ahead.
Good, I've called in before. And I don't know stuff about asking, I get it. But just his attitude didn't really do justice.
Yeah.
But it was I don't care. For movement and justice, right?
I hear what you're saying.
You know, that's so that you mean anything about his past or anything like that. Yes, he shaved. He made himself look different. But you can't change what you've already done. Because you got caught doing what you were doing. Right? That's what I mean, Rick. I didn't mean to, because I've been in the chats for 14, 15 days, man. And your chat is about democracy. This is where we have speech. I don't care if there's left people there. I don't care. It is all about democracy. People don't understand what democracy is. You're allowed to have debate. You're allowed to have disagreement. You don't swear at people. You don't have to. You can actually discuss it and talk about it.
Sure.
I don't know. What is your opinion? Yeah, Rick?
Oh, I think I've already expressed my opinion on Pat King's testimony. I think the tone was a little off, and I don't think he deserved the kind of punishment that has been thrown at him. People who were arrested on mischief charges or similar charges just have deserved what they've been put through. Excessive. It's political. They are political prisoners. They use a variety of different tools and charges to go after people, to attack them, to destroy them if possible, because they are enemies of the state. Politically wrong. I never thought I'd see this in Canada. And even if you maybe said some stupid things on social media, I don't think that it's King what they're doing.
Rick, I totally agree with you, and I totally agree with the audience. I think that it was his demeanor as a person come across properly. I think that's listen. don't know if he's in person, but I think he fucked himself the way he presented himself.
I hear what you're saying. You know, it's just, yeah, his approach was a little too cocky. He wasn't wise, you know, even though he hasn't learned how to play the game, right? Doesn't mean you have to submit, but a little more respectful. You
called it right there, because right now it's a political game. It's a political game. You have to play with their game. Your attitude of that game is going to get fucked.
Yeah, I mean,
and that is what I mean. And this is the movement. It's just because of the way he speaks. Right? Like, this is what I was trying to tell people in the chat. Like, this is democracy. Okay, I'm a right-wing person. But I will. Yeah, absolutely. This is why your channel is the best. Because you can talk about it. You want to say? It doesn't mean that you hold that position, but you can still mention it without being shadow banned or blocked.
Yeah, well, as far as you do that, yeah.
At this point, right?
Yeah, well, I appreciate the comments. I think it's all valid. And,
yeah, like sometimes people bury themselves. And you have to be humble at some point. You have to be humble.
Of course.
Right? Yes, you have views, but you have to be humble. And I didn't get that with that. I didn't. I have never met the man. His knowledge, but then the other skeletons come out, right? The skeletons in the closet. And then I was like, holy cow, this is such a fucking mouth. Well, I'm sorry, it's too late.
Okay, well, listen, John, I appreciate the call. And,
yeah,
take care. Thank you very much. You take care as well.
Yeah, okay.
And there we go. That was John. So, 8:38. Give me a couple of minutes here. Let's run this and be back momentarily.
We. However, we sing out of the truth done by the New World Order. And it's to us. Because hearts are creepy and gross. Should not eat hearts. Narrow leaders. The world. News. The world is watching.
Okay, I think we have Queenie on the line. Hello, hey.
I want to tell Friday Mayor like I always do, right? Because that's what I do.
Sure.
And just, I want people to, I like what the other caller said, but you need to appreciate the fact, when it comes down to Pat King and stuff, like I've always said, I don't always like what he said, but you know what? Look at our Prime Minister, okay? People are forgiving him back. Why can't people be forgiving of other people's mistakes in the past?
Because they're not liberals.
But we're all people supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
And I find it so hypocritical when people come on here.
Yeah.
And they point the finger at them. Worry about what's on your own doorstep before pointing the finger. And when you're talking about things, you're totally being hypocritical about it.
Yeah. I'm no critical of Pat King today. In my views, like what I'm saying is, I'm just analyzing it technically. I just think he would have been more effective if he had been a little more humble, a little more, if his approach was softer, if he hadn't been quite as combative, a little more passive. I think I'm just analyzing it. For me, I'm not trying to throw the guy under the bus at all. No, I see what's going on, and I think that he's got a raw deal. I think that the video that they used as evidence today was all edited together like that. That's evidence. Since when is an edited video that they edited together? Police service said they edited that. That should never have been allowed. Yeah, but understand.
But what I'm saying, though, too, is that, we're sitting here fighting for our freedoms. Why change who you are? Because that's something that I don't do. I've never done. This is how I am. You don't like it, turn and walk away. I'm a very strong person, and so is he. And for people to expect that you want him to be softer, then that's a lie.
No, I don't think that's what people are saying. He's free to do it. He chose to do what he did today. I'm just saying, from strategically, it could have been played a little differently. And
see, I thought he was great. I thought so.
Great, I thought he was. See, Bridget, I thought was far more effective because she stood her ground, but she did it in a different way. She was like standing up for herself, but not sort of defiant because she was protecting herself. Pat was kind of like a little more aggressive.
Attacking.
He had contempt for the lawyer, which I totally understood, because the guy's okay, but and he wanted to debate, and the lawyer was attacking him. But in that position, there's just a smarter way to play it. He chose not to.
Yeah, and I get that. I guess my point is that I'm just so sick and tired of falling into what people want us to be and act like, because this is what we're fighting for, is our freedom to be who we are. We're all different. And I don't, I get into a lot of trouble because they're yelling at me on the phone. I'm not yelling at you. Do you want to hear me yell the whole town and town over will hear me? You get to talk to people on your tone, and I think that's just where, we get some division, and maybe they don't understand his tone. I totally understand the words he said. I was not impressed with that. Do not get me wrong by any means. Some of that being in his voice and how he was taking a drink, he was backpedaling because he knew he was wrong and didn't know how to get out of it. and his mom went through handle it. I get it because he messed up. But you know, like I said, we're in a new era. He may have said some things about Indigenous people, but he was very hardcore in Edmonton before all this, when this was in between the 2009 United States of Ottawa. You know, so people can change. Like, you know, like I said, I've been changing over this. You know, I think people of other cultures and love them, and just even the hurt of thinking about how I used to be, you know, wants to put me into tears. But at least I'm making those changes. And if people are willing to move forward and make those changes, how can we just embrace it until they prove themselves wrong again? Everybody deserves a second chance.
Sure. Yeah.
I think the other one, so I really find it disturbing how they're separating them. And I knew this all along. That's why I'm like, be careful, right? Because there was major separation going on there. And they're proving around, so I didn't even hear about him. And I'm very heavy into this. I was on double day in, day out, no sleep. Zero. And I knew what was going on because we were helping people that were getting stuck on the side of the road that were heading in, and it was winter, and they lost their skis and they had kids, and we were helping there. People were running out of gas. We were running gas to them. Like, we were busy on fellow. We went talking about it. I was just like, hey, wait a minute. And then I'm glad they brought it up because in the beginning they made it sound like, oh, James brought me into this. James knew each other. He had no interest in it whatsoever. And I've always said that group of people, you have to be careful and just listen to everything they say because their interest wasn't where it was supposed to be.
Mainstream media coverage from the inquiry today. Oh. My goodness. CTV, they say they have an exclusive story. All Freedom Convoy truckers' donors could be drawn into class action lawsuits over protest discrimination. You know, bringing. I knew this would happen. I knew they were going to do this. This is like political per scale. They're going to go after everyone. You know why? They want that money. They're greedy and they want that money. That's what it is. They see dollar signs. All Freedom Convoy truckers' donors could be drawn into class action lawsuit over protest disruption. The class action lawsuit against the Freedom Convoy was to expand the list of defendants to include all truckers who occupied Ottawa earlier this year, as well as anyone who donated to the fund to fund the protest. And this is that Paul Ciampa. I told you, and then I told you that this is what this guy is all about. It's about going after. This is about money. You know what? Let me change this up because I took you off there. Let me bring this up on the screen here so they can hear you again. Hang on. I'm gonna do it. I gotta come over here to that's right. I'll bring it up on this screen. Right there, and now I'll bring it up back over here. Folks. Was voting. But the retainer has their name on it, the Justice Center, as the legal provider. Was the retainer different? No. The nature of my anticipated involvement remained constant. And I take it you then proceeded to get to know your clients? Yeah. How long did that evening meeting last? You got there at 11:30. When did it end? It just had,
landing and taking off several times in a small aircraft is a little bit hard on the body, and not to mention, I'm sure all of the people on our team were the same. This happened so fast, we had very, very little sleep. We could tell the fatigue, and that was when I first was informed that Tamara was aware that some group was calling a press conference for the next day, and they wanted her to speak. And I immediately started asking questions about, okay, who's called the press conference? What's its purpose? Who all's speaking? Was there a media advisory? She didn't know. You know, this is not her world. I've dealt with high-profile cases and communication specialists extensively, so she didn't even know what a media advisor was.
And I understand that you wrote out her remarks for her.
What happened was I had no intention of being in the media. I was there to not be in the media, but to provide guidance. And even in that first meeting, I started hearing these different groups' names, and I was, okay, well, who is this group, and why are they here, and what this other group? It was the chessboard was starting to, the thought was starting to lift, and I was sort of, oh boy, this is going to get complicated. The major concern I had was two things. Tamara made it clear to me that she did not feel comfortable. Appreciate she's absolutely exhausted. They all were. I could see the fatigue. And she didn't feel comfortable being exposed to a long format press conference where every media person could come at her, basically. And so I was already getting some thought as to how we could possibly restructure the press conference to make it more orderly and make it more effective in conveying.
So and did you prepare her remarks for her?
So the next morning, my legal team was adamant that I should take a more active role in the press conference. I was initially reluctant. When we got from our hotel, which was out of the downtown, to the Arc, and went into one of the logistics rooms on the main floor, it's a big boardroom. I got more information about the plan for the press conference, and that was, it was going to include a number of medical doctors. And
so my question was just whether you prepared
this Take Back Our Freedoms had an external communication consulting firm that had prepared a speech for her. A number of us, including Tamara Beach, reviewed it. Did not like the messaging. So Ms. Chipiak and another individual, a medical doctor, rewrote it. It still wasn't his voice, so I assisted Ms. Leach in revising that statement, and it was fun. Minimized in very short order because we only had 2 minutes, and then she proceeded to the press conference to deliver it.
Mr. Clerk, can I ask you to bring up JCF 50155? Video. Wait 1 minute from that.
Of lawyers are here. leader of this organization. You're also going to hear from Johnny. Where did it come from? My brain. Okay. And how did your brain figure that out? Well, I observed. Being engaged, that she seemed to be the organic leader. She was the one that was doing the Facebook lives and other videos. She was the one who was sending out the message. And she seemed to have the personality of a natural leader that inspired others to get behind her. Thank you. Now, can you bring up, Mr. Clerk, HRF 402139? Letter to GoFundMe that I think on the plane, correct? That's correct. And understanding of the evolving goals of the committee's GoFundMe campaign? Yes. A medical doctor rewrote it. That some of the leaders in Ottawa had it, or whether that was something. Just scroll up a little more, please. You know it in the second. Second goal is not to reimburse those for those committing unlawful acts or criminal acts, and you say the convoy has been clear it only supports peaceful assembly.
later that day, you attended a phone meeting with GoFundMe.
That's correct.
And among other people.
That would have been on the Thursday afternoon.
Yeah. And among other people, Mr. Harris was on that call.
Yeah, all of the lawyers that were with me, and a number of the board members from Freedom Corp were there, as well as Ms. Leach.
And Clerk, Mr. Clerk, can you bring up WTS 6032 and go to page 8? This is a witness statement provided by Chad Eros. And he made certain statements in there, and I want to give you an opportunity to respond.
Sure.
On page 8, he says that the, if you can scroll up. A little more, please. Not seeing it right now, but he does say that the JCCF lawyers, and specifically you, were trying to take over the meeting and assert themselves as the spokespeople on the financial side of the convoy. Do you remember reading that?
I don't remember reading that.
Right there, and where it says Mr. Wilson trying to take over the meeting. All I want to know is whether you want to respond to that.
Well, I mean, what does that mean? When I led the meeting, someone needs to lead a meeting from when you have two parties. Mr. Eros spoke, other lawyers spoke. Mr. Eros spoke extensively in explaining to the GoFundMe executives and their legal team, because there was, I would estimate by memory, there was 10 to 12 people from GoFundMe on the other side of the conference call. This was a call, not a Zoom.
And you mentioned, sorry.
And we relied heavily, at least our side, on Mr. Eros explaining the financial controls and who he was and his background in banking and as a CPA, and his role as treasurer. But yes, I did lead the discussion. That is true.
And I understand as well that you had some discussions with Mr. Eros about the organization Take Back Our Freedoms.
Yes.
Did Ms. Leach have some concerns about that organization?
Yes.
And what were those concerns?
My memory is, as I indicated in my witness statement, and it wasn't just Take Back Our Freedoms, this was happening extensively, and it happened immediately, or I observed it immediately after the first day when I actually started appreciate I'm coming in at night and go through the lobby and up to a hotel room and then back out. The next day I'm now starting to interact more, and I'm now in a big boardroom and there's these different people coming and going, and I'm trying to figure out who's who. There's no organization chart. There was no introduction session. It's not even like a meeting where you go around the table and introduce one another. That didn't happen. It was constant chaos. So I learned that there was a group, and then I learned that it was this TBOF. I didn't even know what TBOF meant initially. And then I heard about this Canada Unity. And then there was Mr. Borgel's group, Something for Freedom. And there was Veterans for Freedom. I could go on. There were so many different groups I was starting to learn of. And what I observed was that different groups were trying to take control. And what I observed, and believe to be true, is that some were trying to take control because they saw the organic, flat hierarchy, largely of the convoy, and wanted to make it more successful and felt they had the organizational capability to do that. other groups seem to want to reshape the Freedom Convoy into their own event, branded theirs. And I got the distinct impression from some others that they were trying to get their hands on what at that point was $10 million in donations. And my impression and my recollection from the discussions that I would have with Ms. Leach, as various people would demand private meetings or, play games and say we weren't allowed to use the boardroom because it was their boardroom, those sorts of things, that she was under pressure from a lot of these different groups for the reasons I've given.
Okay, and coming back to take back our freedoms, am I correct that Mr. Peckford was the chairman of that organization?
Yeah, and it's interesting because he's more of a symbolic chairman. In all of my discussions with the Honorable Brian Peckford, I would speak with him not every evening, but maybe every second or third evening. My telephone logs confirm that I've tendered in evidence, and I was looking for guidance from him. He was, he's an elder statesman. He's been through a lot. He's one of our founding fathers of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, very seasoned politician. And so at no time did we ever have any discussion around Take Back Our Freedoms. Did I feel he was speaking on their behalf? Him and I have become somewhat close through my work on his federal travel mandate charter challenge in federal court. And I was using him as a resource and someone to run ideas past and get guidance from.
And am I correct that you were aware that at least Mr. Eros had some concern that if there were concerns about Take Back Our Freedoms and you were acting on behalf of Mr. Peckford in that other litigation, that you were in a conflict of interest position?
That was never raised at any time. I don't feel I was in a conflict because at no time did Mr. Peckford ever ask of anything of me. I was the only one who asked of things from him. The concerns that you're referring to are concerns that were never aired at any time during Ottawa by Mr. Eros, and only some months later after the Ottawa protest had concluded.
Okay, thank you. And just to shift a little bit here, you were staying at the Ark Hotel, is that?
No.
Where were you staying?
At a Best Western, I believe it was about a 20-minute drive towards the east.
So you arrived there, excuse me, on February.
So 20-minute drive from downtown. So each day it took us 20 minutes to get into the downtown core.
And so you arrived there did you stay there the night of February 2nd?
That's correct.
And when did you leave?
Our stay there ended, it would have been approximately around the Sunday of, just trying to visualize the calendar here. The second Sunday would have been, anyway, I think we stayed there for about 10 days.
Then where did you go?
Then we went to the Swiss Hotel.
And how long did you stay there?
We stayed there until the Wednesday, which would have been the 16th. It was on the Wednesday that it was apparent. This was when I had the phone call from Steve King, city manager, advising me that the third attempt to move trucks was going to be unsuccessful, and he was very disappointed, as he himself testified here.
And I was just asking you the date
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to contextualize things and I have to remember things by events because I wasn't calendar focused. And so it was that day that it became apparent that something dramatic was about to happen by the government and the police. And as a result, Miss Leach instructed Miss Chipiak and I, because we were the only two lawyers left on the ground at that point, to relocate to a new hotel.
Where was that?
La Germaine.
And how long did you stay there?
I stayed there until the Sunday, which would be the 20th or the 21st, I believe.
And then did you go back to Edmonton?
I went home, yes.
Okay. Did you have interaction during the period you were there with James Bowder?
No. And if I did, it might have been where I was in a room or in a hallway or on a sidewalk and he shook my hand, but I met so many people. And the interaction would have been unremarkable.
And you became aware of his Canada Unity's Memorandum of Understanding?
Yeah, very early on, I was approached by many people, both within the client group and others, asking me about it.
And I believe, is it fair to say it was in your, from your perception, getting a lot of attention, and you talked to a lot of people about it?
Yeah, they would ask me. I didn't make it a topic that I felt I needed to discuss with others, but I did get asked it a lot. And when the first thing that's obvious about it is a memorandum of understanding in its simplest legal concept requires all parties to it to sign. And it was evident that the signature lines on the last page were not going to be signed by the Governor General, nor someone from the Senate. And in any event, I would explain, when I was asked by the board to brief them on it, I explained, and I apologize for my voice, I'm recovering from a cold.
There's water there.
Yeah, thank you. That I explained that there's only two ways that governments change under our parliamentary system. The first is when the Prime Minister contacts the Governor General and dissolves Parliament and asks that the writ be dropped. The second, through parliamentary tradition, is where a bill is identified as a Parliament's vote, and Parliament votes to defeat the bill. In that second instance, the Prime Minister would similarly contact the Governor General. This idea that a certain number of people could sign a document and that would somehow compel or incentivize and lead to a change in government, I explained consistently and repeatedly, is legal nonsense.
And you knew that, did you know at the time that almost somewhere around 300,000 people had signed on to a petition regarding that?
I didn't know the number. I knew that it pre-existed the convoy. I knew that Canada Unity pre-existed the convoy as a group by at least a year or two, that it was not a creation of the convoy. It was one of these hanger-ons.
So I take it you were surprised that so many people were taking it seriously. Is that fair to say?
I am very surprised at, this is not the first time I've run into this. I've had to litigate opposite these sovereign citizen folks and quoting admiralty law and think that if they present a flag in a certain way in a court, the judge loses jurisdiction. I've had to encounter this many, many times in my career, so I was just like, here's another one.
Okay, now, on February 4th, I understand you were served with a statement of claim and an injunction motion by Mr. Town.
That's correct.
And you represented convoy leaders in that?
Yeah, not everyone who was named at that time is my memory. That pleading a number of times and evolving document is to be expected in a litigation of that nature.
And did you oppose the injunction?
What we did was we received it at approximately 4 o'clock. That was at the same time that we also received notification publicly that GoFundMe had determined that the fundraiser violated their terms of service and that they were stopping it and either going to send the money to some other group or there's a lot going on. Served with a motion record, emergency motion returnable to Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock. So my legal team and I prepared through the night. Mr. Champ continued supplemental materials in the magnitude of hundreds of pages. We had everything ready to go by noonish the next day, but not even enough time for me to read the factum. So I took the.
Did you oppose the motion?
I'm answering your questions, sir. We took the position that it was just improper for the court to hear it on the Saturday. We agreed to come back on the Monday. I had informed my clients that there is no way the court was not going to grant the injunction and that the best we could do was to ensure that the terms of the injunction order were not excessive, were not prone to abuse and arbitrariness, and had an acknowledgement of their right to protest. So the real argument before the court was, what is the terms of the order going to be, and overcoming the challenge of in rem versus in personam orders.
Thank you. Now, around that same time, I understand from your witness statement that you had some discussions with Mr. Marazzo about his concerns that there seemed to be a change in tone in the response of the Ontario Police Service to the protest.
Yeah, the Ottawa Police Service, that's correct.
And that change in tone was related to what Mr. Marazzo saw as a shift from a negotiation type response to a search and contain enforcement type response. Is that right?
Precise.
And was that consistent with your argument?
Yeah, to the extent of opportunity, because as you can appreciate, it's very fast-moving, chaotic environment. So many either interpersonal issues arising between the players or logistical issues or whatever. But we did have occasion when we were, Ms. Chipik and I were leaving our hotel. We worked, it must have been the Monday when we were in court, because we ran those from our hotel outside of downtown. And we heard Ms. Deans in an interview on CBC's As It Happens. And her language was deeply troubling. And that combined with Mr. Marazzo expressing concerns about the change in tone from Chief Slowly, heightened the urgency of trying to find a way to open up dialogue. And if you look at my phone records, you'll see that my first attempt to bring in Mr. French occurred actually that weekend.
Okay. And what was your strategy as a result of this?
Well, I in my past, I've been involved in 2 international scope crises. The first was the 2003 mad cow disease outbreak in Alberta, where I was representing a government agency. And the second was in 2009 H1N1, where I represented the people who were patient 0 for the Zootonic transmutation. And so I've been in emergency operations centers of government on 2 major incidences, and I've seen the chaos that occurs in there. And, you know, I know the importance of dialogue and communication, and I know I sense the danger of the parties not talking, even if it's back channel. So I had a strong desire to open up back channel communications so we could bring the temperature down, start to see if there's ways to resolve this, de-escalate this, wind this thing down. So that was a heavy focus of mine at all times.
Okay, and I take it that you contacted Mr. Peckford and asked him if he had any contacts that might help.
Yes.
And then you received a call from Dean French.
That's correct.
And in your statement, you indicate that Mr. French suggested that what was needed was to move trucks out of the residential areas. Is that?
Yeah, he laid down some ground rules, sort of base conditions for his willingness to get involved and try and be an intermediary. And so we had I still remember, and the chickens reminded me of it, that we had a very, very intense phone call where he was testing me and I was testing him. But what he made absolutely clear was that the truckers had to be willing to move out of the residential areas, and I had to be honest with him about whether I thought that was achievable. And once he learned to trust me and I learned to trust him, we both thought it was achievable. So then he proceeded to go to work. To go to work on it, go behind the scenes. And I wasn't asking for the details. That's not how it works. If you've ever done this before, you just let them go do their thing behind the scenes, and they will come back to you at the appropriate time.
And on February 8th, I understand that Mr. Morazzo asked if you and Ms. Chipiuk would come to a meeting at City Hall.
Yeah, what had happened was I first met Mr. Morazzo on the Thursday that we had the press conference. It was later in the day that I was introduced to him. It was the first time I had met him. I immediately was impressed with his calmness and his level-headedness. There was a lot of emotion up and down with various individuals in these rooms, but Tom was always just completely calm. And he had been observing for longer than us, and he had been working with the police liaisons, and felt that he was in a circle where nothing material was arising. And he advised in the meeting room, I remember he came in, he left a meeting with the PLTs, and they told them that he didn't want to speak with them anymore, and he needed somebody that was more of an inspector level, somebody who had some actual decision-making capability and greater authority. Things went quiet. The next morning, this would be now the Tuesday.
February 8th?
Correct. Tom told Ms. Chipiuk and I that he wanted us to come to a meeting at City Hall at noon, and I said, okay, what's this all about, and does the city know we're coming? Because one thing that is a certainty a lawyer will at any experience will share with you is that it's always a bad idea for your client to unexpectedly bring lawyers to meetings. It never goes well. So I've never before consented to that in my 27 years. But this being such an unusual circumstance, I agreed that we would go. And we arrived at City Hall and had quite an interesting interaction in order to get upstairs to meet with Steve Kay.
And I take it that you met with the PLT officers and they weren't very happy about your being there. Is that
animatedly angry.
And so, as you indicate in your statement, you told them that to try and cool things down, that you would seek instructions not to impose the continuation of the injunction which was coming up in court.
That's correct. We the only thing you go through your pockets and see what do I have, and I had nothing. And Eva, Ms. Chipiak, as astute as she is, pointed out that there was one thing that we did control, and that was what recommendation we could make to the board about what position they would take on the continuation of the injunction, because Justice McLean had issued it for a set number of days. I can't remember the number of days, but it was only set, and we had a returnable date that was coming up in the following, later that week, I believe. You can figure it out from the pleadings. So we said that we would seek instructions from our client not to oppose it becoming a long-term injunction. So the quiet that had resulted from the injunction would remain, and that was what we offered.
Had it been your instructions to oppose the continuation of that injunction?
I had not yet received instructions at that point.
And I take it that you ultimately had the meeting with Mr. Kanellakis?
Yes.
And were you here for his testimony?
Yes.
And is there anything about what he testified to regarding the meeting that you disagree with?
There's a couple of sort of nuanced details, but that I think he might have just been misremembering, at least, or alternatively I am, but nothing of substance.
Okay, and subsequent to that meeting, sorry, let me take a step back.
Sure.
I understand that he had two concerns. One was to keep the meeting secret because he didn't want it to get out if there wasn't a successful negotiation. And he wanted to move trucks from the residential area and the Rideau Sussex intersection.
Yeah, he'd given us a list of 3. So I led by saying once Evan and I went into the room, and I know there was some conflicting testimony. There was 3 PLTs in that room. There were 7 people in that room. I know someone testified, I think it was one of the, it might have been Drummond, that there was no police in the room. That's absolutely false. And he's likely just wasn't accurately briefed, I suspect. And I led by saying, okay, give us your top 3. If we can get movement at 3 locations in the downtown, if we can move trucks and protesters, where can we provide the most immediate and effective relief? And they gave us the 3 locations, and one of them was Kent, and I can't recall the other 2. But what I also picked up on, as did Tom Marazzo and Eva Chipiak, is that they spent almost the entirety of the time talking about Rideau and Sussex. And so even though we had this list, it was clear to me and to us as a team that Rideau and Sussex was in a category by itself. So we promised them at the end of the meeting that we would keep the meeting secret. And the reason that that was important, it's in these situations, it's always about building trust. And it's the littlest things you can control that build the trust. And so we agreed to keep the meeting secret. And in fact, no word got out about the meeting. And I said, and I'm not from Ottawa, so, you know, I was stuck in buildings, and then when I was on the move, it was often at night, so I was very spatially disoriented all the time. And so I said to Eva Chipiak, who had done her, I don't think it was her Master of Laws, I think it was her undergrad or her LLB here in Ottawa, so she was very familiar with the area, and Tom obviously was. So I said, can you please take me to Rideau and Sussex?
Okay, so take it after the meeting, the three of you went to the intersection.
That's correct.
And Mr. Clerk, did you bring up HRF 401550? Take it, this is a picture that you took of the intersection at that time?
Yeah, I took several pictures, including a picture with Mr. Morazzo and Ms. Chipiak in it. I started doing that just to help keep track of things. You know, you get metadata on your phone, so it shows exactly what time and place. So I started taking these pictures.
You indicate in your statement that at some point you left the intersection and Ms. Chipiak and Mr. Morazzo remained to talk to the protesters.
Yeah, we decided, and this is the way things worked, particularly with the people that were there involved in the protest, is if something needed to be done, you did it right there and then. You never waited. So the decision, we had a discussion, and it was Eva and Tom were like, well, why don't we try and move this intersection right now? So I said, all right, I'll go back to the Sheridan, and the reason that we agreed that I would go is because we had so little to negotiate with in terms of tools and tactics with the protesters. Because I had been on the stage at the press conference the week previous, I was recognized as the truckers' convoy lawyer. So the idea was that if they made significant progress but needed just something more to get the truckers to agree to clear this intersection, that they would say, well, we're going to have Keith come. And then I would come and try and use whatever influence I may have. So that was the plan. And to be clear, because there's been conflicting evidence about this, our focus at this intersection was to clear it, which is very different from the deal with the mayor, what the objective was. This was to clear this intersection, and as soon as we got there, we could see why it was such a concern. I think there's 6 streets that come together. There's the very high-end condo tower. There's the U.S. Embassy down the road, the Senate, and on and on. And we're like, okay, we understand why they want this cleared. So our goal was at least to clear up the westbound lanes.
And if we can bring up back up your witness summary, WTS 6058, at page 7. And you can scroll up a bit. You said out there, in the interest of time, I'm not going to take you through it all, what happened at Rideau and Sussex that led up to your finding out that there was a willing, or at least Ms. Chipiak and Mr. Morazzo, the bottom paragraph, finding out that the truckers had agreed to move their vehicles to Wellington, but there was a problem in removing the Jersey barriers, and that fell through.
Correct. Well, it was not. What had happened was that my briefing is that we had an advantage because the first 3 big trucks that would have to move were the ones that had the Polish immigrants. And Ms. Chipiak is Polish background and can speak Polish fluently, and she very quickly developed a rapport with these truckers. And we knew if we could get the first 3 to go, they would incentivize the other ones to join in. There was a sense of each of these areas that people didn't want to be left alone. There was a real group thing going. We picked up. So, but this was an intense group. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you've heard about that. There was this Forfada stuff that the first time I heard it was in this inquiry, so it was never on our radar. But so Mr. Marazzo gathered, about 80 of them together, and in the middle of the intersection, surrounded by their vehicles, and got them to pick amongst themselves 2 representatives. Then he moved forward in effectively a parlay in the old military sense with the police to the west up to closer to Wellington. And then the particular police liaison, Sergeant Fung Lee, had a little bit of an aggressive personality. He could really turn aggressive very quickly. And Mr. Marazzo was concerned about him interacting directly with the trucker leaders from that intersection. So Tom went up, spoke to Fung and said, okay, bring in the equipment. We're ready to move at least half the intersection, the westbound, up into that space on Wellington. Fung, Lee's phone rang, he stepped back, and then turned around and said to Tom, the deal's off, they're not going to move the barricades. And we now know from the record and the testimony of others that others higher up the command vetoed that movement. So Tom, but this is important, Tom did not go back and disclose what actually happened. He said they just can't get the barriers moved because he didn't want to destroy what little progress we had made. We agreed to have a cooling off because a lot of the truckers were upset. They had arrangements to make kinds of moves before our involvement, and they felt that the police had double-crossed them. And so we decided to give everything a cooling off and a try again on the Thursday.
And so that was on February 8th. And I take it that February 9th, there were some discussions with the OPS PLT officers, and that led to February 10th, where you returned to Rideau and Sussex to try again.
Yeah, on the 9th, PLTs about 4:40 p.m. Contacted me through Eva Chipiuk. That was the protocol we had, is that if they needed to get me urgently, they would call her because she was always at my side. And they came over to a meeting in the main floor of the Sheraton. It was an intense meeting. But we briefed the board that evening, and Tamara Leach requested that all of the road captains, all legal, the board members, all assemble at Sussex, or Rideau and Sussex the next morning prior to 10 a.m. in an all-out effort to use their persuasive skills. We had an initial success where there was a load safe truck that you'll see in lots of pictures. Load safe is what was on the logo on the side of the cargo trailer of the semi-truck, and it was parked right by the valet area of the Chateau Laurier, and it was pulled up on an angle, almost jackknife blocking almost 4 lanes, and the police did not like it at all. They'd been trying to move it, and I was standing with a large group of PLTs, Miss Leach and others. Mr. Barber came up. He said, hey, I said, Chris, or one of us said to Chris, is there any way you could go talk to that guy? And as you heard, we all watched in amazement. Chris jumped up on the step and was hanging onto the mirror. The window came down. He started visiting with the guy for a few minutes, and all of a sudden Chris hollered out for truckers to come and set up a perimeter to safely back him up, and the backup alarm went on, and they repositioned him so he was right up against the curb. And I remember we all thought, okay, this is a good sign. Maybe we're going to do this.
And then, as you say in your statement, there was a crowd that suddenly appeared who didn't understand what was going on, and they, in effect, surrounded the area.
Well, just a little bit more detail because I think it's important for context.
If I could just stop you for 1 second, I do have a video with that.
I'd like to contextualize it first if I could.
Sure.
So what happened was we had a bunch of failed attempts to get enough truckers to agree. We always had those guys at the front that were ready to go. So a lot of the team, or those of us who were there to try and clear that intersection, were done. It was a very, very cold day. I was back and forth trying to keep warm in the lobby of the shadow lorry. That's when I got served with one of the seizure orders and was dealing with the chief bank on interpleader. There was so many things going on all the time. In any event, we largely given up. It was just about to get dark. And then one of the PLTs came out of the area and he came up and Tamara was with me and a couple of others and said, "Yeah, we can go." And Tamara's like, "Well, then let's do it." So they called in the big heavy lift equipment to lift the barricade, and they ended up bringing a tow truck as well, a flatbed tow truck, because you may have saw one of those pictures. They have these orange mechanical devices that are actually bolted to the ground, and the vehicle drives over and it comes up behind it. So we were waiting. It was now getting dark, and it was typical. As you get into 4 or 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, the number of Ottawa residents and others that would start to converge into downtown would significantly increase each night. This was typical of that. When the trucks and the heavy equipment arrived, they've got yellow flashing lights, they have backup alarms. That caused more people to come because we were anticipating moving the trucks up past the War Memorial to Wellington. We needed, the police were obviously handling this part of it, more police to create a safety corridor so that no one got run over. And as the one vehicle backed up and its alarm was very loud, people started to rush in. Tamara had been removing from the barricades the signs. No one else, the police were smart not to go and start taking signs down. It was Tamara that she was recognized. So we placed the signs over on another railing by the Senate to get the barricades ready to be removed safely without controversy, hopefully. Just as the equipment was going, people rushed behind the tow truck because they seemed to think that the police were about to do something bad to the truckers. I was talking to them. Tamara was individually talking to groups of people. It's okay. This is a cooperative move. We're trying to clear this intersection. The truckers want to move up to Wellington. And then people would sit on a barricade. Tamara would go talk to them. They'd apologize, get off the barricade. She turned around and different people on another barricade. And then the police were further in. Tamara and I were trying to talk to as many people as we could to explain that it was okay. This is a cooperative move. We're just trying to clear an intersection. And then the people just swarmed in, and that's where the video plays.
Okay. Can you pull up please HRF 401587?
And I'm in the orange high visibility coat, which they jokingly called my trucker camo.
I'd like to move back to your statement, please, that it's WTS 6058, and you only have about 15 minutes, so I think you were going to try and speed it up a bit.
Excuse me, that video was what date?
That would have been on the Thursday, sir. That would have been February 10th, the evening. That would have been about 5 o'clock. Sorry.
Now, you set out, starting at page 9 of your statement, your dealings with Mr. French, and leading up to a meeting with him on February 11th, where he presented to you a draft letter from the mayor, and you went and got instructions, and you were discussed it with the board, and the board agreed essentially to go ahead with the proposed deal to move trucks out of the residential areas. Is that?
That's correct. And the proposal was never just to move up to Wellington. It was always recognized that probably only 25% of the vehicles could go to Wellington. The more dominant theme of the plan was for the vehicles to move to the remote locations at Embrun, Exit 88, and Arnprior, and to have expand the shuttle buses that were already running. And there was also, this is a very important point, and I don't know that it's come out yet, is a lot of people who were there, the truckers, never planned to stay that long. But the Canadians they met along the way, and the stories and the heartache that they heard, and the trust and plea that they heard from those people, many of the truckers I talked to felt this obligation to stay as long as they could, but they also needed a way to leave gracefully and respectfully. And one of the things we recognized was that if 75% of the vehicles were going to be given an opportunity to leave and go either to Embrun or Arnprior, that some would actually use it as an opportunity to go home and do so respectfully. So that was an important part of the plan.
And that's what you refer to in your statement as an exit strategy.
Correct.
And in that regard, if you can bring up please HRF 401278. And this is an email. It starts at the top, February 12th, from you.
It's a reverse chronological order, so that would be the latest response. I had prepared, following the board meeting on the Friday evening, where the board decided to approve the deal. They were all there in person except for Mr. Dichter, who was incapacitated due to his broken leg and had to stay at the Sheridan, but we had him joined by conference call. And because of the significance of this, even though on the Friday they had all agreed to proceed with the deal with the mayor, I wanted to get something documented. So I sent an email to all of the board. You can see where it says, right just by where the mouse is, a little bit up and to the left, a GIDG. That's a part of Bridget Belton's email address. You'll also see, you can see Mr. Dichter's emails on this as well. It's the first one on the CC line, actually. And I received responses from everyone approving it. It makes reference to the arrangement with the mayor. The plan was, how are we going to get the truckers on side? So the decision was made to do this Freedom Manifest document where Tamara, with all the board members signing at the bottom, would say it's time. We've had an impact. It's time to do something differently. It's time for us to focus our presence on Wellington, where our beef is with the federal government, for them. for them to have the other trucks move out to the other locations.
And if you can just scroll up, please. There, it's stopped right there. You say in that email from February 12, 347, indicate that the drafting committee had looked into a way to draft a document that would describe the Freedom Convoy's overall demands of all governments and a way forward strategy. And so they were working on the broader document for review by the board tomorrow, but you're circulating a draft now as was intended to be a communication for the captains and truckers regarding the deal with the mayor. And then you say towards the end of that line, after Wellington and Elgin, while at the same time taking away the excuse that Trudeau wants to unleash the police goons and seize trucks. Remember, we are trying to block Trudeau from having the justification to cause the police to use the new emergency powers against the truckers and allow the truckers to stay here in Ottawa for as long as it takes, etc. Now, this is February 12th, but at that point in time, did you anticipate the use of the emergencies?
Yes.
And further, rather than looking at what's the draft, can we pull up HRF 408?
I apologize, Mr. Young, Commissioner. I'd just like to make a note of the record, or perhaps a small objection. Ms. Belton testified yesterday that on the mayor's deal, it was her understanding that it was all completely fake news. I think the terminology she used, and as I understand it, Mr. Wilson is now testifying that this deal was sent to Ms. Belton as one of the convoy organizers, and that they all agreed to it. There's no fairness to the witness. I don't think that was put to her by the commission nor the convoy organizers or Freedom Corps. So, I mean, we're all working very hard and Herculean, and we're missing lots of things at times just on the pace, but I think this is a rather important point that it's unfortunate we didn't hear from Ms. Belton on that issue.
I think at this stage, let's hear the evidence, and maybe that's a point that can be made later. But I'm sorry, you want to also involve yourself in this?
Yes, sir. I don't think the issue is whether or not Ms. Belton is being impeached. Frankly, I don't think it matters. So this commission doesn't need to make a finding of credibility of Ms. Belton. So I understand my friend's concern, and he's turning to remove Brown and Dunn. But I don't really even think it's a concern. So it's voluntary.
Okay. HRF 401285. And this is the Freedom Manifest that was, I think you said there were about 800 copies made up and distributed to the truckers.
That's correct. About 850 copies were printed. We decided to go old school Gutenberg, printed press. In fact, I took a little video and forwarded it to Dean French so that he could see that progress was being made on the efforts and the plan to get the information out to the truckers. Chris Barber, Tamara, and others went out onto the streets and met with truckers, and the road captains handed these out. And Tamara even went out to Arnprior and Embrum to inspect them, to make sure that they had sufficient capacity to take all the 75% of the vehicles, and to meet with the owners of those lands to make sure they were comfortable with that many vehicles showing up in the coming days.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask these to be pulled up now, but just for the record, we then had the exchange of letters between the mayor and the Sleets, which we've seen. The mayor's letter is HRF 401-264, and Ms. Leach's letter is HRF 401275. And can I now ask to bring up HRF 401323? And this is a document dated February 17, 2022, open letter to our premiers and to our elected and appointed officials. It's a long letter, but I take it that the idea of this was still part of the exit strategy to do something to make contact with government officials so that people could be satisfied that you'd done all you could do at that, to that point. Is that fair?
Yeah, it is. And I think what we were hoping would happen is that the success that we felt we could achieve with the arrangement and the agreement with the mayor, and because if it was successful, we were going to have had the downtown cleared out by the Wednesday, but for Wellington, up to the Sir John A, and a defined area, which they actually in the logistics meeting shorted up because of the issues about the hospital and so on access. And the truckers agreed to make it even a smaller area. It was that it would focus the protest now on the federal government, and then the federal government would be encouraged by the fact that the truckers proved to be honest brokers, and that would lead to a meeting with some federal ministers. There was not a strong desire to have a meeting with the Prime Minister, it was more with the ministers, and that we could agree on a process of formally presenting briefs and information and scientific information to support in comparative information, because Canada was an anomaly at this time in terms of our mandates. The other G7 countries weren't doing these things to try and persuade the government to review its policies.
Thank you. And then we don't have to bring it up, but in your statement, page 10 and 11, you outlined your understanding of what happened in terms of the movement of the trucks outside from the residential area, either to Lee or up to Wellington, correct?
Yeah, well, I was directly involved, and on the Monday, and my text messages and my phone logs confirm it. My text messages with the Sergeant Lee, with the Mayor's Chief of Staff, and with the City Manager. The reports I was getting from the ground were that the police were not in a position. They were getting blocked at different phases by the police. They finally got some trucks moved. We were ready to move trucks again on the Tuesday. Chris had worked, and others, Joe Jantz and Ryan and Dale and others had gone out and worked hard to get a whole bunch of trucks ready to move on the Tuesday. Police completely blocked it. We now see all the back communications and infighting that was going on. We didn't know that at the time, obviously. And then again on the Wednesday. And the other thing is we realized when we discussed it, and I listened to the road captains and to the Chris Barbers, is they felt that once the big trucks moved, there would be stragglers, but they wouldn't want to be alone, and that they would either leave or they may go in and fill a little bit. But so we recognized that. And there was also discussion that and this is controversial, but there was also discussion that if we get down to a few areas where everybody else has either gone up to Wellington or gone out to the base camps or gone home, and we have a few holdouts, that Freedom Corps would no longer provide any supplies, fuel, or materials to those areas to incentivize them to follow the lead of everyone else who was leaving downtown.
Thank you. I see I've gone up for my hour and a half, Commissioner. I have two more points to deal with, if I could.
Sure.
Thank you. HRF 401298. This is a letter that you sent to Chief Bell, stating your view on the the powers that were the police were given under the Emergency Act.
Mm-hmm.
And you took issue with whether there was the power to prevent peaceful protesters from coming into Ottawa to protest.
Correct. And just to clarify, the letter is signed by Ms. Chipnick, but I did review the letter, and we also had at least 4 or 5 other lawyers from the Justice Center reviewing the same statutory regulatory instruments, and we had all reached the same conclusion that the description that the government officials and the police were using to describe the measures was not even close to what the emergency proclamation actually said, and that as long as you were not seeking to interfere with international trade, disrupt or interfere with critical infrastructure, or engage in serious acts of violence against persons, you continue to have the right of political advocacy, protest, and dissent. And so the labeling by the police chief and others that any Canadian citizen was no longer allowed to walk in downtown Ottawa or hold a sign in front of their parliament was not legally accurate and was against the charter.
And I think we've seen the video that's, you don't have to bring it up, HRF 50274 that you did with Mr. Barber to essentially giving that opinion and telling whoever saw the video that they could and should come to Ottawa and continue lawful protest.
We were in the 7th floor boardroom at Sheridan. I just finished briefing the board on the legal review that had been completed of the proclamations. And Mr. Barber turned to me and said, come over here, sit on the arm of the chair, let's do a TikTok. And it literally happened that quick.
And in making that TikTok video, was it your understanding that there was about to be an enforcement initiative by the police to remove people from the red zone?
I didn't know for sure. What I did know is that there was numerous times where information would come into the operations center from various police sources that a raid was imminent, and it happened many times. And then the raids either did occur in part, such as Coventry, or other evenings where they would go and take firewood and fuel or food from one of the blocks. But it did appear from the buildup we were seeing on the ground, it was obvious in the information we had about the number of, I don't know, there's some Lansdowne Park or someplace had been set up as a processing center. So it seemed that there was a shift occurring.
And did you have a concern about the fact that if that was going to happen, you were suggesting to people to come back into the red zone and potentially be in danger when the enforcement actions start?
No, because I'm a Canadian and I never imagined that our government, our federal government, would use that level of force against non-violent, peaceful Canadians.
And just a couple of final points. We heard Ms. Belton's evidence that her hotel bill had been paid by Mr. Bourgault. Have you ever met Mr. Bourgault?
Yes, I met Joseph a number of times. He's an amazing human being and very concerned Canadian. But I have no knowledge of any bills he was paying.
Who paid your hotel bill?
Who would have paid my hotel bill? I'm pretty sure the first hotel bill went on my firm Visa card, and then I was reimbursed by the Justice Center. The Germain was on my Visa card and was reimbursed. And then the Swiss was paid for, I believe, I don't know this with certainty, by Chris Guerra through Adopt a Truck.
And do you have any other information about Mr. Bourgault, about contributions he may have made to the Freedom Convoy in terms of how much or what for?
No, I do know that he helped pay for some meeting rooms. I don't think when Mr. Marazzo and Mr. Bulford were holding their press conferences at the Lord Elgin, I don't think he paid for that, but he might have. And it was mostly, the only first-hand knowledge I have was hotel rooms.
And then there's two other documents that I want to ask you about. The first one is HRF 60. Let me do it here. Three. And this was a press release, February 17, 2022, from the Freedom Convoy, indicating that they did not support any of the comments being made by Mr. King. I may have asked you this, but had you met Mr. King?
I knew of Mr. King over a year prior to going to Ottawa. He had a court matter in Red Deer where he was all over social media saying that he's found this magic recipe for defeating all government laws, and I researched and read the court's decision, and it was clear he was misunderstanding how the law works. So I knew of him from then, and I knew that he was a very loud voice. When I found out that he was here, I told the clients that I wasn't prepared to be in the same room with him. There was one instance where he was brought into a room, and I immediately requested that he leave. The reason was that I had heard of his language at times, and maybe it was unfair to him. Maybe I was duped by the media. I don't know, but there was innuendo of violence, and it was completely unacceptable to me. But more importantly, Miss Leach, because the legacy media was repeating it so many times, and it was needing to be explained so many times, the board made the decision to issue this press release. This is the only press release of this nature that was issued where they identified a person and made it clear that they did not agree with, as it says, he does not speak for us. We expressly condemn any talk of violence from him or others.
Thank you. And then the final document, HRF 60513, page 3. I just wanted to ask you about this. This is one of your, I believe, text messages. Yeah, right there. So if you can roll it up a little more. Up there, right there. I believe this is it's dated at the top, February 9th. Did you appear on Fox News?
That's correct.
And how did that come about?
I received on a daily basis 10, 20 or more media requests. Everyone from the New York Times, Washington Post, BBC, France 24, Belgium, Korea, Japan, every Canadian news outlet. I did agree to do one interview, and I agreed to go on Fox with Premier Beckford.
That's Premier Beckford on the right.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions, and thank you, Commissioner, for the extra time.
Okay, so we're pretty close to the time for the morning break, so I'm going to take the 15-minute break, and we'll come back and start with our list of cross-examinations.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La comisión en el café.
Okay, folks, stay with me. I'll be right back and we'll go to the phones. And you can join in on the conversation. Hang on, more right around the corner.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, the phone lines are ready. This is how you can call.
Join the conversation. Call line 833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Let's get right to it. Here's Errol. Good morning, Sir Errol.
Good morning, Rick. I'm not sure I've officially been knighted, but no need for that, please. Another day at the zoo or the circus or whatever, however we want to describe this charade. I don't know. Anyway, I'm so happy to hear Keith say, and I've been scribbling notes a mile a minute here, and I'm struggling to read my own writing, but I think he said something along the lines of, in response to one of the commission lawyer's questions, he said, I'm a Canadian, and I never imagined that our government would use that level of violence against peaceful and non-violent Canadians. I just thought that was so well stated. And then literally, I think the very next words out of the commission lawyer's mouth, in response to what Keith just said, he starts asking Keith about who pays for your hotels. Like, I don't get that. What's his point? What's the commission lawyer's point? What's he driving at? The commission lawyer seems to want every single penny that we spend on anybody, he wants it accounted for. And if we could hold Trudeau to that level of scrutiny and accountability, wouldn't be in the mess it's in. But
I wonder if they can track the money that's been sent to Ukraine.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's just countless examples of Trudeau just spending taxpayer money like it's a bottomless pit. And of course, we're all paying for it, as is the case with the vaccines. How dare the government say the vaccines are free? We're all paying for it. And then, of course, the lawyer went off onto the Pat King thing again, all in an effort to discredit the entire movement. And finally, I really don't understand why the lawyer brought up the Keith's appearance on Fox News. Like, what's the point of showing that? Is it, again, it seems to be a lame attempt to discredit Keith. Oh, you appeared on Fox News? Oh, well, we all know that Fox News is conspiracy theories and whatever. I'm just tearing my hair out. I'm not bald yet, but I'm...
Yeah, they obviously seem to think the money trail will lead them to some international conspiracy or corruption or criminal undertaking. And we are hearing about some players who were interested in getting their hands on the money for whatever reason. We don't know. It could have been that they were just trying to get it, or they maybe felt that they could manage it better. But there was infighting there. So the government is clearly looking at this saying, how can we get these guys? Let's follow the money. Let's try and discredit Keith Wilson by showing that he's a media hound and looking for the spotlight and associating himself with far-right media outlets.
Oh, yeah, so very far-right people. Not sure if I mentioned it before, but I one of my favorite expressions is what some call a conspiracy theory, I call a spoiler alert. I mean, there's just been so many examples of that throughout this whole pandemic. You know, the vaccines came out, and some of us had the audacity to suggest that perhaps vaccine mandates would be next. They'd come along, and at that point in time, we were called conspiracy theories. Next thing you know, we got vaccine mandates. People on our side suggested at one point, next thing you know, they'll be vaccinating kids. Again, we're called conspiracy theories.
Vaccine passports, you go down the list of every step, and at every step.
Exactly.
You're a conspiracy theorist.
Right, yeah. Well, like I say, in fact, we're just providing spoiler alerts of what's coming. Anyway, Rick, you're absolutely right. These guys are just on a fishing trip, it seems, looking for any little piece of evidence to discredit the entire movement. And,
I think it goes deeper than that. And Lori, our freedom fighter / super journalist extraordinaire, was messaging me overnight as she does, with a bunch of information that she's been working on. And I think we have some information to share with people in the days ahead that will show not only were they following the money, I think the government was actively working. I have to be careful of what I say so I don't let too much out right now. They were actively working against the truckers in ways that will surprise you. I'll put it to you that way. We've got some bombshell stuff that you're only going to see here in the days ahead.
That won't surprise me, pardon the pun. I suspect you're suggesting something along the lines of agent provocateurs, etc. That
on a level that will blow your mind. All
right. I look forward to that.
Yeah.
And Rick, I'll just say, again, these guys are, this commission lawyer is nitpicking, absolutely nitpicking. If the government was ever held anywhere close to this level of scrutiny and questioning and challenging, again, we wouldn't be in this mess. This country would be far in much, much better shape than it currently is. But anyway, I'm ranting.
Not at all. It's all justified because it's clear they really don't have anything at this point, and they're grasping. They really are. They're groping, floundering. They're looking for something. They have nothing to latch onto yet.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, Nick. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Really appreciate the call. Okay, here is Karen. Good morning.
Good morning, Rick. How's it going?
Excellent.
First off, I just want to say my condolences to the lady from this morning. Very much respected and appreciated to have somebody like her late husband to show the truth and to be there and be an advocate for us all. So I've been, of course, just watching. And you know what? It's actually very nice to see that all the witnesses from the Conway side, they're honest, they're truthful, they're straightforward, they're answering questions as fast as possible, and you know what? They're not passing the buck. So you got all these lawyers, and like you were saying, they're trying to grab onto something that's just not there. With the testimonies from yesterday and today just alone, we're blowing up their files. Like, we're literally, it's blowing up everything that the cops are saying with rhetoric and violence and everything else. They're popping up videos as evidence of people hugging each other and singing the national anthem.
You know, in reality, and I use the word reality in the most real sense, it's the cops and it's the politicians and the bureaucrats and the brainwashed mass that is engaging in self-perpetuating conspiracy theories. They're the ones who thought this must be funded by international groups or foreign governments. These are domestic terrorists. These were, who was it that it was former Chief Slowey said, I can't prove it, but I think they were setting up in Ottawa and Windsor and Coutts and all these places that are far away from each other to stretch our resources. These are conspiracy theories. And they were acting upon them, not just loosely, but with real power behind them. Because they had the power. It got to the point where this conspiracy theories are so crazy, they initiated the Emergencies Act. They invoked that to respond to a meme country called Diagolon that doesn't exist, and they've thrown people in jail. They are the ones, you can clearly see it, that largely they are engaging in, they've got these ideas in their heads, and they think, well, this must be what it is. They're the ones suffering from conspiracy theory syndrome.
Well, yeah, and I just don't think that our government was ready to see how willing Canadians are to be there, have facts of Canadians. As our Prime Minister likes to say all the time, we'll have the facts of all Canadians. No, we don't have our own facts. We were there. Like they said, it was a grassrooted movement. You know what I mean? When we're coming to all of that, you know what? I was there from the moment that it started to whenever they were rolling through Canada, I watched everything. And you know what? Just the support alone on the bridges should tell people something. If people are willing to stand out there and minus 30 below weather, you don't think they're going to pull a fin or a sawbuck out of their pocket and give it to a good cause like their freedom?
Right.
Like they were saying, they tried to say that a lot of the money that was fundraised was out of our country. That's not true at all. That was debunked as well.
That's right.
Like, we are Canadians. We will prove time and time again. We are for our people. We are for each other. We love each other. We want to be there for each other. Now, with all these mandates and everything else, like you said, it's exclusion. It's dividing. It's You know, and he can stand there and say 90% of 90% of the country is vaccinated.
Right.
Okay, well, how many of them were forced to do so? How many people were told you're going to take this down your throat and like it, or your whole life is just gone? We don't care.
Yeah.
So I know for a fact that the guy that I speak to all the time, he was telling me the reason why he got involved right away with the Toronto one was for the fact that he needed an ultrasound for his stomach for an ulcer. He had exemption papers. He had one normal, and he actually had one specifically for the place that he was going to. They would not accept him into the door. And so right away, he called up the MP here in Hamilton, Ontario, and he got told, "Oh, that's just the way it is. Suck it up." And as callers have been calling in on the show, it's the same story all the way through. And I'm not just talking about Ontario. I'm talking about every province. When does it end?
Yeah. Well, you're right about Canadians caring about each other.
We love each other, and I'm very happy.
Yeah.
Like, I put out an inspirational quote when they were on the started talking about how much we'll look back on this, and the truth will come out at one point. And as we're seeing it in this inquiry, like, a lot of the truth is coming out with the testimonies from yesterday and today alone. So with that, you know what I mean? Like, oh man, it's natural. I get way too feel for this. You know, we're Canadians. We love ourselves, and I'm very, 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 like, honored being Canadian to see what those convoys were doing. The heroes, every single person that showed up, any person that was on a highway bridge, any person that gave out a bag lunch.
Yep, we gotta go. The intermission is resuming. We're coming back in. I have to go back.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
That's all right. Enjoy, guys. Bring it up.
Okay, here we go, folks. Back to the coverage. And here's the lawyer for the government of Canada. Keith Wilson's testimony continues.
Robert McKinnon for the Government of Canada Council. Mr. Wilson, I just want to take you to a point that you made at the end of your testimony with Commission Council. I don't know that we have to turn up the document, but it was in reference to an email of February 12th that you had sent. And the line in there that I just want to clarify is where you say, "We are trying to block Trudeau from having the jurisdiction to cause the police to use the new emergency powers against the truckers and to allow the truckers to stay here in Ottawa as long as it takes." Do you remember that line?
I think he misspoke. I think he meant to say justification. Does it say jurisdiction?
Oh, having the, okay, so justification. Good memory. So is that not a reference to the declaration of emergency that was made the day before by the Ontario Premier?
No.
It does not speak into the future. It says to use the new emergency powers, which just came into effect the day before.
Was we had, so I had lawyers with me on the ground. I also had teams of lawyers that were back at their normal place of business. When an issue would arise, I would delegate it out. I would say, okay, this team in Toronto, I want you to review this. We even prepared a draft judicial review application for the both the city's emergency proclamation and the Ottawa, the provincial government one. Media assessment is, what does this change? What impact does it have on the rights of the people on the ground? And we concluded that it was largely benign.
Okay. What I'm saying is that those words refer to the new emergency's power in the present tense. The declaration from the federal government came on the 14th. It was 2 days before.
Well, I can help you. by telling you what was in my mind. And our concern was, I believe that it was early in the previous week. By early, I mean the Tuesday, and if not Tuesday, the Wednesday for certain, that we started hearing rumors that the federal government was contemplating invoking the Federal Emergencies Act. So all of the references in any of the communications that you have at that time would be, and unless there's one that's more specific about that. We weren't concerned about either the civic one nor the provincial.
Can you point me to one document which documents what you're just telling us now?
Well, first of all, this was not a normal file.
Right, but you've managed to paper
Could I
this
finish
file.
my,
Sorry, okay.
finish my answer? Yes, sir. This was not a normal file. You do not have opportunity to document things. I'm telling you under oath that at no time was either the Ottawa State of Emergency Declaration nor the Ontario State of Declaration a matter of concern for me and the other lawyers with me. We were very concerned about the potential and the rumors we were hearing for the federal government to invoke the Federal Emergencies Act.
Who told you the federal government was considering using the Emergencies Act? Who told you that?
I can't remember the specific individual, but I do remember the source that they relayed, and they advised that they had heard from some MPs that there was active discussion over at the Parliament about the Prime Minister considering using the Emergencies Act. And it was so some MPs had shared with the people involved in the convoy, and they reported that to me.
Do you have any document you can refer this commission to today?
I might, but I can't recall any offhand.
And you can't recall any offhand. You can't recall a description of the document or anything like that right now.
No, that's correct.
All right, I'd like to continue with just confirming some statements from your witness summary. You'd agree that there was a broad array of groups that were part of this convoy.
Correct.
And you subdivided them into three groups. Those who came to support the movement, those who came to take it over, and those who came to seek a piece of the $10 million.
That was my assessment. Probably I reached that conclusion in my mind within, I would say, 3 to 5 days of being here. I had sufficient interactions and repeated interactions with different individuals from different groups that was the pattern that I felt was present.
And you also have said that the convoy attracted a lot of strange people.
Yeah.
And in those people, you mentioned the Coven of Witches.
That's what they called themselves, and they were doing weird seance things and burning things in the lobby.
And conspiracy groups like Did You Know?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah. So it not only consisted of a broad array of groups, but it attracted other strange groups that, at least as you've described them, correct?
Like moths to a flame.
So you'd agree that some of these individuals, we've heard a little bit already, may have tried to hijack the message or even try and control, perhaps, parts of the convoy group. Is that correct?
Yes, and it was a constant effort by Ms. Leach, Mr. Barber, and others to fend them off, so to speak. And I do recall reading documents in the record where CSIS and the RCMP had also intercepted communications and reached the same conclusion that there was a concerted effort by the mainstream group to resist these hangers-ons.
And Mr. Barber testified yesterday that he could not control truckers generally. They're very independently minded, and certainly not the groups that were coming. Would you agree with that?
That's correct. Yes, I would agree.
And there's Mr. Aros's interview summary that you've been taking to a little bit, a reference to, or at least a quote that you supposedly mentioned concerning taking back our freedoms group. Yes. Did you refer to them as bad actors?
I don't think I would have referred to. No, I don't know that I would have referred to them as bad actors.
Okay. He says you did. And bad actors and manipulators, he says.
I would have characterized, without a doubt, some of the individuals involved with that group as being manipulative, 100%.
So, even within your group, the convoy group and the leadership that you've mentioned, there were, would you say, sort of divisions or factions, I would say?
Absolutely. It was an incredibly diverse dynamic. Remember that if you walked into the operations center at any given moment and said, how many people in this room knew one another before January 15th, and the only two people who would put up their hands would be Chris Guerra and Chad Eros. These people all came together for the first time.
All right. And you mentioned the negotiations with the city of Ottawa in the days leading up to February 14th. Yes. To move the trucks out of residential neighborhoods to take at least a bit of a valve to some of the temperature that had been raised with all the complaints and issues that arose from that. That's correct?
Yeah, and the tensions with the police and the political tensions. It was time to de-escalate and reduce the footprint and relieve the pressure.
But that was never intended to rid the city core of the gridlock of 30-ton trucks or resolve the grievances of all the various protesting groups.
There was no gridlock. I described how I was able to travel freely.
Well, let's just say you're not saying that it was empty of 30-ton trucks sitting in front of Wellington.
No, the idea was to concentrate, and this was discussed in the negotiations with the mayor. The mayor's message that I received through Mr. French was that he recognized that the grievance, I think it's even in his letter if I'm not mistaken, that was with the federal government primarily was the triggering event, the federal mandates that you've heard about.
But your deal,
I just sort of haven't finished, and that was slowing down because commissioners reminded me that I'm speaking too fast. So it was recognized that trucks would remain on Wellington, and to be clear, there was no understanding that it would be a grant of immunity. It was recognized that at any time after those trucks repositioned, the police could come and move them out. It was recognized that there would be an interference in the flow of traffic on Wellington, but I note, because I was up there the other day, it's blocked today, this very moment, by government barricades.
I'm just getting to the point that the deal was never intended to resolve all these grievances and protests and to get rid of the trucks from the city core, correct?
No, it was absolutely to remove the pressure on the downtown residents and businesses, focus the attention on the grievance with the federal government, build from the success of de-escalation and negotiation to incentivize and encourage the federal government to come to the table, open up a dialogue, and set a pretext for the truckers to go home.
Would you be surprised that the mayor would say that the deal was to just release some of the tension from the neighborhoods? It did nothing to deal with the core issue of getting rid of the trucks in front of Wellington.
I don't know. Do you want me to repeat my answer a third time?
No, I don't need that, but I've got your answer. So you don't agree that this deal was intended to resolve all these issues and gridlock on Wellington.
Complex problems require complex solutions. Complex solutions require phasing.
So you had faith.
I had faith. I had confidence in the goodwill look.
Do we have an agreement, a written agreement that said they would move?
I have been able to resolve at least more than 90% of all the litigation files I've been involved in by opening up dialogue between the parties. And I remained optimistic that through applying those skills and those tactics that we could have had a peaceful resolution and a respectful Canadian dialogue about important policy issues.
Who were you representing at the negotiations? Were you representing the leadership that you mentioned, the directors of that company, the nonprofit company, the Freedom 2022, the president, Tamara Leach, and the vice president, Chris Barber, and the treasurer, Chad Eros? Beyond those people, who were your clients?
You've described them, that's accurate.
So you were not acting on behalf of all of the truckers?
That's correct.
So you had faith?
I had faith, and my faith, in the same way, I would have quit practicing law, sir, a long time ago if I didn't have faith in the ability of people having civil and respectful discussions to resolve disputes.
But the objective of that agreement was to move 25% more trucks into the Wellington Street area, so it doesn't do anything to relieve that congestion.
It's fair, but we've already established, sir, that the road's blocked today. So I'm not sure if your concern is about the presence of trucks and Canadians or whether your concern is about the road being blocked. It can't be the road being blocked because it's still blocked to this day by the government.
You have heard or you're aware of the evidence given at this inquiry of the racial slurs, the intimidation, the threats against Ottawa residents and public officials, and the blaring high decibel horns at all times of day and night during these demonstrations in Ottawa. You're aware of that evidence, correct?
I'm aware of the allegations, and I'm also aware of what I experienced, which was Canadians, particularly immigrants of all ethnic backgrounds, coming together in a very peaceful, respectful way with deep concern about what the federal government and governments were doing to their rights and freedoms.
I'm just talking about those particular allegations right now, okay?
Yes.
As a lawyer, you would agree that those are not protected as a form of free speech or action under the Charter.
I don't know that I agree with that. You have to be very contextual specific. Our free speech rights are very broad, and just to say that someone made some vague allegation of racism is not enough for me or anyone else to make a reasoned conclusion.
You agree hate speech has been codified in the criminal code, right?
Yes, and I find the Prime Minister's hate speech towards unvaccinated people and saying how do we deal with these people deeply troubling.
Right. So you don't agree then that threats against the life of somebody is not a protected form of speech under the Charter?
I do not believe that anyone, either morally or legally, should be threatening anyone else's life, and I have received many death threats myself since representing the Freedom Convoy.
Okay, so we agree that that's not protected, right? Death threats are not protected.
Correct.
Nor is speech that is looking to demean, to an extent, a particular group of people in a serious way.
Sir, I'm going to have to object at this time. My friend is entirely mischaracterizing the law of Section 2B of the Charter and the decisions in respect to that. In fact, the Supreme Court of Canada, of course, has held that hate speech, other than inciting violence, is actually protected by Section 2B of the Charter. And so I would ask that my friend essentially cease putting errors of law to the witness on public television.
I am just asking for his view as a lawyer, but I don't have to continue. I have other questions.
Okay, Mr. Commissioner, I hate to interrupt the proceedings, but I received an email communication from our certified transcriptionist asking if parties, when you're making objections from the floor, to please state your name first. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I think this is proper cross-examination, so go ahead.
Okay. So, you agree trucks do not have charter rights.
Yes, obviously.
And you don't have the right to park somewhere for 3 weeks, wherever you want, whenever you want.
I was asked many times, every day, by truckers when they recognized me, and they would say, Mr. Wilson, am I allowed to have my truck here? And if they were parked in the parking lane, I would say it depends. What does the sign say about how long you can park? You might get a ticket. If they were parked in the driving lane, I had the same response to all of them, which was, you tell me this. If you were to stop your truck in the number 2 lane on the 401 and get out and leave it, what would happen? And they would say the OPP would come, they would ticket it, and they would tow it away. I would say to them, you're in the exact same situation here. No, you cannot lawfully park your truck there. There is an interesting argument because they were told to park there by the police as to whether they might have an officially induced error defense, but that was the answer that I would give them.
And you'd agree it's not a protected right under the charter.
Of course.
And neither is blaring high decibel horns a protected form of speech or action under the charter.
Well, there was, and I'm not trying to be cute about this, but you're asking me a very nuanced question because charter rights, especially when you get into freedom of expression, are nuanced. There were times where these dance parties on the weekend, and I said this, and it's in the transcript when I was before Justice McLean, because we did have a discussion about whether there was an artistic element, and the trucks would start with the different frequency of their horns, would start doing dance beats. So there was that, but it's clear Miss Leach and Mr. Barber were clear that they did not want the horns. Before the injunction, the week before the injunction, the truckers agreed amongst themselves to have a quiet time from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. because they wanted to get sleep too. The injunction allowed that to be expanded.
Well, people were dancing to these horns that were going all hours of the day and night. You've heard the evidence from the residents.
I witnessed people dancing a lot to the horns with the music. I'm sorry, so that's what I saw. I'm under oath.
Yes, at 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning.
Yes.
And
I wasn't on the street at 3 in the morning, so I can't say, but I was at least once or twice leaving meetings at 1 in the morning.
I've got your perspective. Do you recall a second press conference that you gave on with others on February 6th? So this one you were more organized. I could call up document COM, I think it's 50856. So it's a transcript of that. There, you attended Ms. Litch, Mr. Bolford, Mr. Dichter, and Tom Quiggin. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that?
I believe that was a press conference that Mr. Dichter had asked that was primarily focused on Bitcoin. It was in the Sheraton Hotel, and I and Ms. Litch were asked to come to attend the first part of it, to provide a legal update and an operational update on where things were at.
So these were people who are all part of your group, right? So Tom Quiggin, Mr. Dichter, Mr. Bolford, Ms. Litch, that they're all part of your convoy group leadership, would you say, or part of your working group?
They're part of the Freedom Convoy, about as far as I'd be prepared to go.
Okay. And you worked together.
I worked with lots of people every day on a variety of issues.
And Tom Quiggin is an ex-military intelligence officer.
That's my understanding.
And he worked in the operations center?
He was mostly, I almost never saw him in the operations center at the Swiss. He was almost always at the ARC, and he was doing these, on his own initiative, these daily situation briefs. They were not reviewed by anybody. In fact, I still haven't even read most of them. We had no time to even read them, and he was circulating them to the truckers.
Now, so he did write daily intelligence reports and special intelligence reports on certain events, correct?
that's my understanding. Yes, and I've read some of them since preparing for this.
And do you place credence in his assessments?
Sometimes I did, and sometimes I didn't.
Are you okay? Well, we can take you to who he is first. Page 12 of this document. Where it has his Tom McQuiggan's, if you go down to line 12. So are we on like page 12? Okay, page 12. That's it. So it says, he described himself, I'm ex-military intelligence. I also worked for the RCMP for 6 years in national security, the Integrated National Security Enforcement Team. I'm one of the few court experts in the country on terrorism, and I'm a declared court expert in both the criminal court, and which is to say Ontario Superior Court, as well as the federal court. See that?
Yeah, I've since reviewed his CV and confirmed these things to be true.
Okay. And he did put out reports every day, right?
I don't know if it was every day. I was a few days in that I learned that these things were occurring. I think they were distributed to the block captains, if I'm not mistaken, in the morning.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to get to the point quite quickly. You're already over time. Oh, okay. Well, I'll take you to one of the threat assessments right now. Okay. One of the daily assessments. It's document HRF 123456018. So you'll agree that there were people attracted to the convoy, not only strange, but who had violent tendencies, if you could look here. So this is on February 3rd. This is the day I think you arrived. Here, the assessment is Freedom Convoy 2022 assessed that potentially violent protesters may arrive in Ottawa to vandalize property. Following that, they will then attempt to blame convoy members for the violent actions. The protesters are likely to arrive in Ottawa either late Wednesday or Thursday. Violent actions are likely intended for Thursday and Friday. The actions from the protesters are likely to consist of harassment of citizens and damage to vehicles and properties. And then they describe how they're going to be dressed. Do you see that?
Yeah, I recall that. In fact, we were received a separate briefing, and this actually was raised by GoFundMe executives and their legal team on our call on the Thursday. And it was Antifa. They previously come in on occasion and knifed trucks, cut the airlines, stabbed, knifed tires, and they had announced on social media, I was told, the Antifa group, that they were going to be coming in a larger numbered force and trying to do more damage to the trucks.
So if I might ask one more question, Mr. Commissioner, just on it, since it's on a document that the transcript, if you could pull up the transcript again, it's page 14. It has to do with tow trucks, an issue that everybody seems to have an opinion on. So this is Tom McQuiggan, again in the interview. That's right. So he says concerning tow trucks, the short answer is tow truck companies right across the country in Alberta, Ontario, whatever, have either politely refused requests from the government to assist or not so politely refused requests for assistance. And if you turn over the page, go down to the bottom of that page first. What it shows is the federal government in Ottawa is reaching all the way down to Buffalo, New York, trying to find a tow truck, and they can't get one because the, turn over to the page, trucking industry is somewhat of a brotherhood, much like the military, much like the police, and we do kind of all know each other, and no tow truck company that wants to be in business for more than a week after this is going to help out. And it goes down a couple more paragraphs. So what's actually happening now, we have a network of tow truck operators who are talking to each other to see who's being called and who's not. Short answer is they're having a hard time getting tow trucks. So was the convoy actively trying to prevent the use of tow trucks?
No, there was never any of the rooms I was in, and I was usually with the leadership at all times, any effort, attempt, or even discussion about reaching out to any tow companies to discourage them. And we know from the evidence from the police in the previous days of this inquiry that, in fact, the governments were able to get tow trucks.
So that contradicts what Mr. McQueen just said in his press conference on February 6th.
And corroborates my evidence that sometimes I agreed with him and sometimes I didn't.
Thank you.
The Ottawa Residents Coalition, please.
Paul Champ for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. Commissioner, I'm going to, I don't think I'll have any difficulty finishing within time, but just like advise that the City of Ottawa has offered their time to me at the close. Mr. Wilson, just have a few questions for you on your testimony from this morning. First is with respect to your flight to Ottawa, how you got here. There was a news report that was on charter flight operated by Northern Air Charter. Is that correct?
I believe so. I think that's the name of the company.
And apparently that company is now under investigation by Transport Canada for carrying unvaccinated people on that flight. Are you aware of that?
That was the allegation by CTV, and my understanding is an investigation was commenced, but no action was taken.
And who originally offered to pay for the flight? Is that Mr. Bourgault?
I'm not, as I testified earlier, entirely clear on who was offering. I don't remember it to be Bourgault. It might have been Take Back Our Freedoms. I believe there was a couple of people, and as I explained, we had this pattern where people would come forward and say, oh, we'll look after this, we'll look after that, and it didn't happen. There was some uncertainty as to whether or not we were even going to be allowed to get on the plane, but the Justice Center said, this is too important, get on the plane, we'll sort this out later.
Now, before you got on the plane, I understand from the interview summary of Mr. Eros that there was a virtual meeting or a Zoom meeting on or about January 31st, whether it was yourself, Andre Amari, Brian Peckford, Tamara Leach, and himself, and Joseph Bourgault. Do you recall that?
It was on the evening of the 1st. It was the reception they had in the hotel was terrible. They only heard probably a third of what we talked about. Mr. Bourgault was not on that. There was a doctor with a British accent, a very nice man. I can't remember his name. And Mr. Beckford was most definitely not on that call.
Was not.
Was
there another virtual call with Mr. Bourgault and yourself and Mr. Eros?
I have never had a virtual call at any time in my life involving Mr. Eros and Mr. Bourgault ever.
When you arrived in Ottawa, you testified that it was apparent to you that Ms. Leach really was the leader of this movement. You said that it seemed that people listened to her, she seemed to command a lot of respect and so forth. That's right.
Yeah, and even if you walk the streets when we were moving from one location to another, it was remarkable the people that would come up and stop her and politely ask if they could have a hug. And the tears would just start to flow, and often I was standing behind her and I would hear with these incredibly tragic stories that these people would share, and the grown men, and about how they'd lost children to suicide, they'd lost their businesses, they'd lost their marriage, and it was Tamara and seeing what Tamara was doing that had given them hope.
I guess was it also in part because people knew that she had control over the $10 million from GoFundMe? That's why she was the leader.
Tamara figured out something way before I did. And I remember it was my fault. I thought someone was coming up to hug her. We were leaving the Westin Hotel after coming out of the meeting with Dean French on the Friday night when he presented the mayor's proposal. I thought it was someone wanting to hug it. It turned out it was a TV crew from Berlin TV from Germany. And I felt bad because we tried to protect Tamara from that. But when they asked her about the 10 million, she responded by saying the money's symbolism. The money's symbolism. It was, and if you look at how much money actually got to the truckers and how much was actually returned to the donors, the vast majority ended up back at the donors, and as you know very well, otherwise it's in the escrow fund under court supervision, partly over which you must receive notice before anything can happen to it. So the money was symbolism in Tamara's view, and I think she's right. It was a way for Canadians to demonstrate and add their voice to what they thought the Freedom Convoy stood for, which was holding the government to account and advocating for respect for our charter, a return to the rule of law.
I wasn't going to ask a question on this, but I couldn't help when I heard your testimony about the horn injunction. You testified that you advised your clients that the horns were a problem and that you expected that the injunction would be granted. And you were asked a couple of times by Commission Counsel about whether your clients opposed the injunction. Just to be clear, your clients opposed that injunction, correct?
Thank you. I honestly can tell you, Mr. Champion, as you know, one of the things that happens to me when I come to Ottawa, I meet you. and I mean that in a respectful way. You've been very professional in your dealings, and I thank you. I actually, as I was asked that question, couldn't remember whether I actively opposed. So if that's your memory, I agree that I probably didn't do as lawyers do oppose, but I do, what I remember more clearly is advising my clients that there was no way that the court was not going to grant that injunction.
You would argue that the horns were not irreparable harm and mislead you wear earplugs. Do you remember to sleep? Do you remember those arguments?
I don't, but I have confidence in you. If that's your memory, then I'll accept that.
I won't go further down the road of the different arguments are made. But then on the continuation of the injunction a week later, as you remember, that became a bargaining point with the city. You were offering to the city that perhaps your clients wouldn't oppose the continuation of Ms. Lee's horn injunction if they did certain things.
That's correct. And my memory, I'm hoping, is correct that you recall we did not oppose that.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right. You did not oppose the second one. I want to ask you some questions about dealings with police. Now, you testified that you were hearing at times that there were police raids imminent at different times during the protest. And we did hear some evidence from the police that there were raids planned at times that were aborted. So it sounds like you might have had some solid intelligence on that. Is that fair?
Well, actually, we thought we did, but after having observed the proceedings since the last few weeks, we had no idea of the level of dysfunction, of infighting that was going on. We assumed that when information filtered in to the operations center that a raid was going to occur at 9 o'clock that night at this location, that it was real. And then when it didn't happen, the assumption was it was a test, not that there was something happening where different inspectors and forces were in conflict about a plan. We did not, that was all new revelations through this inquiry.
Yeah, those new revelations, I think that's one issue your clients and my clients can agree on for sure. You were getting information from sympathetic police, is that right?
That's correct.
Throughout?
Yes, there was, the remarkable thing was that all these different individuals who had experienced, I was never, prior to this, a big believer, I didn't think they were a bad idea, but mission statements. It was remarkable how efficient everybody worked because they all had the same mission statement that they had formulated deep to the core of their being, was that they felt the country was badly off track, that their families and their communities were being harmed, And this was their opportunity to try and make a difference. So we had former police officers, military, Navy, CSIS, airline pilots, doctors, nurses, teachers, carpenters, chiropractors. The whole breadth of society was there, and the cream just rose, and they organically came together during the time. In those who were getting things done, there was very little infighting. There was a lot of people coming in that we were trying to manage, but it was really remarkable, the organic way in which the enterprise ran.
So that if people could cook, they were cooking. If they were IT people, they were helping you with that. If they were communications people,
well,
they were
I still remember one.
Police and intelligence, they could share you with that.
One really illustrative example was in the operations center mid-morning, super cold outside. You know, some people are big, huge square table, people working, people standing in groups, people looking at things on the board. And then someone came in and said some situations occurring at Albert and Kent or wherever it was. And everybody stopped for a minute. No one said what needed to be done. Two people got up, threw their coats on, grabbed their tubes, and they were gone. And then everybody carried on. It was so efficient that there was no point even discussing what needed to be done and who was going to be doing it. Once the information came in, that the people who knew they were best suited for dealing with it did. It was spectacular to watch. That's why I now believe mission statements are very important.
Now, on some of the things that people were doing cooperatively with the convoy, we heard from both Ms. Belton and Mr. Barber about the distribution of cash to truckers. You knew that was going on, right?
I observed it, yes.
You observed it. And they were trying to keep track of how much cash was being put into each envelope before it was being distributed.
Yeah, that was really Chad Eros' department, and he has given interviews that are online where he describes Chris Carson's interview where he describes the processes that he put in place. But I did observe cash being counted. My understanding was it was coming from the stage and from other places, and being put into envelopes, and then teams would go out and distribute it to the truckers.
But Mr. Eros, he was one of the directors of Freedom Corp, correct?
He was not only a director, he was a treasurer, and he was a paid accountant.
Right, so he was gathering or trying to keep track of that money on behalf of Freedom Corp, right?
I would hope so.
Right, and so as an advisor to Freedom Corp at that time, you were aware that they were managing this distribution of funds and cash out to the truckers?
He was, yes.
Okay. And he had estimated that it seemed that around $20,000 per day was being raised through cash and e-transfers. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
I think the first time I saw cash would have been probably around, just trying to visualize a calendar here, probably around the 11th maybe. Yeah, and that weekend, the 12th. And that was after the provincial government in Ontario, the Attorney General, issued the seizure order that you're familiar with respect to the Give, Send, Go funds. And much like what you saw happen when the police said no more fuel if you bring fuel to downtown, you're going to be charged with counseling mischief or something. The next day, Ottawa residents and everyone showed up with gas cans. It was an I am Spartacus moment. And what I observed was people were so determined to support the truckers that because the GoFundMe got shut down and now the Give, Send, Go was being frozen, they weren't going to let that discourage them. I heard anecdotal stories from many truckers where they would get the tap on the door and someone would be there with their family and give them $20 or $100 or $1,000 or $5,000.
So in your statement, you say that some people were at the protest for money. Is getting all of this cash, you think that was an incentive for the truckers to stay?
Not the vast majority, because that wasn't why they were there. There was always there's always opportunistic people that are more focused on money than others of us. That's all I meant.
And those trucks, the 300 to 400 semi-tractor trailers operating 24 hours or idling 24 hours a day required a lot of diesel fuel, correct?
Not as much as if they're pulling a load.
For sure. But who was paying for all of that fuel? The big trucks, fuel at Coventry?
I know we put into, in your action with the marina injunction, there's details on that in the affidavits. But I also know that I was told by a businessman who wanted to donate fuel that he had contacted or had his office contact 3 different fuel suppliers and the bulk suppliers, and he wanted to pay for a shipment of fuel from each of them. They declined because they said the best they could do was put him on a waiting list. They had so many people phoning from across the country to pay for fuel to be delivered downtown that they actually didn't want his money. They said all they could do was put him on a waiting list.
So just a couple last points, Mr. Wilson, just about some of the people who you're involved with. Pat King, he testified that you knew him from about a year before the convoy protest. Is that right?
Yeah, like I wasn't at his house or anything. Yeah. He had gone on this highly misinformed rant on social media, and he was attacking a reporter. And so it's always dangerous on Twitter. I jumped in and explained the law and showed the pleadings to show where he was misunderstanding how the law worked, and he hadn't set this big precedent. But he's a loud voice like Chris Sky.
Right.
So I was aware of it.
But Mr. Sky is from Ontario, generally speaking. Mr. King is from Alberta, like yourself, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Sky made his way across the country.
Yeah, but Mr. King, he's in Alberta, so you did have some interactions with him.
You know, there's 4 million people in Alberta, right?
Yeah, but then you don't have interactions with all of them. I'm asking about Mr. King, not all 4 million.
The first time I was in physical presence of Mr. King was when he showed up in a boardroom in Ottawa during the protest, and it was about 2 or 3 days in, and I immediately instructed him to leave the room. Not him. I told people around he's got to go. The only other direct interaction I had with him was on Twitter in the previous about 18 months prior to that, where he was misunderstanding ruling by a court judge.
But Mr. King, my understanding, he was a supporter of Western separatism and so forth, Wexit, those kinds of movements. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that. It wouldn't surprise me, but I wasn't aware of that.
Were you involved in those movements, Western separatism?
I've never formally been involved in those movements. I have been very concerned about the merits and the fairness of our confederation, but seeing, as you've heard and I saw it myself, a Quebecer with a Quebec flag running towards an Albertan with a cowboy hat and an Alberta flag and embracing, seeing a Quebecer trucker who could not speak any English with a trucker from elsewhere in Canada, I don't know where he was from, who couldn't speak any French, and they were using Google Translate in a Tim Hortons to communicate, and they were laughing and getting along. It restored my faith in the future of our country.
So just the last person I wanted to ask you about while you're talking about French, Mr. Dean French. Mr. French called you a patriot, is that right?
I believe that's in the text message, yes.
Yeah, he supported the movement wholeheartedly, did he not?
It's clear, you have to ask him, but it was clear to me that he also had concerns about government overreach, and that the truckers were protesting that.
And I thought I understood from your text with Mr. French, he's the one that arranged that interview with you and Fox News, is that right?
He did, but I also received phone calls from Fox News, I received emails from Fox News. They were all about the same time. I mean, that's how these guys work. When they really want to get somebody, they reach out to everybody they can. I don't know that it was because of Dean that I got it. It might have been, but I had emails and phone calls from Fox News independent of those, just like I had been contacted by the New York Times and the Washington Post and everyone else.
But he was assisting.
I would say he was assisting me. It was something he did on his initiative. I think he thought I would be a good interview.
I was surprised to see on legacy media like Fox News. But,
Well, you know, I guess we all get
this
surprised.
last piece, did Mr. French ever indicate to you whether he had any communications with Premier Ford about his views about the protest?
He never did, but my clear sense was I'm not very familiar with the goings on in Ontario politics, but I had a general sense. I think I might have Googled him, and I think I got a sense there was some estrangement or some falling out between him and the Premier, but I
just wondered if he ever communicated anything like that to you.
Never brought up. The only time he would have made a reference to the Premier was, like the whole Twitter account thing. That, because we had the problem with BJ Dichter logging into Tamara's Twitter account and sending out that one tweet and said, multiple people have access to this, right? And I said, yeah. And he explained to me that when he was chief of staff to the Premier, they had a rule. 3 people had access to the Premier's Twitter account, but 2 of them had to agree to a tweet, no one person. And I said, yeah, it would have been nice to have known that.
Just on that though, Ms. Leach also put out a live stream on Facebook saying she wasn't supporting the deal that night.
That's not true.
That's not true. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The next is the City of Ottawa. I'm going to take it you have no questions.
That is correct, Mr.
Thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. My name is Jessica Barrow, and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. Just have a couple of points I want to walk through with you. So first of all, I want to make sure that the record is very clear about who you do represent and who you do not represent. So as the representative for Freedom Corp, you represent only those organizers that I believe you listed earlier in relation to Freedom Corp and not other participants in the convoy, correct?
That's correct.
And so specifically, you do not represent Pat King or James Botter?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that both Pat King and James Botter were espousing views that your clients disagreed with. Is that fair?
At times, yes. Not universally, but some of their messages they did not agree with.
And we saw specific evidence of them kind of rejecting the views of Pat King and James Botter. Is that fair?
Yeah, James Botter, there was a number of times where they were preparing a press release to distance from the MOU, or they were going to add it to a paragraph of a letter. But if you've ever drafted by committee, you know that everybody wants their piece and certain things get left out. But I think they made it pretty clear that they did not support the MOU, and nor did they support, and they were very concerned about any innuendo of violence from Mr. King.
Right. So speaking of violence, you indicated that at the time you sort of advertised on TikTok that people should come to the city. It was your view that was because it was a lawful and peaceful protest in Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yeah, and it was more than that, because one of the things that I'm a lawyer, but I'm also a dad, and my wife and I have 4 kids, and it was remarkable to me meeting many of the families with younger children, 5, 6, up to 12, 14, and the amazement on their face. They're interacting with all these different truckers of every ethnic background and other Canadians, and the excitement and the pride was really historic, and I commended those parents for having their children learn from this and participated in an experience at first hand. It was very safe. I never imagined that the police would use the level of violence that they did.
So you were aware, however, that, and there were multiple warnings to that effect, that arrests were going to be taking place very shortly, correct?
The warnings really accelerated on the Thursday, and when Mr. Barber asked me to do his TikTok, that was on the Wednesday.
And so when you're speaking of peacefulness and lawfulness, I take it you're not referring to those individuals that were charged with criminal offenses prior to that date in relation to violence or threats or weapons?
I'm not following your question. What do you mean?
So I believe you've seen the institutional report from the Ottawa Police Service. It's been made part of the evidence.
Yeah, I've only had a chance to skim through parts of it.
And would you disagree with me that multiple charges were laid prior to that TikTok video in relation to criminal offenses that related to violence or threatening behavior or weapons?
I do know that the statistics were clear, that the crime rate had gone down. I do know that because of some of the former police, paramedics, emergency services people that were in the operations center explained to me what happens in Ottawa here after, I think it's called Blues Fest, and the amount of assaults and violence that, even on Canada Days, the amount of assaults and violence, they told me, having attended and participated and been on duty on those events, they had never seen this number of people come into the downtown core and with this level of safety and absence of violence. So that's what I knew.
Okay, but my specific question was, when you're referring to a peaceful protest, I take it you're not referring to the people who were engaged in criminal behavior that was obviously deemed not to be peaceful.
Well, I mean, it's a peaceful protest where there's some people within a large crowd of 5 or 8 or 10,000 people, as there were on the weekends, that engaged in criminality. That's called normal.
I'm going to move on to the deal with the city officials. We've heard quite a bit of testimony about that. And I think it's clear that your understanding of the deal always was that some trucks would move on to Wellington. I think your evidence was around 25%. And then the rest would leave the city core. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Right. So I want to bring you to HRF 000-00513 at page 52. And just for your reference, these are the text messages between you and Mr. French.
Great.
Actually, can we go to page 59? I apologize, Mr. Clerk. And so we just heard very briefly from you in relation to the tweet that went out. I think if you scroll down a little bit. And that's the tweet that's being referenced, right? This is an article about the tweet where it comes from Tamara's account that it's a denial of the deal. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so regardless of who ultimately authored the tweet, it was coming from Miss Leach's Twitter account, correct?
Mr. Victor has confirmed that he was the one who did it.
Right, but in terms of how the public received it, it came from Miss Leach's account, right? Okay.
Within minutes of being informed of it, and once we found out, Ms. Chippick and I got to the bottom of it, and that Mr. Victor acknowledged that he had done his own tweet, and then he logged out and logged back in as her, and then retweeted his tweet with a quote that it was him. We said, you got to fix this, and you got to fix it fast, because I have an email from him where he agreed to confirm his consent, good to go. So he was the one we were trying to think of wording that could go out to confirm the deal was still going ahead, and he decided that he would play the tweet as though the reporter had made a mistake, and I think he said something like, nice try, so-and-so. We were talking about the federal mandates. The deal to move trucks tomorrow was going ahead.
Can we just scroll down a little bit, please?
Sure.
And if you keep going down.
I think you just passed it.
No, I think if you keep going down, sorry. Right there, yeah. So this is Dean French saying it was posted 2 hours ago and no correction yet. So it does take some time, right, for the tweet to get corrected. I recognize there may have been some inner workings going on, but it takes at least a few hours for that to get corrected. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't dispute that. I can't remember. I know that we were able to correct it around, it was either 10:58 p.m. or 11:02 p.m. Dean had strongly recommended that we correct it, get to the bottom of it, figure out what happened, correct it in advance of the 11 o'clock news hour shows. And I moved as quickly as I could to get to the bottom of it because I was completely blindsided by it.
And there is, I won't take you through the whole exchange just to save time, but there is an acknowledgement from Mr. French where he's saying it would have been nice had it occurred prior to the 11 o'clock news. So would you agree that it didn't get corrected prior to the 11 o'clock news? Is that?
There was many times where Mr. French and Mr. Peckford said, oh, it would be nice if you could do this, and I was like, I don't think you are appreciating the dynamics of this environment. It was extremely chaotic.
Would it be fair to say that through this text exchange, and I can walk you through it if need be, but to save time, that Mr. French was expressing concerns about the impact this tweet would have on the legitimacy of the deal publicly?
As was I.
You shared those concerns?
Yeah, I received feedback from a lot of the people I was around that they were struck how calm I was most of the time. There was one notable exception where I was arms flailing, yelling, likely swearing, in a very loud voice when I was like, who did this and what just happened here? I was because I and others have worked very, very hard to get us to this point. We had the logistics meeting at City Hall with IOT and city manager and Drummond. We had report heard back that the trucks were ready to roll. Some of the guys were packing up some of their gear. And I was like, oh my goodness, we've come this far and we're going to get sabotaged.
And you would agree that because of that miscommunication, it would have created a lack of clarity to those following that account about whether there was or there was not a deal. Is that fair?
There was that lack of clarity even prior to that, because this is the Sunday night. So when the pamphlets were being circulated and people would get them, they'd go, well, this is fake. Some people thought that it was actually counterintelligence propaganda either by the government or by the police. That's why the plan that we developed had teams of recognized road captains and other truckers who were very much recognized from the journeys to Edmonton to go out in teams to the various blocks to personally talk to as many truckers as possible so they knew it was real.
But notwithstanding that plan that may have been engaged, we did hear from Ms. Belton yesterday that she was of the view at that time that it was fake news. And in fact, she put a video out on TikTok that said it was fake news. Is that correct?
I can't recall. I think that was played yesterday, sorry. Yes.
Right.
Correct.
And so even at that time, there was still a lack of clarity, even amongst organizers, as to whether there was or was not a deal.
I would say it differently. I would say that subsequent to leaving Ottawa, when they've reflected, they're remembering events differently because there are emails.
Sure, there may be emails, but the TikTok video was put out to whomever Ms. Belton's following consisted of, correct?
Fair enough.
Right. And so I just want to bring up, you mentioned that the flyer that got circulated. Can we bring that up, please? That's HRF 1259. If we could scroll down to the bottom of the notice here, this is obviously the notice we saw earlier that got circulated, correct? Sorry, if we could go, yes, right there is perfect. Is this the correct version?
I believe so.
And so
actually, if you scroll down a little bit, I can tell you if it is. Yes, okay. This is the final version.
And so we see here that it says, if we start, that's perfect. The truckers on the Freedom Convoy board plan to start repositioning our trucks forward on Monday to consolidate our protest to the streets in front of Parliament. There's also room for trucks to relocate to 88. That's the site out of the city, correct?
Is one of the three sites that existed at the time. 88 is the exit 88, which I understand is near Enbrook.
Would you agree with me that nowhere in this letter does it say that 75% of the trucks are going to have to leave the city as part of this deal?
Obviously.
Right. So there may have been a lack of clarity about that issue as well.
There was a lack of clarity about many things, but most of the truckers would have, some of them wanted to go. Some of them wanted to go, well, just like look at Mr. Barber. First he had his truck downtown on Wellington, and on his own initiative, he moved it out to Arnprior or Embrun, one of the two. On his own initiative. He didn't want his truck downtown. Others wanted to do the same thing. These trucks were covered in salt. It's not a good thing to do for a long time. They'd set up truck washes at these places. Mr. Barber wanted a big red clean. So this was not to be a precise document to enumerate every nuance of what we felt was going on at the time.
Fair enough, but you would agree, and we saw evidence of that in the video of Rio and Sussex, you would agree that where there was a lack of clarity about what the police were up to, it created challenges for the police in managing the situation. Is that a fair assessment?
It is, and that's the learning from the video. Because you saw me walking with the PLTs. We kept walking, and I had a meeting with them. And Tamara was there as well. If you pause the video, you'll actually see us walk past Tamara, and then she comes up, and we talk, and we're like, okay, what are our lessons learned here? How do we do this differently? And number one was, don't do it at night. Don't do it at night. That's why we shut down the moves on partly on the Monday, because it was getting dark. That was a huge error. And Tom Marazzo had actually said earlier on, we don't make any moves at night. It's just too dangerous. But it also changed the dynamic of the crowd. And that's why we needed this coordination with the police. We were very optimistic with the truckers, and a lot of them went out. It wasn't just Chris. There were several of them that were on their feet, moving. If you look at some of the videos, you'll see them running along the sidewalk. You'll see the police cars, and then you see the trucks, and you see Chris running. And we were doing it.
And the PLT were alongside doing that as well, correct? In terms of trying to get truckers to move in response to the deal?
They weren't trying to get truckers moved. They were trying to get the other people in the police to agree that the truckers could move. On the Tuesday morning, a delegation of PLTs arrived unexpectedly for the first time ever at the Swiss Hotel. I was in a room working on a letter with Tamara for the Prime Minister and the Premiers, with the one that's been put in evidence. I got a knock on the door, the PLTs were there, I went in, and that's on the Tuesday, they said that they sensed something was wrong, and the trucks were wanting to move, but they said to me it was only a 24-hour deal. I said, look at the letter. With a large logistical exercise, the mayor's letter would take 24 to 72 hours. He looked embarrassed. He went over into the corner by the bathroom. He got on the phone, turned around. His face was a little red, and he said to everybody, sorry, major miscommunication. We're going to go out and try and get the trucks moving. So it was, the PLTs were not trying to convince trucks to move. They were dealing with the police hierarchy and trying to get them, whoever kept blocking, to stop the blocking.
But I think after that, this communication was clarified. PLT did work with protesters, and ultimately some trucks did move.
Not on the Tuesday.
No, I'm talking about in general in response to the city deal. Some trucks moved.
Oh yeah, well, over 100 vehicles, over two city blocks were cleared on Albert. 100 vehicles left the downtown, including around 40 trucks, 23 of which I know was 23 because I reported the 23 count from Chris. He phoned me and I said, how many do you have on Wellington? He said, we moved 23 to Wellington. If you look at my text message, you'll see 23 on Wellington. But it was 40 centers moved in total. The others left, and we know for sure one of them went straight home.
You're well over your time.
Could I just ask one more question, Mr. Commissioner? Thank you. You were here when Superintendent Drummond testified, and he testified that there were challenges with getting some of the truckers to move in response to that deal. Do you have any reason to disbelieve that evidence from Superintendent Drummond?
No, we anticipated that there would be some holdouts, but we also knew that they wanted to be part of the group, and we anticipated that once most of them moved, the holdouts didn't want to just be sitting there by themselves, and they would move.
And you testified that you were taking that on faith. Is that correct?
That was our expectation, and it bore out to be true on the Monday.
Thank you. Those are my questions, and thank you for the indulgence.
Okay, counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Commissioner. Afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon.
For the record, Tom Curry for Chief Slowly. You were uninterrupted here in Ottawa, if I have it, February 2 to the 21st.
19 days, yes.
And describe for the commissioner your observations of the scene on the ground. Did you observe the enforcement action that was taken?
Yes, the vantage point, we had Ms. Chippick and we set up a little operation center of our own, because we also had to monitor the bail applications and coordinate with the criminal legal teams. And we could see, we had the view of the backside of the west end and that tunnel. So we saw all the police, all the highway buses coming in with the police filing off. And then we also, of course, had the television on. So we were watching the live streams from CTV and CBC as we were looking out our window and actually watching. We were quite high up, like the 17th floor, and then getting various reports. It was a very, very active environment.
Had you given advice about the implications of the Emergencies Act, the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and what it meant for the protesters who were in the areas that had been, who were affected by that?
I had given advice to the board as I've testified on the Wednesday. I had done the TikTok that the board and Mr. Barber requested on the Wednesday. I wasn't, because Ms. Leach instructed myself and Ms. Chippick to go to an undisclosed location because she was concerned. She had no idea what was going to happen to us. We followed her instruction, and after that point, I lost any ability to do any large-scale communication that I can recall.
Understood. Did you see the flyers, the pamphlets, the information distributed by police to protesters?
Yes.
Through the police liaison team?
To be precise, sir, when I say yes, they had a big blue outline, and some of them had a red outline. They were placed on the windshields. And I saw that was the calm before the storm. So it was the Thursday. There was a ceremony at the War Memorial that I attended along with my wife. And I remember stopping and reading the warning that if you didn't leave, I'm going by memory, that you would be ticketed, your vehicle would be impounded, and I can't recall what else it said.
Okay. Now, you told us you had involvement with the PLT, police liaison team members. Were they on Ottawa Police Service and OPP?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other police officials that you dealt with face-to-face, or was it exclusively PLT?
I had interactions with chance meetings with some OPP and other police. They were extremely friendly, very cordial, very non-threatening. But in terms of any official formal interactions, it was the PLTs.
Okay, thank you. And of course, your role evolved as you tried to provide convoy organizers with a legal strategy or input into their strategy from a legal perspective and advice to achieve their objectives. Is that fair?
Yes.
Your contact with protesters, I think you told the commissioner, just to clarify, these are independent operators. Yes?
They reminded me of the ranchers in Alberta, yes.
Indeed. And you told us that they came here, and I'm not going to say every single one, but would it be right for the commissioner to understand that those protesters who you encountered came here to Ottawa as part of the convoy, intending to protest for the weekend, but were inspired to stay as a consequence of the response that they observed from Canadians as they came here and once they arrived?
I think they were inspired and they felt charged with a new responsibility to ensure the protest was successful, a responsibility they didn't realize they would be invested in them when they set out. However, I do know, having reviewed the evidence, that in every instance that I have seen, Ms. Leach was clear that at no time did she say we're leaving after the weekend. I believe she said we're going to stay until the mandates are lifted.
Right. The independent operator protesters, though, do you agree with me that because they're not on the road, they're going backwards financially, right?
Correct.
And so would it be right, I understood your evidence to mean that the protesters, the independent operators, leaving aside the organizers and their message, that the protesters were invested in a shorter protest than they were inspired to commit to once they got here. Is that fair?
Do you mean the opposite of what you just said?
Independent operators who came here weren't intending when they let me start over again. The inspiration that you've spoken about, that acted on them to stay here and protest longer than they would have originally. So
yeah, I thank you. And I wasn't trying to be unfair to you. I had a number of truckers say to me that they originally planned, as you've already heard from Mr. Barber, to be in the convoy for a day, join it for a certain distance, and then turn around and reverse course home. And then they found themselves in Ottawa, for a long period. Yeah, that's part of that synergy of growth that occurred.
And you told us that there were some challenging members, even among the top group of the leadership group, called Mr. King, I think in your statement, a rabble-rouser who was at least, if not encouraging violence, tolerant of violence.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was very angry and frustrated and really wanted to fight hard to get the government to change. And not all of us use the same approaches.
Mr. Dichter was undermining the leadership.
Or at least in part. Yeah, I've just never been able to understand Mr. Dichter. I mean, and the other thing is that he wasn't there that much because, firstly, he had left early before I arrived in late January, and he had a car accident, I believe, near Kingston. And then he returned on the Friday, the 4th of February. And then early that evening, at approximately 6 or 7 p.m., as he was leaving the front door of the Ark Hotel, he fell and badly broke his ankle. So then he was away at hospital for a period of time. Then he was restricted to his room because he just had a wheelchair and crutches. Then he had to go back for some surgery. So he was out of the loop a lot.
And then Mr. Bauer, you described the MOU was not helpful to the main strategy the organizers were pursuing. Fair?
But distraction and false hope.
Now that meant all of it in the aggregate, in addition to the independent minds of the independent operators, that controlling this entire group was very challenging.
It was impossible.
And one of the things, could I show you please, just to see if this quote is accurate, in HRF, please, register 1379, just while that's coming up, Mr. Wilson, I think you gave an interview to Mr. Lawton, who has published or was publishing a book about the events of the convoy. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
Can I just ask you please to look at this, and just maybe to the top, just to orient the witness, just a little higher. There's an email, I think. There we go. Do you recall seeing this?
Yes.
Could you please go then to, I think it's page 5. There is a quote attributed to you. I just want to make sure that it's right there. It is. And for context, Mr. Morazzo had also spoken about some of the events, and the last line of that part, see it at the top, no one could force the truckers to do anything they didn't want to do. You seem to have agreed in that to say, we don't control them. We don't even know who they are. No one signed up. It's not a curling Glasspiel. It's not a golf tournament. Then you made the comment that you can't simply tell them what to do. Fair comment?
Yeah, and that's why we had to use other approaches of moral suasion, of leadership, of recognizing their fatigue, recognizing the desire of many to find a graceful and respectful way, perhaps
found a way to get back home. And the Ottawa Police Service interaction with them expected and reasonably expected that a peaceful protest, a lawful protest, would be held in their community. Fair?
I have to assume that to be true.
And the unlawful, you raised the issue with my friend Mr. Leon about when did it become an unlawful protest? And you've answered this question to others, I won't dwell on it, but certainly you would accept that the blocking of municipal roads, the violation of noise bylaws, and other forms of what might loosely be described as harassment as part of that demonstration would be a challenge for police in confining the protest to a lawful protest. Is that fair?
Well, if you and I mean you and I, happen to be walking down Wellington on February 10th, and we were having a chat lawyer to lawyer, I don't think we would conclude that you and I were breaking the law by walking down in front of Parliament, on the sidewalk of Wellington Street. So this was the challenge, is that you had individuals who I had told consistently when they asked, of course you can't park your truck there, and I always used the analogy of the 401, which they got, I wouldn't be allowed to do that, this is no different. But for this potential, I really wouldn't get into it, most of them artificially induced error because they were told to park there and then they were barricaded in place. So it was this weird mix where you had people lawfully, in my view, walking, mingling, shopping, interacting, some showing signs, some not, some just wanting to take it in, with others who were breaching various parking bylaws and municipal ordinances and provincial statutes.
And just a couple of quick things then, Mr. Commissioner. On top of that, you also face the challenge of some, I think in your statement you may describe them as strange people who had descended into the protest, often in the evening, often on the weekends, some sovereign citizens, others who were, I think you may have labeled them troublemakers. And that was a challenge for the convoy organizers to deal with, of course,
constantly.
And challenging, obviously, for police and residents.
Yes. And there was a good cooperation there, when that was the rule. So everybody had a block captain, and if Antifa was going to show up, the rule was you phone the police, you call 911. And the frustration for us was the next day, 3 people from Antifa came in and vandalized trucks. The next day, the police chief or whichever one would hold a press conference and say, last night we had 3 charges for property damage in the downtown core. We're like,
you closely watch the signals coming from all levels of government, including the Police Services Board here in Ottawa and the Chief Sloan, correct?
Our most acute concern was the level of pressure we saw building on the police slowly from the Police Services Board. That's what motivated Mr. Marazzo to take a series of steps to cause the city meeting to facilitate some action to reduce pressure,
including through your efforts with Mr. French to avoid what I think in one of your text messages to him was a bloodbath.
Yes, and the first one though was 2 distinct strategies. One was immediate acute, which was the pressures we saw in Slowly before he was no longer chief, and the other one was a broader exit plan.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. The OPP have no questions today.
Okay, thank you. The CCLA, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Heather Konevska from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Mr. Wilson, just briefly, were you still on the ground in Ottawa when the financial institution freezing orders started to come into effect?
Yes, just to be clear, there was 3 instances related to freezing that I was dealing with before. No random order just off the top of my head. The earliest one was the threat of an interpleader application by TD Bank through their external counsel. The next one was the ex parte order obtained by the Attorney General of Ontario under the Criminal Code declaring the donations proceeds of crime. Then the next was a freeze order of sorts, and then we had the emergency measures, the financial measures, and then after that we had the Mariva injunction.
Okay, I just want to ask you about the financial measures under the Emergencies Act.
Yes.
Can you just, did people come to you from the Freedom Convoy and ask you for advice with respect to the orders and relate to you how they were affecting them? And can you just provide if they did, could you just provide a summary of how the orders were affecting them if they came to you to speak to you about that?
Every one of them did in real time, and they were finding out at different times. I still remember one of them coming to me and saying, I just got a phone call from my wife. She's at the supermarket. She was with the kids. Grocery cart was full. She went to pay with the debit card. It didn't work. There's a lineup of people. What's going on? Because now the conveyor's full with the next person's groceries. And then she tried her Visa card and her second credit card, and none of it worked. And she had to leave the store in great embarrassment and phoned her spouse and said, what is going on? We had other people that were trying to put gas in their vehicles and couldn't. There was more than one instance where people needed to get prescriptions filled, could not. And then subsequent to that, as we worked to get the freezes lifted and reach out to the bank, we developed this template email to write to the bank, to ask the bank to respond to us as lawyers, Ms. Jipik and I. Then we have received reports since, and to very recently, that a number of these people, even though their bank accounts were unfrozen, sorry, Mr. Commissioner, I just realized how fast I was speaking. After their accounts were frozen, had been denied credit applications, and I have explained to my clients and others who contacted me that the Canadian Bankers Association representative who testified before the House Committee said that each of these persons will have their accounts, their names marked, flagged for life.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, Convoy organizers, any questions?
We have no questions, sir.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Yes, just 2 points. Mr. Wilson, in response to my friend Mr. McKinnon's questions about whether you were referring in that email to the Federal Emergencies Act, I believe you said that someone had heard from some MPs that it was under active discussion.
Yes, we heard it a number of times over the course of the week prior.
Do you recall who was telling you that?
No, it would have been someone coming into the operations center that had heard from an MP. I remember hearing, because I would say, well, what's the source? And it was some MP, and I can't remember, I don't believe it was indicated as to which party, whether it was the Liberal, the Democrat, or Conservative MP, but it was, I guess there was strong rumors over in the Parliament that it was under active consideration.
And in response to my friend Mr. Champ questioning you about the injunction, I think you acknowledged that you did oppose the initial application.
Yes.
Can you help me with this? I understood from your evidence that your clients had been concerned for some time about the horn tone.
Yes.
And I believe you said that they took their own action even before the injunction.
The truckers had agreed amongst themselves, and this is in the transcript and represented, I don't even in an affidavit actually, before the Superior Court in the injunction application, that they put in this informal protocol of being silent between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Justice McLean on the Saturday application had suggested the parties consider agreeing to maybe allowing 1 hour for horns during the noon hour. But when we returned on the following Monday, that was something he wasn't interested in entertaining.
And so, can you tell us, if there was this concern, why was it that you were opposing the injunction? Wouldn't it have been consistent with your client's views to have an injunction and stop people blowing their horns?
The board was split. Other members and some of the truckers felt that it was something that they shouldn't be restricted, other than the agreement they had for night quiet, from being able to blow their horn. They thought it was part of their right of protest. So there wasn't unanimity in the client group on that point, and the instructions that I and Ms. Chipiuk received were to oppose it. Now that Mr. Champ has refreshed my memory.
Thank you.
Okay, so that completes the cross-examinations. I just have one question, and it's with respect to something I believe was heard early on. Was there an area that was allowed for protests or encouraged by either the police or your group to carry out protests other than on Wellington Street? I heard something about near the War Museum. Are you aware of anything like that?
Yeah, no, there wasn't. And that was one of our frustrations, Mr. Commissioner, was that we were always faced with this zero-sum choice with the police liaisons. We were trying to, I really believe that if we could have a stepped type process, a ramping down, and building off success and building trust. But no, it was always the number of calls in a day, and if you look at my phone logs, you'll see the number of calls in a day I was receiving from the PLTs after I became more involved in that. And it was always the same question: Keith, what's the exit strategy? It was always, when is everybody leaving, sort of thing.
Okay, so you're not aware of an area near the War Museum that was that protests were allowed and were carried out?
There was an area, I believe, along, if my geography is correct, and it may not be, along the Sir John A, where they had set up, and you'll see this, there's photographs of it, and I don't know, but there was never any discussion or offer from the PLTs for anything other than ending the protest in its totality.
Did you ever specifically ask the PLTs for an area or a manner to continue the protest?
No, I did not. Other than taking the steps of this de-escalation and reducing the footprint to Wellington.
So you didn't ask and they didn't offer?
Correct.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your evidence. We're going to take the lunch break and come back in an hour with a new witness. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. Les commission en éveil pour 1 heure.
Okay, so we have an hour to chat and go over what we just witnessed from Keith Wilson, lawyer who was on the ground helping the truckers during the Freedom Convoy. Stay with me. I'll be right back, and then we will go to the phones, setting everything up right now.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, I'm back and the phone lines are open. If you want to support the channel, if you like what we're doing, you can donate at maverickdonations.com or the other URL is freedomreporters.com. That will help keep the lights on, pay for the phone system, all the bandwidth, the software, the subscriptions that we have to maintain, to do all of the stuff that we're doing, and just pay the bills. So we sure appreciate the support. This is a free speech journalism platform, and we will be here throughout this inquiry, bringing you coverage beginning to end, uncensored, unedited, for you to take in and draw your own conclusions. So again, freedomreporters.com. If you haven't subscribed, liked, and shared, please, we appreciate you considering that. And subscribing over on Rumble can also be extremely helpful because we're not likely to get banned over there. It looks like we are firing on all social media platforms today. It looks like Facebook is back online properly, and we have a lot of people watching because of that. So I'm grateful for that, because the objective here is to get the live stream out to as many people as possible, so they don't have to rely, so you don't have to rely just on a mainstream media spin on this at the during the 6 o'clock or 11 p.m. newscast, where you have a reporter telling you what happened with a couple of 10-second sound bites inserted into the middle of a story that they've produced. This is unedited, raw coverage with these interjections during the breaks and the lunch period, where you get to add your voice to the process. And with that being said, we are ready to start taking calls. Here's the number to call to join the conversation.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREEDOM. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
You can call right now at 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. It is a toll-free call. It won't cost you a penny. You can join the conversation and exercise your right to free speech. Let's take our first call. That's weird. Okay, I guess that caller may have disconnected. I'm not sure. Yeah, he hung up. Okay, we've got somebody else. We've got Alex up next. Hello, Alex.
Hey, Rick, how are you?
I'm okay, sir.
Yeah, Rick, I just wanted to mention one thing, give a quick call. We spoke, I called in last week, and one of the questions that I brought up was why Wellington Street was still closed. And I'm so happy that he brought that up and put it in the record. I find it awesome to watch lawyers go up on a stand and have to testify, because lawyers know the game better than anyone, and they understand the lines of questioning better than a simple guy. So they don't play into their games. They don't get set up with the traps. And yeah, he was very stoic and very precise with his thinking and with his record. So that was really exciting.
Yeah. Yes, and it's an important thing to point out that they complained about the roads being blocked. No, it's not about the road.
Yeah, it's not about the roads being blocked, because it's still blocked off today. So what is it about? And that was exactly what my question was last week. So I'm happy it got brought up. I'm happy it got put into the record. I hope it gets addressed further, and maybe they open it up as a result. Maybe they get a hint that they're being pretty stupid with that. So maybe they try and right their wrongs sooner rather than later.
Don't count on it.
I'm an optimist, so that's the way I am.
You're dealing with government, and they're slow to move, because you're dealing with it's like trying to roll a giant boulder up a hill. Sometimes I think it's just so bureaucratic, and you have so much red tape and stupid people, smart people doing stupid things.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing.
Well, anyways, I just wanted to drop in and contribute to the conversation. That's all I have to say. So I'm going to drop off on my work right now. So.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much.
No problem.
Take care.
Not a problem. You're doing a great job. So
thank you. Thank you. You too.
No problem.
All right, let's move on to our next caller. I don't see a name on the screen here, so I'm not sure who we have, but whoever it is, hello. Hi, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Rick.
Who is this?
Use the name Truman Bill.
Okay.
I'm calling regarding the sign he's got on his back of his computer there, that lawyer for, I think it's the Citizens of Ottawa.
Yeah, tax the rich.
Yes, that tax the rich slogan was a Marxist movement for the Communist Party of Canada, and these papers were handed out to us at least once a week when I was coming off a night shift in a steel mill in Hamilton, where I work.
Yeah.
And it's obvious this man was backing communist-inspired outfit, which is also affiliated with the NDP.
Yes.
I was just wondering your comments on that.
It's everywhere. It's rampant through Canada. It's left-wing Marxist ideology is prominent, maybe even dominant today in our society. I comment on it here all the time. I think, though, that what we're really dealing with today is a hybrid form of authoritarianism that incorporates corporatism or corporate fascism with Marxist cultural ideology. And I think that the terminology that is applied to that fairly accurately is globalism, where nationalism or pride in country is being rejected in favor of a collectivist ideology, one that embraces the idea of a globalist approach to government, where nation states cede their sovereignty to a global governance structure, and each nation state becomes the equivalent, essentially, of a global province or state under the umbrella of a global governance structure, where each nation state serves the collective globally. And who runs that? An unelected group of very wealthy, privileged, elite people who think maybe that they're doing the right thing, but in reality, they're really just self-serving, and they're subjecting the rest of us to a new form of serfdom, or maybe even global slavery, where we just become cogs in a giant global machine, feeding them. Well, they make us eat bugs. Essentially, you know, I hate to break it down to that level, but it's actually true. How's that?
Yes, I have to agree 100%. That's totally where this whole new world order and reset and all this stuff is actually heading. I thank you very much for giving me the time to talk to you and express my opinion, and glad to hear yours, which is exactly like mine. Thank you once again, and have a good day.
Thank you very much for the call. It is actually a little disheartening to see a lawyer up there with that slogan on his computer. I believe that people who subscribe to that kind of thinking are misguided. But we'll see what things end up. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, take care. Moving on now to, I think it's Dennis from Saskatchewan.
Yes, it is. My message was simply questioning the, I want to call it the reality or the honesty of the inquiry. Is Paul Rule the commissioner? The claim with that is he was appointed by Justin Trudeau to this commission, if that is who he is.
Yes.
And that's all I would like to know.
Yes, that is the case. He was appointed by the government, by the Trudeau government. In fact, the lawyer yesterday for Bridget, the lady who testified, why is her name escaping me? Bridget Belton. She brought that up as an objection before the testimony from Bridget began, actually.
Okay, thank you. I hadn't heard about that. I don't want to take your time away from all the callers. We need to make sure that we know who is running the commission.
Yeah, and the commissioner did address that. He did have a rebuttal to it, and explained the process that could be undertaken to oppose what is going on with him sitting in that chair. That, as he pointed out, he really has no control over it himself, and he also denies that he's biased in any way, and says that he's not really just a liberal. So I'm going to take that for what it's worth, and if you want to see the exchange, it is there. You'll find it just before Bridget began her testimony yesterday. The live stream is still up and will remain up for the public to see, so you can check it out there if you're interested in seeing what that was all about.
Okay, thank you. I won't take too much time. I just want to make sure that the readership or viewership is alerted to this, because there's bound to be some alternative opinions. And I thank you for your time. I'll let another reader or viewer call in.
Thank you. I appreciate the call. Yeah, I think it's a valid question.
Bye-bye.
It's absolutely a valid question, and we asked it even before the inquiry began. But so far, from what I've seen, the commissioner seems to be acting with impartiality so far, and giving all players, all stakeholders a wide berth. Hello, how are you, Marcy?
Hi, I need to disagree with you.
Okay, no, that's okay.
I found that the commissioner, with some of the organizers, the look of disdain on his face. And to me, that does not show impartiality. And I was kind of wondering about that long before this even started, how impartial someone appointed by Trudeau would be. And by the looks that he was giving yesterday and the day before, I tend to say he's not all that impartial. He's trying, but he is not all that impartial.
Well, I have to admit that while this is going on, I'm listening more than I'm watching. Because I'm busy doing other things here in the studio, maintaining stuff, getting ready for stuff later on in the programs, but I've got it on all the time. I do watch sometimes, but I've got the audio on and I glance over at the screen. When I hear somebody say something that makes my jaw drop, then I turn and look. Right? So, I may be missing some of those expressions.
Yeah, I get that, because I'm doing the same thing, but every once in a while I sit down and just really watch. But that's not why I phoned in. I phoned in to ask, have you heard how John Ford's court thing went? Will he be testifying?
I checked in yesterday. As I understand it, paperwork was filed, so proceedings of some kind began. I don't think there was a decision as of yesterday. There were arguments made, I think, and the arguments being made by the lawyers representing Ford and the former Solicitor General were that it would do irreparable damage to the rule of law if his objection to testifying was not upheld, because it would undermine parliamentary privilege. So I disagree with that. I think he should be forced to testify if he doesn't volunteer, and more than that, he should just volunteer to testify. I believe he owes it to the public. I have not had an opportunity to see if there is a ruling on that yet today, but let me just check.
Well, I tried to find something and I couldn't. I really hope that he does have to testify, because if he can get away with this, what's stopping Trudeau, Freeland, and all of them from doing the same thing and not testifying? He would set a precedent.
Yeah.
I don't think that's right, because most of this is because of the government. Well, all of it is because of the government. Like, they should have to testify.
Yes.
And Ford was very vocal throughout the whole thing. Like, he should testify. In my mind.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, so I know that story has not been updated yet. So I'm not sure if they were back in court today or not. I will try to get some information before the next break, though, so we can update people.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh,
yeah.
And I have a hard time finding what Rumble. I don't know why.
Their search engine is not the best. I don't know. Not sure why.
They don't even acknowledge that because the other day I was able to watch you on Rumble, but since then I haven't been able to get you on there.
It's very, very strange. Their search engine is not good. Like, I like the idea of Rumble, and we do get a lot of traction over there, but I agree with you. Like, I search for other things on there myself, and I can't find things sometimes using their search engine. It's very odd.
Yeah.
Maybe I've looked at it too. I'm not sure how to set it up to rank better.
Yeah.
But I'll make it.
I don't know, because I watch another person on Rumble all the time, and I have no problem bringing him up.
Yeah.
Just by typing in his name. And I type in Maverick Multimedia, and I get nothing.
Let me just check something. Have you tried typing in Maverick News?
No, I will, though.
Yeah, because the channel over there, type in Maverick News. 2 separate words, and it'll come up. That will come up, because that over there is what the channel is called.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
And we have Avery on the line next.
Hi. So I'm first time, long time, listening to you guys for a while. I'm the media coordinator at the media organization IFCA-EEF.
What is
we do a lot of, so we're a conservative media outlet, and so I have to coordinate a lot of questions with liberal journalists. We try to do interviews. And there's one question they never want to answer, which is, what is their favorite Muppet? And I just want to know, what's your favorite Muppet, sir?
You're going to have to explain the question. Just give me a little more information and where this is going.
Just what's your favorite Muppet? Like, you know, the Muppet? Jim Henson creation?
What's on the Muppet? Muppet? I thought you said a Muppet.
Muppet, yeah.
A Muppet, like it.
No. I mean, I'm interested to know that too. What's your? Yeah. Is that your favorite Muppet?
This is a really strange question. Can you explain to me why you're asking me this? I'd like to know before I give you an answer so that I understand what this is all about. This is strange.
And, you know, it's just a lot of the corrupt liberal journalists, they refuse to answer our question, and that's typically our starter question. So I just want to know what your favorite Muppet is.
Is it? I really don't know what to make of your call. I'll answer the question. Like, I like all the Muppets. I think they're all cute and cuddly. I don't really have a favorite.
Have a good day. Thank you for answering my question.
Okay, yeah, no problem. That was a little weird. I think I was just trolled. Who do we have in the line next?
Hello?
Hi there, is this Charlotte?
Yes, it is. I just need to just be thinking out loud and bear with me. Sometimes I have a hard time putting my thoughts into words. But when Trudeau declared the Emergencies Act, technically he declared war on the citizens of this country, right? Am I thinking right?
I believe that it can be interpreted that way. I've said that myself because it is modern equivalent of the War Measures Act, and every step that they took to respond to me, they're the exact same measures they take when they're initiating any kind of warfare against even another country. Freezing their financial assets. Yeah.
So I'm thinking when he did that, like, I don't know how this war thing works, but in my opinion, he must have he did put a whole lot of people in jeopardy just by declaring war, because technically war means that you go kill your enemy. So what happens if somebody would have went out thinking, oh my God, war was just declared on me, and started shooting law enforcement or maybe some liberals? What would have happened? Because technically, isn't that what you do in the times of war, shoot and kill your enemy?
Sorry, I don't know. Repeat that again? I didn't quite follow where you were going with it.
Okay, so once war is declared against people, what comes next? I'm thinking people start arming themselves and going out and taking care of their enemies. So what if some crazy of there would have thought, oh my God, war was just declared against Canada, let's go kill the enemy before they get us. Is it legal to do that? I mean, would they have been held accountable for what they did if they would have killed somebody under war times?
No, it wouldn't have been legal to do it. It would never be illegal to do that. But you raise a very valid concern that I share with you, which is what the government, I think, and what the Prime Minister miscalculated on, dangerously, is that the harder you squeeze, the more likely you are to get a negative reaction. I think he's fortunate that he's dealing with peaceful Canadians and that our disposition as a nation, as a people, as a society, is that we are very peaceful, as you saw with protests. But when to me, the invocation of the Emergencies Act was an assault. It was an assault on the people because it stripped us of our rights. For me, it was horrifying. It was beyond it scared me. And it's undermined my trust in government because they were so quick to reach for it and use it against the people when it was clearly not necessary. Oh yeah, it might have been useful to the cops, but if you give cops any tool this was the question. Was it needed? And the answer is clearly no, which is a big concern. So you're quite right. That was a big mistake because for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. When you are an extremist, as the Prime Minister is, and you reach for the most extreme tool in your toolbox, you are risking getting an extreme reaction. Or maybe that's what they wanted.
Well, that's just my point. In my opinion, he put a whole lot of people in jeopardy by doing that, because it only would have taken one group, one person even, to say, okay, I'm getting them before they get me, we're at war. And in my opinion, technically they would have been able to do that because we're at war. That's what it means. That's what you do. I would really like to have an answer to that, to know how that works, to see if he did. And I'm not saying that he would have done that on purpose. It just would have been unfortunate if somebody would have taken it that far. And that's the reality.
On February 27th, 1933, the German parliament, the Reichstag, burned to the ground. That was the incident in which Hitler was able to seize power permanently as a dictator. That because he was trying to show the people that there was a threat to the nation state, an existential threat, and he needed to seize power and declare himself the ultimate ruler in order to keep the nation state and the people safe. So I believe that a lot of what we've seen over the past couple of years is akin to that in a way, whether intentional or unintentional. But when you demonize a group and then push them into a corner and beat them like a dog with a stick, and they literally did that in Ottawa after invoking the Emergencies Act, you are, I have to wonder, was he not hoping for some sort of a severe reaction so that then he could then take further steps to cement his power on a more permanent level? That was the fear that I had when he invoked the Emergencies Act. I thought, well, how much further are they going to go now? We are lucky that the Senate made it clear they were not going to extend the Emergencies Act, and so he revoked it before they refused to approve the extension, although Parliament already had. That it had to make its way through the Senate. So we're lucky in that regard, and thank God for the truckers, because they were entirely reasonable.
Man, they absolutely were. I mean, if this doesn't go in the favor of the truckers, I don't know what's going to happen, because we're done for.
See, if the truckers had been violent, if there had been a violent response in any way, and that they're trying.
I'm not just talking the truckers are retaliating after war was declared. I'm talking about just anybody out there in the country.
That's right.
I mean, that could have very well happened, and I think he should count his lucky stars that nobody took this to heart and really started doing something about it.
Well, I'll tell you, there are always people out there in any country who have designs like that. And I think the Prime Minister should count his lucky stars that the majority of Canadians are not like that, and that there are some Canadians who have been, who are always on watch for it and suppress that kind of activity so that the cops don't have to. And that's why that's why they're grasping it. That's why they're looking for it, because they thought that it's not there, in my estimation.
Right.
Not in a real
sense. It absolutely is not. No, not really.
And you saw that in the honest testimony. Yeah, you saw that in the honest testimony from the OPP intelligence officers, who said there was no credible threat to national security at that level. All their intelligence pointed to that.
I'm so anxious for I call him Ashley, Trudeau, anyway, because he's not my Prime Minister. I deny him. He's To me, he's a piece of shit. And I truly hope someday that man finds himself behind prison bars, because that's where he belongs. He's evil. He's an evil person. I don't even think he's human. I can't even stand to turn on the TV and watch him talking. It drives me nuts. And to get through I've watched every hour of testimony that's been brought forth so far, because this is history in the making. And I think the whole world is watching this. Canada is at the center right now. And I am so afraid, because no matter what the government does, it always seems to go for them. Nobody ever makes a decision for the people to help us out or to do anything. And I fear this is not going to be any different, because every one of them, in my opinion, is corrupt.
Yeah, well.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Sorry for blasting off, but.
Oh, that's okay. I appreciate the comments, and I know that a lot of other people share your feelings. So it's okay. It's okay to vent. And I think you were still in the guardrails there.
When he declared war, I want to tell you, I've never felt so. I don't even have a word. I actually felt my insides sink. It hit me that hard, and I was stunned. I was scared, and for a little while, I couldn't even go outside, because it was like, oh my God, what's out there waiting? And I'm sure I know I'm not the only one, but he needs it, and him and his goonies need to answer for this. He cannot get away with this. And I don't know if he's not held responsible. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm scared. I really am.
Well,
but anyway, Rex, I know you have other callers, and so I'm going to let you go, and you can get on to the next person. Thanks for listening to me, though.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Okay. You as well, Rick. Okay, bye.
I'm going to move on to Malcolm. Are you there, Malcolm? How are you today?
Extra large Starkville stuff double.
Somebody through the drive-thru.
Oh, coffee.
Yeah, I hope that's Freedom Coffee you're getting.
That's Freedom extra large double as I work my 14-hour shift to survive in this stinking country, right? Because that's where it's at. I am the mouth of the South, and I was at the convoy in Ottawa for 2 weeks, and then down at the Ambassador Bridge for the rest of it, right? So I seen a lot that was going on, and I filmed a lot of it, right? It got a lot of views worldwide. Tucker Carlson commenting and stuff like that, right? Fox News over Detroit doing interviews. What I see moving on, I didn't see any violence whatsoever. Okay, in Ottawa or at the Ambassador Bridge, with peaceful protests under a Section 2 Charter rights. We all know that we have that in our Charter rights as long as it's peaceful. Right now, I get the citizens of Ottawa, they're complaining about the orange law and this, that. Don't live in Ottawa, okay, if you don't like that, because guess what? Ottawa is our home. Protest. We have an issue with government. Where do we go? We go to Ottawa. Yeah, right, so I look at it like the Emergencies Act is a crock of shit that came out. We got the Emergencies Act, and we got Mr. Doug Ford, the notwithstanding clause coming here from the teachers union, right? We'll try to get that. One second, I gotta pay for this job. Sure. There's a tip. So at the end of the day, we got this notwithstanding clause, okay? And they told you there's some more freedoms, guys. Yeah. Right? We have the freedom to strike. In other words, they're ordering people to work. And if you don't, you'll get fined $4,000 when I heard today, right? Which is a crock of shit because it's modern day slavery. Nobody orders you to work. it's going to create, if they push it, it's going to create a national strike, and all hell's going to break loose. And that's when the problems are going to arise. I mentioned 3 years ago on the Facebook page, 3 years ago, that Canada is the Venezuela of the North. Again, that was 3 years ago. Now, we're in the 11th hour of the third year coming up here, right? And we're not far away from Venezuela. When people, I make 6 figures a year. It sounds great on paper, but after taxes and everything else, I'm still struggling.
Yeah.
I don't drink, I don't do drugs. The price of my diesel for my pickup trucks doubled. And it was 80 cents a liter in 2017 when I bought my brand new truck. So I thought big diesel's the way to go, right? Now I just passed the pump, it's at $2.35 a liter. Okay, so we're seeing heavy duty markups on everything, right? They promise there'd be no price gouging. When you go to the supermarket and you buy some stuff, okay, a lot of things are 400%. Like a head of lettuce, right? $10 for a head of lettuce. Are you joking me? Right? So all hell's going to break loose eventually, right? Like I said, I'm peaceful, 100%. That's what I live by, is my peace.
I've just got I've got some video up on the screen here that you're not seeing. I've got there, just more to your point from previous, they have events in downtown Ottawa all the time that, are loud and attract huge crowds. I'm wearing video of an event called La Machine right now, but then these giant, huge robots spewing fire and smoke, and huge crowds downtown. This is what life is like down there. So, this is.
Well, yeah. I'm also about protests. I hold the Windsor 420 Festival, okay, outside the court buildings every year until COVID came, right? And we were kicking off pretty good down there. So, I know a lot about protesting and what you can do and what you can't do. Like I just said, the 420 Festival, people are selling weed, smoking weed. This is before it was even legalized. It was illegal. Okay? And there was never an issue with the police. There was never no violence. The police did come and read the Riot Act, what we can't do in this town, right? But it was, there was never an issue with the police. Then you get a couple of trucks, and they get a movement going, and I really love what Barbara had to say. I'll tell you, I really do. He's one us, and he's got turned like this. You people out there, okay? Barbara is one us. He didn't throw Tamara under the bus. He didn't throw anybody under the bus. And he said it the way it was, right? And I really liked his point. And the lawyer that spoke today, I really loved his point. It was a nonviolent protest. Nobody was hurt. Okay, nobody was hurt. I didn't see any shit, and I was in the mix of it all. I was on Wellington Street, the fireworks going off. Like I said, I viewed it, Facebook Live, and I got millions of views worldwide. Like Tucker Carlson was commenting on it, right? So, it traveled far through social media, and it was a great experience, and I'll probably never have another moment in my life where that experience was like that, because when I came back to Windsor, Ontario, where I'm from, the first week, my phone was ringing off the hook. Are you going to go back to Ottawa? I didn't want to go back to Ottawa, but I did. And I went with a bunch of people, toolmakers alike, and machinists, and Ronnie Salinas, who hooked me up with you, actually, today. He said, call into this guy. Well, you got to talk to him, right? My point, I guess, what people like to hear. I was going to ask you, what's your favorite superhero, by the way, instead of the Muppet?
I'm torn between Batman and Superman, but I think Batman, because he's just got more of a cool factor to him.
Well, my superhero of choice is Chris Barber.
Okay,
and what he had to say. Right? I don't want to get too far off the topic, but you know what? You got a great show going on, and you'll be hearing a lot more from me. That's a fact, Jack, because I am the mouth of the stuff, the man without a plan, the master of all disasters, and I bring it to you live, and I tell you the way it is, the way that I see it anyways from mine. You might see it differently, whatever, so be it. But what I see was peaceful demonstration, no violence, there's no raping. Everything that the media took and whatever they could sensationalize with the story, they did, man. And I seen it. I was laughing, going,
I got friends that are reporters for CTV and CBC, and like I said, I do the 420 festival, so they're always interviewing me around April about the festivals, right? So I know these guys personally, and I couldn't believe the shit that was coming out of some of their mouths. I was like, you gotta be joking me. You know, is this what Canada's come to? I hope not. Like I said, I'm doing my part. I never took one cent for COVID relief or any of that crap. Half my shop that I work in, there's 450 people in the shop. Half of them went off on COVID. I said, fuck that. I'm capitalizing. I'm working 80 hours a week if I have to, right? If I can. So, and I do. And I still do today, right? So I never took a cent because I seen it was a scam. You know, and when you got government jabbing people and forcing people for the job, we got a problem. You should have the right. If you want the job, take the job. You don't want the job, don't take the job. Don't discriminate and don't create another part of the program where if you're not jabbed, you're not part of that. You know, they're just, you know, they're just separating people, and it's not a good thing. You know, the last time the War Measures Act, or whatever they want to call the Emergencies Act today, was back when Trudeau was around, and there was a thing called the FLQ. I was just a little baby when that shit was going on. I was born in 1970. And there was a reason for that, okay? When you got politicians being held hostage and murdered and bombings and shit like that going on in Montreal. Yeah. You know, now there's a reason for the War Measures Act or the Emergency Act, however they want to say it. They make it sound nice. They have the Emergency Act, the War Measures Act. And we've all, you know, it is what it is. And at the end of the day, yeah, I'm going to let you get on to your callers. I guess you're getting back into the air anyways here soon, but I just want to say thank you. Keep up the good work at Maverick. You're doing a great job, and you'll hear more from the mouth of the South, my friend.
Outstanding. Thank you, Malcolm. Great call.
Yep. Mouth of the South.
Mouth of the South. Master of disaster.
Yeah, baby. I know it.
Yeah.
Yes, man, without no plan. How are you talking to?
Okay, see ya. Here's Isabel. How are you today?
Not better. I enjoyed yesterday. Bridget was awesome.
Yeah, she was.
She put the blame where it went. She really put the blame. I think she brought forth just what the truckers went through personally. You know, I mean, the puppets perceive that. You know, traumatic. I mean, like I said before, I'm a senior, and these last 2 years is like being in prison. I was around, like the last guy said, but I was around for the SLQ, and my father was a chauffeur to the British High Commissioner at that time, and everything went to lockdown. And my brother was in the Army, my older brother, and they still never called in an emergency act over that. And I remember the report of Laporte when they found him. They never went to this extreme. To me, this whole thing, Trudeau wanted to incite a riot. That's what he was hoping for.
Oh, yeah, it's so obvious they wanted this to be their Canadian January 6th event. They so wanted that, yeah.
I think that was the thing, was he didn't get his badge like they did in the States for following an insurrection. So he got kicked. And his way of being pissed off was, well, I can't go across to them. Oh my God, I gotta run and hide. So I'm gonna send out my goons and let them take care of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just seen a report on here with him, with the Iranian, where that girl supposedly was beat to death, and yet the video shows that she wasn't beaten to death, but it started with a riot over her.
Yeah.
What is it he's been just doing? Out on the street screaming his head off with these people?
Yep. Yeah.
Him and Sophie.
You know, I addressed that on the weekend, the day that you went out there. And, you know, it's all about timing. The West is just manipulating that. They've latched onto that single event because they want to antagonize and maybe even go to war with Iran. Because we're on the verge of, well, I think we already are involved in World War III. And this is just further escalation. They're trying to destabilize the government with these protests that they have helped to choreograph through psychological warfare, through information warfare, by inciting riots over in Iran and around the world, including here at home. And that's why Trudeau is out on the street with those protesters, not because he gives a monkey's fart about the woman who died.
No.
If it wasn't, otherwise, if it wasn't for the conflict in Ukraine with Russia and all of this World War III saber rattling going on, they wouldn't have cared about that woman.
No. There was a woman a few years back that got stoned to death because apparently she was seeing another man while she was married, and the whole village stoned her to death.
Yeah.
And they put that on the news.
Yeah.
I didn't see anybody rallying around that.
Right.
What happened there?
Yeah, but that's simply this one incident, right? No, they're manipulating the public, and it's amazing to see how many people just latch onto it, fall in line, and support the latest thing, not realizing that they're actually being manipulated.
Well, this is we've got the May where, now you can go in, I feel like I can't take it anymore. Okay, that's fine, let's put you to sleep.
Yeah.
The other thing that I've heard recently is that if you go in for an operation, and one of the nurses put this, I don't know how true it is, but she posted it on Facebook, that she disagreed with a doctor because if you're out, they have the right to vaccinate you.
I mean, if you're asleep, if they've not...
When they put you up for surgery.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? They haven't killed enough people, so now, okay, so you're going in for surgery? You took an adverse reaction. Oh, the poor thing died. Really? Really? So where do we turn when a friend of mine right now, her little girl has pneumonia. She's 4 years old. She just came down with it. She's in the hospital. She's unvaxxed. The mother was vaxxed, and the mother took a severe reaction. The doctor said no more. The little girl right now is in the hospital with pneumonia. And I said to her right away, I said, well, I hope they're not leaving her alone in there. I never said why, because I don't want to set my friend up. Because people are telling me, stop going down the rabbit hole. And I've gone down the rabbit hole so far that I think I've seen the Mad Hatter. Well, we know where he is, on Parliament Hill. But I get to that point where the anxiety starts rushing back, and I have to pull it. But I see all this stuff that's going on, and it's like, you're just doing everything possible to send us over the edge. You're starting with the food, and you're doing the water, now you're doing the gas, and you want to shut the pipelines, and you've done that. And now, there's another wave coming in. Oh, you better do this. Every day is something new. It's no wonder people can't take it here anymore. And I feel bad for the kids, because this is not a world where kids can grow up and enjoy life. I mean, he's doing everything possible. Everything possible to scare the shit out of everybody. And you never know what's coming next and what to think of next. And that's exactly how he wants us. Totally confused. And how the other side doesn't see it, I don't know.
Listen, we're going to move on. We've only got a few more minutes left, a whole bunch of calls, and I just want to take a minute to give at least one, maybe two other people a chance to weigh in here. So thank you as well. We will talk about it.
You're doing a good job. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. And we'll move on now to Randy. Hello, Randy. Or Rudy. It's Rudy.
Oh, it's Rudy. Rudy. How are you doing today? Well, I'm sitting in Denny's here in Edmonton, and it's snowy and icy, and I got a trip to go to Winnipeg, and so I'm just sitting having my breakfast first before I endeavor to do that. How's your day?
So far, so good. It's not snowing here. It's actually quite nice. It's probably in Fahrenheit about 55 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe 57 maybe Fahrenheit.
Oh, yeah. On that last caller there, I tell you, that's what the shortly, and we're going to hear more good news out of that commission, I'm sure. But the game isn't over, okay? We're just going to sit back and see where this kind of goes for a bit and take it from there. I think it'd be the best solution to see what is going to be the actual fallout of this, and then we're going to have to take appropriate action as to what we're going to hear. You know, what do you think, Rick?
Yeah, all we can do is just let this roll out over the next, 3.5 weeks, until we get to the end, see what we get in terms of report, and then assess at that point. I think.
But I think your last caller was right. Trudeau wanted to incite people to riot or whatever. He did everything he could. Yep. But we have to stay peaceful, okay, in our endeavor, and I think that is a very important factor.
I agree.
Go ahead, Rick. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Absolutely, no, I agree. 100%.
Yeah. So a lot of people in Canada understand what we did and why we did it, and I think we still have the hearts and minds of all Canadians, and I think you just got to keep it there, keep everything peaceful and loving, and understand where the evilness is, and it's not with us, it's with Mr. Trudeau.
Well, listen, we're going to move on. I just have one request of you, sir. Please keep the snow out there.
I will try my best. I will do a little dodging here and there. Maybe I can fool it, but you never know. Old man winter, you never know.
Thank you.
I will try. Okay, let's keep in touch, Rick. Stay on the ball. You're doing a good job, and thank you ever so much again for what you do, and hang in there. You're doing a great job.
Thanks for the call. Have a great day. Drive safe.
You betcha. Okay.
And we'll go to our next call here. Somebody's been waiting almost a half an hour. Who do we have on the line?
You got it, Al.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for waiting so long. We'll have to make it quick.
No worries.
So go ahead.
Well, I just got to relate to a couple of callers. Creepy call. Let's stick with Beaker first of all, for the Muppets there. And if he wants muffins, let's go Blueberry. Oh my God, dude was just so creepy in his presentation there. And the other one, couple other things. When did it go? When did it stop being us against the establishment? After war times, it used to be that way. When I was a kid, I used to hear from my parents about, as long as they keep their damn noses out of our bedrooms, they stuff like that, right? And then, for the Emergencies Act, well, in my opinion, they used it against us, not for us. The fucking thing is supposed to be for our country, not against us. So I think there's a problem with the whole mindset and the way in which it was used in the first place. Lastly, the downfall of any government is about 9 days of hunger for the citizens. So that's really all I had to say. And you're doing a hell of a good job. and I agree with it. I think 9 out of 10 of your callers, I gotta admit, this is my home, my new home. I've been here for a few months. I've been admiring, your presentations, your promos, your intros, your outros, your mintros. Like I said, the last time I was on, it's like the 70s, not the 2022 sci-fi movie slams those two ages together. It's got nostalgia. I love it. Anyway, okay, so we'll let you get back to the show so I don't take up all your time and maybe get another caller on.
Thank
you. And maybe you can comment on a couple of the things I had to say.
All right, thanks. No, right on point. We'll try and get one more caller in here because I know they're coming soon here. We've got Louise up next. Hello, Louise.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to add my voice to what's going on down there in Ottawa about
8 months ago, my daughter with my 2 teenage granddaughters left Canada because she didn't want her daughters to be vaccinated in school. And so she's living in Miami. And thinks that she'll probably never go back to Canada because Hulu and Hollywood Street, that's all I think.
Yeah.
It's not just true. I think there's a greater power behind him that's driving him to make these decisions.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. And a lot of people already have left the country, more than people realize. I never thought I'd see the day where Canadians would be trying to escape from their home because of the government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's hard to see an end to it, actually. Even with, all of the people that are being elected across the world, that they're all on that list. If you go on the WEF website, they've got the list of everyone who has signed up under them. And I can see that most of the new people who are being elected, besides the Alberta girl, are with the WEF. And so then, how do we stop this?
Vote and educate yourself. Stay aware.
Yeah, we need to vote. And actually, seems to be in Florida because.
Okay, we gotta go. The commission's coming back in, so we have to go back to our.
All right, thank you for letting me talk.
Okay, take care.
Yeah.
Bye for now. Okay, so up next we have Tom Marazzo from the Truckers. Here we go. As the afternoon coverage continues. Day 15 of the inquiry into the use of the Emergencies Act.
Mr. Marazzo, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'd like to affirm, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Thomas James Marazzo, Marazzo.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marazzo.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Mather. I'm one of the commission counsel. Through your counsel, you have provided a statement about your involvement in the protest in Ottawa. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If we could pull up HRF 1595. Is this the statement that you've provided?
Yes, it is.
Have you reviewed it before testifying?
Yes, I did.
Are there any changes you wish to make?
No, sir.
Do you adopt the contents of the statement as accurate?
Yes.
May I ask you just a few questions about your background? I understand from the statement, which we can actually take down, Mr. Clerk, is that you were born and raised in Ontario. Where did you grow up?
Niagara Falls and St. Catharines, Ontario.
And where do you live now?
Just outside of Napanee.
And I understand that you're a father of 2 children, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you served in the armed forces for 25 years, achieving the rank of captain, is that correct?
Yes.
And then after leaving the armed forces, you earned an MBA?
No, I had the MBA when I was currently serving. And then when I retired from the military in 2015, I went back to school and did a Bachelor of Technology and Software Development.
And where did you earn that bachelor?
Seneca.
And then after that, you began working at Georgian College as a partial load teacher, is that right?
Yes.
Sorry. And as I understand it, you lost that job in 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please explain to the commission what happened?
I was notified that the college had adopted the province-wide COVID-19 vaccine mandates, and I had some interactions with my union and realized that the union was not going to be supportive. And so subsequent emails came out from the president of the college herself. And my response to that was to sent an email to the president of the college, as well as deans, the VP of HR, and as many other faculty as I could put on this email. I sent it internally to the college, not publicly, looking to express my concern and question. You know, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but questioning the legality and sort of the morality of what they were doing. And a few days later, I was terminated with cause.
And when was that approximately?
September 13th of last year. So year September.
And what were you doing between September 2021 and your arrival in Ottawa, which we'll get to in a minute, which I understand was in January 2022?
Yeah. My former spouse and I sold our house, and we purchased land outside of Napanee, and then we moved to that area. And the plan really this year was to build a house. I cashed an RSP to live off of while I was, you know, trying to build the house, and really just focus on that, focus on my family. The level of tension in this country was extreme, to say the least. And I really wanted to focus on putting my family in a better situation, which meant actually going off grid if that was even possible. Because as an unvaccinated person, there was a lot of rhetoric about actually being able to participate in society. And so we chose to sell the house. We purchased land. We were going to build a house. And we ended up in an apartment together, the three of us with my daughter, in just outside of Kingston. And we were there working on plans for the house.
And prior to participating in the protests in Ottawa, had you been politically active?
No, I was not.
And I understand it, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that you've never been a trucker?
No, sir.
And you say in your statement that you arrived in Ottawa on January 30th, which I believe was the first Sunday. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And what brought you to Ottawa?
Through a mutual friend of mine in James Potter and his wife Sandy, I was contacted on the phone that Sunday morning, and I was asked if I would take a phone call with James and Sandy just to discuss some logistical, organizational ideas around the convoy. I had been tracking the convoy as it was coming across Canada, and I was absolutely a supporter of it. I really loved what this whole entire Freedom Convoy was about. So in that discussion, which lasted approximately 15 minutes, James had asked me if I would come to Ottawa and support the convoy in any way that I could in terms of getting organized, doing logistical stuff. And within 3 hours of that phone call, I was actually at the Ark Hotel.
Who was the mutual friend?
Her name is Jane Moffat, I believe. I'd only ever met her once in person. And I think I've spoken to her one time since the convoy.
When you first spoke with Mr. Bowder, what did you know about him?
Nothing.
What did you learn about him when you spoke with him, sorry?
I learned that there was a great need to get organized. And from him personally, the details, I never got any details about him personally or his wife Sandy. I knew there were two people that were trying to affect the change in this country, and I wanted to help them out. So there was an opportunity for me to employ the skills that I have gained over my career. And so I recognized it as a great opportunity to get involved.
Do you have any sense how James Bowder identified you as someone who might be able to assist?
I think Jane had mentioned to him that I was retired military, and I think that's pretty much it.
After that initial phone conversation with Mr. Bowder, how often were you two in communication?
I had seen James when I first arrived at the Ark, and then it was somewhat sporadic. I think he moved to a different location. I don't know where. I know he had a room in the Ark, and I would occasionally run into him. My contact with him was very sporadic.
When you arrived at the Ark Hotel in Ottawa, what did you learn about the organization of the protests?
into the ARC. I was brought into a boardroom, and there were several truckers and two OPS police officers, Sergeant Fong Lee, Sergeant Lou Carmelo. And the meeting had already begun, and I was asked to turn my cell phone off or remove it from the room and give the police my name, which I did. And then I just quietly sat there. James actually brought me into the room and introduced me, and I believe he oversold my career. I know there was people in the room that actually thought I was a retired general, which is clearly not the case. And so I sat there quietly and I just listened. And it was a very telling meeting. I got the feeling that after 2 days of the convoy being there, this was the very first collective meeting that they had actually had in a room. I could be wrong about that, but I didn't get the sense that this group of people had ever come together with the Ottawa Police or any representative of the government of any kind.
And we've heard the name Fong Lee. Was it your understanding that those him and the other officer were members of the PLT?
They were.
And who are the other truckers in the room?
The details of that are a little sketchy. They weren't all truckers. Dana Metcalf was somebody I sat beside. Joe Borgo was in the room. Ryan Olson, his son-in-law. There was Bridget Belton, I believe, was in the room. Some of the other names, I didn't know who they were when I first walked into the room, so I can't really account for who everybody was in the room.
Return to who you were dealing with in a minute. Could you just perhaps provide some more context or an explanation about how it was the case that you received a phone? Like, what drove you to go to Ottawa after receiving a phone call from a man that you'd never met before, who you didn't know anything about, that would have you leave, your wife and your kids to go to Ottawa? What drove you to do that?
To be perfectly honest, I think it was a case of fear. I had, over the time of COVID, noticed things that I never before believed that I would see in Canada related to the way the police and bylaw and the government were going after Canadians. And for the first time in my life, I was, actually afraid of police. And I have several friends that are police officers. And I had a phone call with Randy Hillier one day, and Randy didn't know who I was. This was, I sent an email to him and Roman Baber and other people, and months later his office had returned the call. And Randy doesn't even recall the conversation. They said, I spent 25 years of my line of military, and for the first time, I'm actually afraid in my own country. And he said, never be afraid. Like, you can't be afraid of the police or the government. They're here to serve us. And I think for me, that kind of flipped a switch, where I was like, I went from thinking, I'm afraid to get arrested or beaten by the police or getting an $880 fine to, you know what, now I want the fine. I'm done. I'm not going to hide from these people anymore. And so that started to mentally transition the way I thought. And then we came to a point where I thought, well, at some point the lawyers are going to step in and intervene and start protecting the public. And they didn't, except for a few. Then when the vaccine came out, I thought, well, the medical community is going to stand up and put a stop to this because of informed consent. And they didn't, except for a few. And it was the truckers that gave me an opportunity to actually get into, fighting for my kids' rights.
The phone call you mentioned with Mr. Hillier, was that in the context of the Ottawa protest, or did that happen before?
No, it was months before when I still was employed. Still lived in, I don't know if I was employed. I think it was, I still lived in my old house prior to selling it and moving to the Napanee area.
When you arrived in Ottawa, did you have a sense of how long you were planning on being there?
No, I had a bag, 5 changes of clothes. I believed that at the time I would go there, get organized, start to just kind of develop a daily sustainment plan and a routine, and then I would look for somebody who was able to basically take over for me, and then I would move on if I wasn't required anymore.
So when you arrived and you
spoken to Mr. Bowder on the phone. He brings you into this room where there's protesters and some police. What happens next? How do you integrate yourself into the organization?
That particular meeting actually got quite animated, very loud. I remember Bridget being quite upset with Sergeant Lee, where she had made a comment of basically to the effect of, what, are you going to shoot us in the streets? Like, that's where the level had gone, and it started to calm down. Eventually, the two police officers departed from the meeting, and we all just kind of sat around and regrouped. I think people went for breaks. And then people left the room. I remember Bridget and I being in the room, and right around that time, I think somebody brought in the map. And so I had learned there was a list of places that the OPS had requested that we not go near, like roads that we stay off of. And I said, okay, great, we've got the map. Let's start marking the map. And for me, what was really important, because I had spent, my son has a very severe heart condition. And I spent Christmas this year in the hospital with my son. And so, you know, I'm very aware of keeping the emergency lanes open. It is an important issue for me. So the first thing we did was start identifying hospitals. We identified the police station, fire departments, vulnerable infrastructure, and then started to plan out the routes to those in an effort really to make sure that those lanes were always accessible. So that's really where we started. And then I needed to get a handle on where all the vehicles were located. And that was a monumental task, because at the time, trucks were coming to the city, trucks were leaving the city. There was a huge just change in our overall size of the convoy overall. So really, that first day was about just getting a handle on where everybody was and the size and scope of the convoy.
I take it that this involved you meeting a lot of people you had never met before.
Yes, everybody.
Did anyone ask you who you were and what you were doing there?
James had introduced me initially into that meeting, so everyone just realized there was an Army guy in the room. And so my sense was right away that nobody was in charge particularly. There were strong personalities, people with strong opinions, but for some reason, and I don't know why, I think it was just the fact that I was an Army guy that people assumed that I was going to be able to get organized. And to be perfectly honest, it's nothing unusual for an Army officer to be able to do what I did. But it was just trying to get organized.
When you say in charge and get organized, you mean get organized? Are you talking about logistics?
Logistics. My focus was really just on logistics and a sustainment plan, not any other. I wasn't thinking in a tactical sense. I was thinking just purely in sustainment, to make sure that people could get food, fuel, money if they needed it for whatever purpose. That was really what my thinking was at the time.
So emergency lanes,
yes.
Fuel, food, money, anything else that you would consider as part of being responsible for logistics?
There was the big task, which was really, really difficult, was just to find the numbers and the composition of all the different types of trucks and where everybody was scattered. And then I learned that we had trucks out on the Parkway, we had vehicles out on 88, Arnprior, locations I never actually made it to. But it was just trying to get a good situational awareness, or SA, of what was happening on the ground.
When you arrived on the 30th, and I guess probably moving into the 31st, did you come to understand that there had already been people in Ottawa who were working on food, logistics, and money?
I did not know that until, I believe, late that first evening. And that is when I met Tamara and found out that there was an alternate coordination center at the Swiss Hotel.
Okay, when did you learn about the alternate coordination center at the Swiss Hotel?
Just that it had existed, that in those conversations, it was agreed that my scope of what I was interested or involved in was now going to be really cut in half, and I was quite happy about that because I didn't want to get into the situation where I had to think about security, public speaking, and the stage, and all that stuff that I had learned about. I didn't have to worry about doing first aid. That was going to be handled by the other group. We were just really going to focus on the logistics in terms of feeding, fuel, and then truck movements. That was another piece of my responsibility, would be moving vehicles in and out and around the city.
Was it the case that no one was organizing feeding and fuel before your arrival?
No, and that's the surprising thing, because that was happening. I mean, that just does happen. I mean, the number of supplies and fuel that was coming into the city, it actually did make what I was trying to do a lot more easy, because that was just organically happening anyway. I mean, when people are hungry, they go searching for food.
I do this in a bit of a two-part question here, and bear with me if it presents a problem. But can you explain to me what was happening in terms of where food and fuel was coming from before your arrival, and then what changed after your arrival, or what you did to change anything?
To be honest, I don't know where they were getting their supplies en route to Ontario or to Ottawa, but I had seen a lot of social media videos and seen people on the overpasses at truck stops. So I know that all along the way they were collecting food and donations, everything that I had seen on social media. And so when they arrived in Ottawa, it was the intention of the public to continue to come to the city of Ottawa and give more supplies as much as they could possibly give.
Did you learn anything about the Adopt a Trucker campaign that was being spearheaded by Chris Garrett?
I learned about it a few days later. I didn't really know much about it. My interactions with Chris were very little. It wasn't inside. It wasn't something inside of my area of influence that I was concerned about. It was something that was kind of going on in the background, so I didn't interact with it.
How was fuel supplied to the truckers that were in the downtown core?
There were, I think, different sources coming in. Sorry, I can't remember the name of the type of vehicle. It's a fuel truck. It's probably written. I'm not a trucker, so some of the lingo I wasn't fully conversant on. I know that they were getting a lot of fuel, but it wasn't until after it was forbidden to bring in more fuel with bigger trucks and stuff to refuel them. People started to bring in the jerry cans by hand.
And was that something you assisted in organizing?
No. That was, by that point, my role had kind of been modified. It had sort of transitioned a little bit later on, about a week after or so. I just knew they were getting in fuel. The truckers were taking care of their own fuel, and there was no shortage of the fuel up until the Ottawa police forbid them from bringing in trucks of fuel. And then it was jerry cans, and that was not my idea. That was just people being very, very industrious.
Did you do anything to coordinate fuel into the downtown Ottawa at any point?
I did not have to. No.
One of the things you said you did was get a sense of the number and composition of the types of truck. First question, how did you go about doing that?
I literally had to go and send people out and count trucks in the streets.
And do you recall what was the result of that calculation?
Well, there was different areas. So I remember speaking to one person who, after it took 4 days just to get that magic number of 322. That was a head count. That was literally somebody going out with sticky notes on streets and then actually breaking down by vehicle. It was incredibly difficult to get an accurate count because trucks kept coming and trucks kept going in and out of the city or out to different locations. So at some point, I just kind of gave up on that as something that I really needed to focus on. I was just kind of more interested in, general terms, where do we have vehicles, center of mass kind of thing, I didn't need the details of where they were.
But at some point in time, it was determined there was roughly 322 trucks.
That was our count, and I knew that count. I guess I shouldn't say honestly when I've sworn an oath, but I didn't have a lot of confidence in the number just because the influx and outflux of vehicles. So even when I got that number, it wasn't overly valuable to me.
At any point did you feel that you had a handle on the number of trucks that were in the city and that were coming and going, or is that something that always changed?
It always changed, and again, it lost value in knowing that specific number. The point of interest for me was that we had more trucks concentrated on Wellington.
With respect to clearing emergency lanes, the commission has heard evidence, including from Mr. Garber and Mr. Wilson, that the emergency lanes, let me back up, the protesters weren't able to keep the lanes clear on Rideau, Sussex, and at Kent. Does that sound correct?
Sometimes, yes, that's true.
Was there any other locations or intersections where the emergency lanes were not left open, to your knowledge?
My understanding was when that did happen, and it happened occasionally. For example, Sergeant Lee had been, let's say, vigorously contacting me to clear out one of the intersections. Then he kept asking me, if I've gone down there and checked it. So I didn't send a runner. I went down for myself to see it for myself. And what I discovered was there was heavy equipment owned by the city, concrete barriers, and 5 Ottawa police officers standing in the intersection. It wasn't being blocked by any of our people at all. So there was a give and take where we were sent, or I was sent, or other people that I was with were sent to go look at an intersection only to find out it wasn't even us. And I had 2 members that I was working with that routinely, when we were asked by OPS to go and check on a safety lane or an intersection or something that was blocking safety, our 2 people would go down and physically speak to the drivers and get them to open up those lanes.
And so it's my understanding that those efforts were generally successful except on Kent Street, is that correct?
I can't see the street. Is that Kent is right near the Rideau? Or sorry, I'm fuzzy on some of the streets.
So the evidence has been there's been 2 locations. One's Rideau, Sussex. Yes, we'll talk about it in a moment. To your knowledge, was there another location that was where the emergency lanes were not open?
No, the only sticking point was Rideau. And even on Rideau, I spoke to one of the drivers personally, and I said, you need to make sure you keep a safety lane. And he said, they have twice moved out of the way. They sit in their trucks and they listen for ambulances or they listen for sirens. And if they hear it, they move the truck out of the way because 3 times they had listened to the Ottawa police who said, can you please move the vehicle? And they would move the vehicle and the Ottawa police would move their cars in that spot and they would trick the drivers. So the drivers at Rideau said, we're not falling for it again. We'll sit in our truck. We will listen for sirens. And when we hear it, we will move. And he assured me that in 2 occasions they did exactly that.
Do you know who you were speaking with who gave you that information?
I don't know his name. I know where he was parked. He was parked... I know where he was parked. I don't know his name. I know he had a paper bag full of letters from children.
I understand from your statement and from some of the evidence that you had several interactions with the people who were at Rideau and Sussex. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What did you come to learn about who was in that intersection?
There was a Polish-Canadian contingent. There was French Canadians. And I know there was Anglophones on that corner. There was many different groups of people on that corner.
The commission has heard many adjectives to describe the group, but I'll put to you the suggestion that they've been described as difficult or standoffish. Would you agree with that?
I know there was a reputation prior to me going there and speaking to some of them. And I didn't get the sense that they were difficult. I got the sense that they were there for their own reasons, which were separate from the overall convoy itself, the most of the people that I was interacting with. But I got the feeling they were there for their families, for their communities. I know one driver I spoke to said that he didn't have anything to go back to until these mandates were lifted. And they were quite determined. I didn't find them to be difficult. There was a little bit of a language barrier with one of the French-speaking men that I spoke to. But I didn't find it difficult. I just found it a different style of motivation.
We've heard a bit again about with respect to French Canadian protesters there. Were you familiar with the term farfadets at the time?
Not until I've been sitting in the audience here.
Would you say there was anything different in the makeup of the group of Rideau suspects than at any other locations?
Just that they were more independent than the rest of the convoy.
As you began to work on clearing emergency lanes, interacting with the police, working with the protesters, what did you come to understand the organization of the protest to be?
Very, very decentralized. I learned that the truckers were not from big organizations, that they were actually independent owner-operators of their vehicles, and that you really had to be respectful of the position that they were in. They were individual business owners. They weren't going to take orders from anybody. They weren't going to take orders from me just because I said, I had no legitimate or legal authority to tell anyone to do anything, and I wasn't signing anyone's paycheck. This was a case where you had to use your soft skills to communicate and get people to buy in was what you were trying to do collectively.
To your mind, were there any leader or leaders of the movement?
I think there were people that were in leadership positions. For example, Chris Barber is a very charismatic person. He's an honest person. He'll just tell you the way it is, and he was very, very effective at communicating with truckers, and it didn't matter what their backgrounds were. They were all truckers. And so Chris was very influential speaking with truckers. Tamara was very influential. Bridget was influential in her own way. And many of the other people that were there working out of the ARC had developed networks, and they were always trying to broaden the network to communicate the things that we were all trying to do. And that was a lot of stuff was like, we've got speeches on Saturday trying to communicate that to the public and really work the social media angles, because we were getting vilified badly in such a grotesque way by the legacy media that we made a conscious effort at one point to go into the trucks with cameras and get truckers to tell their stories on social media. So the leaders were out there developing that kind of messaging to get out to all the supporters across Canada that had given us $20 million to be there.
Did you ever interact with Pat King while you were in Ottawa?
I did.
And can you tell us what your interactions were and what your impression of him was?
Really, my interactions were very, very little with Pat King, and it wasn't overly impactful, to be honest. I had spent maybe 2 to 3 occasions in his presence, and it was very little. I know that at one point there were some slow rolls, and I had requested that one of the other members go with Pat, because I know Pat was leading that convoy, and I made sure that the person I sent kept him well behaved.
Are you talking about the slow rolls at the airport?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And why did you think you needed to send someone to keep Pat King well behaved?
Because I only knew Pat through reputation in 1 or 2 interactions with him, and I didn't want there to be any confusion as to what they were there to do. It was to really just do a slow roll and to guarantee that in no way did we we stop at the airport because we were well aware that there was an orange helicopter route for the hospital. And we wanted to make sure that we had no impact on any air ambulance ability to get in and out of that airport. We had no intention of slowing down or disrupting the airport. And I wanted to make sure that we had somebody that was going to guarantee that we weren't there to close down or lock down the airport or disrupt the air ambulance. We just wanted to basically send a message that, we can still move around the city.
So I take it, so one of your concerns was potentially that Mr. King might try to shut down the airport or blockade the airport?
It was just on my part, to be honest, and some of the others that we discussed, it was just a precaution, just to make sure we also believe that if we told him not to do something like that, he would listen. I don't.
So you take a precaution when you're concerned that something might happen. So is that what you were concerned would happen?
Yes.
Okay. And was your concern based on Mr. King's reputation, as you indicated?
Yes, just solely on his reputation. That was it.
And what was Mr. King's reputation?
A little bit of a wild card. I remember in a meeting once that I had jokingly referred to him as a hand grenade going off in a room and scaring everybody else that it was going to explode. And it was a bit of a joke. He laughed. Everybody else seemed to think it was funny, but it was kind of like funny because, yeah, that's true. But just reputation-wise, he was a little bit of a wild card, and I just wanted to make sure that we were able to contain anything like that.
You're concerned it was possible that Mr. King may not engage in peaceful protest?
That was never a concern that I shared or had.
And you mentioned that you had dealt with Mr. Bowder sporadically.
Yes.
After the initial phone conversation and the introduction. At any point did you become aware of the memorandum of understanding, which I'm sure you've heard about over the last few weeks, or the last few days at least?
Yes, sir. I did hear of the memorandum of understanding. I learned about it once it was submitted already to, I believe, the Governor General. I think the media had a copy, and I had read it. Again, I'm no lawyer, but I know it wasn't written by a lawyer. It wasn't very well written. And I remember having a conversation once I learned about the MOU with somebody that I believed to be involved in drafting the MOU. And it was a private one-on-one meeting, and I said, you must retract that. If you do not retract that or pull it back or put the genie back in the bottle, we are going to denounce it. It made us look like we were here for a completely different purpose than what we were there for. It really muddied the waters. And I don't know if as a result of that conversation they pulled it back. I just know that the next day it was sort of retracted.
When you say it made it look like you were there for a completely different purpose, what was that purpose?
Well, I had read it, and as far as I was concerned, it was, we were there for the mandates. That MOU was there for a different purpose, and I don't remember the details of it, to be honest. I skimmed through it. It was not very well written. And so I didn't think it was credible. I didn't think it was appropriate, and I certainly didn't think that the government was ever going to suddenly resign because somebody sent them a memo.
You may not remember the details, but was your concern that what the MOU appeared to call for was something that was undemocratic?
What I believed when I read it was that they thought that it was a legal process that they believed it was a mechanism of government that they were trying to initiate. Even though I'm no constitutional scholar by any means, but I could tell that it was not going to go anywhere.
You said you had a conversation with someone where you said this must be denounced. Who was that conversation with?
I believe his name is Martin Broadman.
And Commissioners are saying that Mr. Broadman was someone who was associated with Mr. Bowder, is that correct?
Yes, sir. And
did he seem receptive to your message?
I think he was upset. It The meeting didn't end on a bad note. It wasn't like he was upset about it. He'd been working on this, I believe, since the year before the convoy even arrived. This was something that they were working on. They thought they were doing something that was legitimately recognized by the legal system. And he was upset that he wasn't getting support. But I believe at the end of that meeting, he said, okay, we'll pull it back.
You've been referred to in media and some of the documents we've received as the spokesperson for the protesters. Did you identify yourself to anyone as the spokesman?
No, sir.
Sir, spokesperson?
No.
Did you see yourself as a spokesperson?
The last 2 days, on the 18th and 19th of February, was the one, or the 2 times only during the convoy that I had chosen to speak without being, or without discussion with other members of the convoy. And that was because I felt that given the previous media stuff that I had done, alternative media or live streams, that I would be recognized by the public as somebody associated with maybe some of the other people like Tamara and Chris and Bridget, because everybody else was either out of the city or were already incarcerated. So there was nobody left that I believe the public would recognize as a credible person to deliver those 2 final days worth on the 18th and 19th. And that's the only time. Other than that, I was always asked to speak on the live streams.
Right, and you did on multiple occasions either speak on live streams or in sort of forms of press conferences, is that fair?
Yes.
And it's our understanding, but again, correct me if I'm wrong, that the first one was on February 7th, does that sound correct?
7th or 8th, yes. And then on the 10th, and I did clean up some of the confusion that I had caused on the initial.
Well, let's talk about some of that confusion right now then. So you as our understanding is the 7th,
yes.
That you gave a press conference. Mr. Barber was there, Ms. Belt was there, Ms. Leach was there, and some of the other organizers.
Yes.
You know what I'm referring to?
I do.
And how did that press conference come about?
I do not remember the person who asked me or the group of people who asked me to speak, but I had, I believe, just previous to that, it was the night after the night of the Coventry raid that we did a live stream as a larger group, and it seemed to go okay with I guess my presence on the video. So I was asked the next day to deliver a message on a live stream. And I don't remember who asked me to do it. I just know that I was asked to do it. And I would be accompanied by several members of, well, I think the entire board, as well as 2 doctors who were in attendance in that video.
So if we could pull up COM 50884 as it's coming up, Mr. Morazzo, this is, you can confirm if it is the case, but we understand that this is the press conference.
Yes, this is it.
This is it? Okay. If you could pause it, please, and go to the 7:25 mark. And then play from 7:25 to about 8:21.
Until the job is done. Okay? I am not calling for violence. I'm not expecting you to get into your vehicle, drive here, and create problems, create crimes. Okay, that's not what we're saying. Strength in numbers. We got sent here to send a message. The message isn't getting through. He's not getting it. And I apologize if I'm bashing the guy, but honestly, from my assessment, he's got a 22 caliber mind in a 357 world. Okay? Let's get on the table, for God's sakes. Enough hiding. I'm willing to sit at a table with the Conservatives and the NDP and the Bloc as a coalition. I'll sit with the Governor General. You put me at somebody, put us at the table with somebody.
in the video you say, I'm willing to sit at a table with you.
Can I just continue to answer because I've been notified in the media for that one?
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. Please go ahead.
It's a joke. I literally meant to comment on the man's intelligence. It was a joke. Sorry.
Understood. Sorry. You can take the video down.
Thank you.
Then you said, I'm willing to sit at a table with the Conservatives and the NDP and the Bloc as a coalition. I'll sit with the Governor General, put us at the table with somebody that actually cares about Canada.
Yes.
What did you mean when you said that?
In no way did I ever mean or intend for us to be part of the government. I wanted them to come and sit literally at a table and start figuring out a way to be an effective opposition to the Liberal Party of Canada, because we weren't seeing any opposition at all with the official opposition of Canada. You know, if the Conservative Party had been effective as being an opposition, we may not be in this room today, but instead they just didn't oppose anything that was happening to Canadians as to why we were there. And when we got there, there was no attempt at any level of government, municipal, provincial, federal government, to even talk to us, to get in a room with us. And you've heard the testimony here. Nobody ever wanted to even have a conversation with us. So I want to say that I was quite sick throughout my time during the convoy, and you know, I was exhausted, I was dehydrated, lots of stuff in that particular moment of that video. I did misspeak. It wasn't very clear what I was getting at. 2 days later, I tried to clarify that, or 3 days later, but what we wanted was for the government, anybody, we were desperate. It was basically a cry for help to come in and sit down and do this democratically. And that is a mechanism of government, because as we've seen since then, or even during the convoy, the NDP and the Liberals were forming a coalition that the public had not yet known about. And so, you know, forming a coalition seemed to be something like we were trying to nudge them, motivate them in any way we could just to talk to us. And to this day, they've never spoken to us, ever.
Some media outlets reported on those comments to suggest that you were saying that the protesters wanted to form governments in which they would be in a coalition with the opposition parties, but the protesters themselves would form part of the government. Yeah.
I feel like, honestly, she's not super upfront, but like what I do believe is I do believe she literally wanted to marry him, have kids with him. I don't know. I think that's
I've someone who in their life has a high mental health problems before, but even I had to go. When I hear that, I mean, I think she just really needs to get help with that. It's the only option.
Yeah. And like I don't know, to be honest. I mean, like her dad, like also, I don't know, like her dad like treats her like trash, and I'm like, you know, sometimes it's about like when you talk to him, that I don't like want her to feel like I'm like judging her, so I don't always like, you know, I keep things to myself. But I don't know, like you might be right about that, to be honest. I think she can think normal.
I don't think it's being judgmental. If it's not judgmental in the way that you're like judging someone for the way they look or something they can't control. She could actually, with proper help, be able to control that and not have relationships.
Yeah, I just want her to think I'm a neighbor.
I mean, it's not, I don't think that's who she is. I think that the fact that she gravitates towards those types of things, the trauma response to her childhood.
What if she's like into that stuff?
I don't think anyone's really into, someone could be into a toxic relationship who's like back and forth, but it seems kind of like he was physically abusing her, and she wasn't physically abusing him, so.
Yeah, but like people could be into that.
I see that as a mental disturbance. I don't see that as an emotionally healthy one.
Oh yeah. know, two active parties, two active consenting. But like if she's into it, then she doesn't care if he's like, you know, like I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know. This is what I feel like. I feel like honestly, I don't know, maybe she's like into all that stuff, you know, but the only thing bizarre about it is like Phoenix is not consenting and they're not like having a talk about it. It's not happening behind closed doors. It's happening like does that kind of make sense? I don't know. I was